of the void, where darkness reigns, stands the Mordian 50th, where courage remains. With last guns gleaming, hearts of steel, they march into battle, with grim resolve to deal, for Mordian's honor, for Mordian's honor. They raise their cry against the dark fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. The first dawn's all. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke they press on, facing the Xenos horde until the dawn. With every volley they hold the line, their determination, unbreakable sign. Unbreakable sign. For Mordian and City, they raise, he may be advanced. The Mordian spirit will never be chased. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one, their bravery shone. Their brave are shining brighter than the sun. The light shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry. They raise the Zal's fury, they'll never die. Discipline and valor stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Oh. Hello. What are you doing all there? It's time for another Mordian Glory live stream, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Shit. It's Monday, isn't it? Monday means stream day. This is just science. It's not an opinion. It's just a scientific fact. How are we all doing? It's time for a fun day Monday. I've been very busy over the weekend. Gentlemen, I've done things. Things have been done. And I will be now telling you about those things at great length. This is the Monday stream. It's never been done. It's never been done, Baron Kazi. You're absolutely right. So basically, hello, welcome. Hello, you. Welcome. Pull up a chair, chill out, relax. If you're at work, just, you know, go and have a big shit. Watch from the toilet. Because you get paid, the boss gets paid $1 and you get paid a dime. That's why you should shit on company time. What we are going to do today is a bit of a chit, and dare I say chat, around the proverbial internet water cooler. I'm feeling especially chillaxed today. And that's because I've had an extremely productive last 3 days. I don't mean to alarm you, but not only have I been productive on the hobbying front, but I have been productive on the tournament front, and I have been productive on the personal front as well. It's crazy. This is more than I'll tell you. I've just been in a mood, but not in a bad mood. In a mood
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
And so what we're going to do today, guys, is we're just going to talk about what we've been up to at the weekend. We're going to talk about hobby and stuff. We're going to talk about tournament stuff. We're going to talk about competitive play, casual play. We're going to have a look at some army lists. I actually have an army list to share with you guys. We're going to look at some army lists. We're going to look at some hobbying progress. We're going to talk about Warhammer 40k, Old World, Bolt Action, Horus Heresy, Conflict 47, and all those other amazing games. I'm sure I'm sure Trooper will be in here. Trooper 21 will be in here with his BattleTech madness. And yeah, we're just going to stream for a few hours, have a chill one, have a bit of a catch up, and just see the week. Start the week off right. Not see the week out right, but see the week in right. There you go. There you go. So, with all of that said, now let us march ever onwards into the stream proper. And of course, we must do that by observing and obeying our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Mordian and Glory live stream. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors. Traditions are what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. And so I invite all of you to raise your 7s to your O's and to stand up and be counted for roll call, baby. Let's see who is in the stream tonight. Who is ready to rock out with their bayonet out? Let's see who we've got. I can see we've got Mark, Booty Warrior. I'm a Booty Warrior. We do this the easy way. We could do it the hard way. The choice is yours. We got Booty Warrior, Daniel Simpson, Cruiser Team Camp, Scully, Commander Conrad, Tim Wilson, Airborne 342, Air Marshal Roach, Swordsmith 87, Joe Camel, Damn Legion, Morpheus, Deja Vu, Help, How Do I Change Name? I love it. Warpforge, Jar Watt, Silent Warrior, JP Greer, Chansey, Garrett Perez, Miles the Knife, Baron Gaza, Rev, James, Aiden Hobie, Storehouse 805, No Name, J Bond, The Blackstone Champions, Justin Miller, Jim Bill Bell, F_Evans_66, a gaming Stuka. We've got Swords with 87. We have got Bad Rabbit, say my name, baby. A gaming Stuka, Philip Perigio. I keep saying Peragio, but I wonder if it is Perigio. We have got, actually, I think it's Philip Arrigo, because it's only one P. So it's either Philly Perigo or it's Philip Arrigo. One or the other. Either way, Phil, welcome. We've got the Lower Decks, Boblo, Jojo, Peyton Byes, Ibram Gaunt, Damn Legion, Toshbu Station, Debaki Dog, RCI Raider. We have also, 1 minute, got it's Philip Arrigo. Nice. We've also got Russell W, Schwark, Original Bad Rabbit, Qantas, Chicken Detonator, Mal Knife over on Kick. And who have we got joining us on Twitch? Who have we got, if anyone joins on Twitch? Let's have a look. Is anyone from Twitch Gang representing? Yes, we have got Russell W, 210 Alpha, and Christopher 2510. Excellent. Welcome to all of you guys from the various parts of the MG Empire, whether you are from the Kick, whether you are from the Twitch, or whether you are from the YouTube. Welcome to all of you guys. Thank you for being here. Dual streaming, Qantas. It's never been done. If you do it on Twitch as well, it'll be like a triple whammy. There you are. Not that I don't think you're a big Kick fan, but I'm just saying, it would be the hat trick. Welcome to all of you fine, upstanding, Slanesh degenerates. I hope you all had a fantastic weekend, and thank you for dropping into the stream. I also want to say a massive thank you to everyone who... Bad Rabbit, I said... No, Bad Rabbit, I didn't miss you. Bad Rabbit, I didn't miss you. And so, people will be able to confirm in chat. I even said, say my name. So, Bad Rabbit, you missed me. I don't know what forfeit is going to have to be required for that, but I think you got to give up something. I think it's time to give up the feet pics. I want to say a big thank you to everyone who joined, and of course, a massive thank you to everyone who has already got ahead and liked and subscribed and followed, depending on where you're from. And if you haven't done any of those things yet, then fucking do it! What do you fucking... This is a game? You think you just join the stream and just do nothing but just sit there and just shove all the content into your mouth like it's this fast food instant gratification culture. No. I want to see you like the stream or suffer the consequences. Prepare for unforeseen consequences. / if you don't like the stream, I will make you all watch me play through Black Mesa for like 24 hours. And I guarantee you no one's going to enjoy that. No one. There you are.
Do it!
Some people are like,
Just do it!
Oh my god, the sound alerts! The sound alerts! My ears! My ears! I am so sorry to everyone that just had their ears blown out by Shia LaBeouf. I hadn't adjusted the audio for the sound alerts. Fucking hell. That is your hearing loss is not stream related. Your hearing loss is not stream related, boys. I'm just saying. It's not. It's not. You can't stop trying to heal people with your magical farts, Russ Matthews. You can't be done. I do apologize. I hope everyone is all right from the sound alerts. It was quite loud. Not only do I want to say a big thank to everyone that's liked, subscribed, followed, and all that good shit, I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream popping up, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. It's time for everyone's favorite bit of the stream, the wanking off. The wanking off. I mean, this is why you guys are all here, right? You're all here to get wanked off. Well, it's time for us to wank off those people that have gone above and beyond the Call of Duty, that have come not only in my face, but also into the stream, got it started off right with super chats, member flexes, and all of that, and subs and all that amazing stuff. Let's take a look and see who has got things. Who's getting this party started? Starting off, I want to say a big thank you to Chansey, my boy. Chansey, thank you so much for the 30-month member flex. That is double X-Force, baby. That is Bolter Sergeant territory, my friend. Thank you for being a good friend in real life and for being a good supporter of the channel. Chansey, so I started buying a house this weekend.
He's in the walls. He's in the goddamn walls.
That's really cool. Hey. Dude, congrats. Hope it all goes well. There's nothing like having your own humble abode. And yeah, just dude, I hope it all goes well, man. Big question. If I'm not prying. I'm always curious. In the UK, everyone buys one of two houses. Either they buy a new build or they buy a doer-upper. Now, Chansey, now that you are part of the land, now that you are joining the landed gentry, the big question is, did you buy a new build or did you buy a doer-upper? There you go. Also, be prepared to be financially broke. Yeah. Your ability to go to Element Games and buy 2 Liam Russes and then buy another 2 Liam Russes, maybe you'll only be able to buy the first 2 Liam Russes now. But seriously, man, it's absolutely sick. I genuinely love. I love my house. I loved obviously buying it was very, very stressful, but I loved becoming a homeowner and going from being a rent. I love that process of going from the landlord owning my ass to the bank owning my ass. So yeah, there you go. That was a good process. There we go. Oh man, it's a bit in the middle. It's a bit in the middle. In truth, that means it's a doer-upper. It doesn't mean it's a project. That doesn't mean it's... Yeah, you're not like buying something that's like lost all the carpets or anything, but it's one that it needs a lick of paint. Lick of paint. Maybe it needs modernizing slightly. Yeah. Rather than, one of the... When me and Mrs. Mordian, Jesus Christ, me and Mrs. Mordian were looking to buy a house. There was one that I really wanted. there was one that I really wanted, which was very, very retro. All of the rooms were bright. All of the rooms were bright, and the carpet color matched the wall color. So, and one of the rooms, which was the downstairs living room, arguably the room that you spend the most time in, because where you eat, living/dining room, was the colors were the wall, the paint wall was a deep candy apple red. Gloss. And the carpet, it was so shag pile that it would have been, every time you went in the room, it would have been like that scene from Jurassic World. Don't go in the tall grass! I really wanted that house. I really, really wanted the house, but instead, because I was like, it doesn't need anything doing to it. But someone was like, it needs everything to it. I went, no, you might not like the style they've gone for, but this house is immaculate. I can live in an immaculate, if not somewhat time capsule of a house. But Mr. Mordian was like, no, I want something modern, and I was like, fine, okay then, I'll go back to the drawing board. Dude, you walk into the car, it's got at least 5 new STIs. I thought you were going to say STCs. Maybe. It was a house straight from the 60s, man. It was in such good condition. It would have been, yeah. It was in immaculate condition, but it just would have required a lot of work to make it not the TARDIS. Yeah. Booty Warrior would have liked it. Booty Warrior would have liked it, man. He would have liked it. I know he would have done. Every time you walk into the room, fucking, yeah, you poor music starts playing. There you go. Seriously though, Chansey, good luck. Hope it all goes well. And that's cool, man. Genuinely, it's a big step in life, becoming a homeowner. So that's fucking cool as shit, mate. Nice. I want to say next, now that we've like spent the first 10 minutes of stream talking about Chansey's house, professional streamer at work, baby. I want to say a big thank you to Marold, my boy. Marold, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. And as always, Marold, I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman scholar, a good sir, and dare I say, a kind sir. Also, I told you I'm in a really chill mood today. This glass that you see here, right here, I think I've had it a minimum of 11 years. I'm pretty certain I got it in university, which was 11 years ago, at the latest. Could have been could be 14 years old as a glass, but I'm erring on the side of caution. Look at it. It's just like it's just good, you know? It's like a faithful companion. How many beverages has that thing been, how many fucking beverages has that thing thrown down my gullet? It's crazy. Makes you think. Makes you think Mordian needs to get some new fucking material because he's so bored he's talking about fucking glasses. Alright, I want to say a big thank you to Grimdog Future! Grimdog Future, thank you for the 8-month member flex, baby. Yes, let's have a look here. Flexing my member, all 8 months of it. Hey, nudge, wink, wink. Say no more, say no more. Love it, mate. Love it. Thank you so much, Grimdog Future. And thank you for doing your part, sir. We have got the lower decks. The lower decks. Thank you, Super Chat, man. Boarding the lighters in stream discussion. Oh, yes. We are going in the first wave. Means more Dean Martin bots for us to kill. You smash the entire area. Carries more than 2 legs. You get me? We get you. All right, let's have a look. Sir, we muster in the launch bays. Harvest lighters that look like they are still in unpainted bits are all over the decks, but I am assured by Admiral Brick that they will fly. Brick seems buoyed by the action about to take place, projecting confidence to the men. He assures me that he has Jenkins and D. Martin right where he wants them, as both armies are again sieging the capital. Having spent a good 10 minutes in the KFC's stratagem, I have a plan, sir. Despite Brick's boast, I think I found a fatal flaw that he has overlooked in my two former companions' actions. If what I suspect is the case, I must force a confrontation with very specific parameters. Thus, having visited the ship's chaplains, I board my transport with a modified flamer and an entrenching tool shaped like a spoon. It is time to bring an end to this madness. I only wish I had seen it before and stopped them before it went this far. We must learn from these mistakes. I threatened a 10-year-old kid with a hammer. They've got to learn. Ah! It's an amazing TV series. Amazing TV series, man. Yep, they've got to learn. They've got to learn. Oh my God. Somebody please make this into a meme. If somebody makes it into a meme, I'll post it on the channel posts. I'll do it live. Or I'll send it to Evan so he can do it. Someone should edit that so Ricky Gervais is wearing like a commissar cap, and the granddad has got to be wearing like either maybe like an Inquisitor's badge or something on him, and it's just got to be, I threatened a towel player with a hammer. They've got to learn. We need that. Come on. The power of the people. Come on. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen, people. Whoever does it will be immortalized. There we go. All right. Let's have a look. Lower decks. Interesting. I mean, bold of you to go against Admiral Bricks. He is the dynasty's most competent strategic planner. But he's never failed a mission. He's never failed a mission. He's never reported failing a mission. Anyway. I love it, Lower Decks. I love it. Let's see what happens. I want to say a big thank you to John Shepherd. John Shepherd, thank you for the super chat, man. Files and stream discussion, you know what it will be, though. I know exactly what this is going to be. Jesus wept, man. I'm going to look at the first one. God damn it. God damn it. Chain of Command, The Horus Heresy, Volume 1, The New Rules. Oh my God. This is just one. Look how much Chain of Command stuff George Evans sent me. This is amazing, man. Chansey, what is that? A 3.0 leak? No. Even better. It's a Chain of Command leak. John, you mad, crazy, beautiful bastard. I love it. Just Chain of Command, baby. Chain of Command. It's all about that. Bot action, I sleep. Chain of Command, I'm right there. I love it, John. Amazing. Next one, say a big thank you to Christian Steenkamp. Thank you very much for the 26-month Monflex Xbox, baby. Bolt time, baby. Painting progress in stream discussion. Oh my. Oh my, oh my. Let's have a cheeky gandaroony. Nice. That's a big flamer. You're going to be cooking many nids with that thing. Or demons, I suppose, if it's going to throw an Armageddon. Or orcs. Yeah. Or space wolves. Nice. Dude, it looks so good. The paint job is actually... It's actually phenomenal. Oh, shit, man. They look so good. They look so good. I actually might try some Death Riders out. I know I said that we're kind of poo, but I always like to try units that I think are poo to see if they're really poo. Or if they might be okay. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Doctor, have you played Octopanzer? Not yet, but I've heard good things about it. All right, I want to say a big thank you to the Red Scout. Red Scout, thank you for super chat, man. Some photos of stream discussion for you, MG. 07, good sir. Let's have a look. 76 to 64, guard victory. Yes! Victory is assured. Won by battle already. This is the way, man. You must have won by more than that. You won by more than that. Because even if you take 10 points off, you would have won 66-64. First art of the new guard decks and my opponent's first game of the new T-Suns. So you won either way. Yeah. Yeah, they're not bad already, I suppose. Oh, itchy ear. I'm hearing scary things about T-Suns. I'm hearing that T-Suns are quite good. I'm a little worried. I'm a little vexed. Terribly vexed. Nice. So cool seeing like a line of Marines walking abreast and then like a platoon of guardsmen just being like, oh, fuck. Nice. That's a lot of Terminators. How many Terminators does this motherfucker have? 10 Terminators is quite a lot. 10 Terminators is quite a lot. Well, I know your opponent didn't quite have a fully painted army, but the models he has done are actually beautiful. And I think your army is beautiful as well. Nice. Heroic shot right there. Metal mining. Metal mining the Forge Fiend, man. Nice. That Forge Fiend probably would do fuck all to that Guardsman come. I mean, maybe if it gets lucky. Well, not lucky. It might do something. But I have had Forge Fiends stomp around on a bunch of Guardsmen and do fucking nothing. Because it's like, oh, I've only got little feet. Oh. Yeah. Silent Warrior, thank you very much, Super Jet Man. Fields of Fire plus Fob plus Basilisk. Worth it. Does that work? Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Wait, 1 minute. Does that work?
Jaffa, Cree! Telmako, Kritak. You heard me. I said Cree.
Reporting for duty, sir.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
That's actually really good. That's actually quite interesting. Yeah, man, I like it. I like it. That's actually really cool. That's actually really, really cool. 1 minute, I've just had an idea. Is Fields of Fire kind of broken? Okay, so I like it a lot. Really, really cool. Definitely something. In fact, I like it so much, I'm going to make a tactics video on that. Is Fields of Fire kind of broken? There is one other thing I want to point out. Now, I don't know if this works, but can you use Fields of Fire on just a squadron of Sentinels. Because Sentinels have got regiment and squadron keyword. And it says 1 regiment unit and 1 squadron unit from your army that have not been selected to shoot this phase. So you go, I'm going to select this regiment unit. It's a unit of Sentinels. I'm going to select this squadron unit. It's the same unit of Sentinels. Now, my Sentinels have fields of fire. The question is, why would you do that? The question is, why would you do that? Because you're just missing out on giving fields of fire to 2 units. But technically, you could do it. Forever. Or you could use it on 2 squadron of Sentinels. Yeah. Double Flamer Sentinels. Ignores cover. AP2. 4 Flamers. Just saying. It could work. Or autocannons if you want to boost the autocannons up. Yeah, use it on 2 units of Sentinels. Yeah. Interesting. Maybe. You could use it on 2 Sentinels, or you could use it on the same unit Sentinels. Either way. Silent Warrior. I am going to take it. Dude, that's very, very... You definitely can. I really like that idea. I'd actually do it on an artillery team. That's what I would do. Artillery team with heavy mortars is better than a fob. Just trust me, it just is. But I would definitely do it on an artillery team. And my thinking would be that definitely does work, and that's actually a very legit tactic. It solves the problem of the artillery team, and it solves doesn't solve the problem of the battle, but it makes the battle even better. Yeah, interesting. Right, give me a second. Where's my little red book? Look at this. We're only a few minutes into the stream and we're already coming up with good tactics. I love it, boys. I love it. Love to see it. All right.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe, while keeping it real.
There we go. AP3 Basilisk does sound nutty, Silent Warrior. I agree. Rev, did worry, I've forgotten it. There was so much going on when the Basilisk dropped that some things stayed in my head, some things didn't. I want to say a huge thank you to Princess Drusus. Princess Drusus, thank you so much for the 11-month Twitch sub, baby. Yeah, buddy. 11 months, man. Crazy. Thank you for your support on Twitch for nearly a year, man. That's crazy. Been a while since I caught a stream. Always a beautiful day in the Greatest Legion. You mean in the Infantry Corps, right? The time is nigh to start my guard army. Is there a way to do a more elite style of guard army? If so, what would be a good couple of suggestions to make it work? If you want to go elite style, go mech guard. If you like, I really don't want to paint up like 100 or 150 infantry. Maximum, I would like to take up. I'd like to paint 50 or 60 infantry. Just by 6 10-man squads of your choice. Think that I'd either go Kazakin or Cadians or something like that. 5 or 6 10-man squads of your choice. 5 Chimeras. 5 Lehman Russes. And you'll probably be most of the way there to 2,000 point army. You might want to, at that point, think about getting some either then go for a couple of artillery pieces, or go for a couple of Hellhounds. The reason why you'd go one or the other is because the Hellhounds, it depends if you were thinking about Hammer of the Emperor detachment or Basilisk or any other detachment. Personally, I would probably go for Basilisk, because if you're thinking of building up to 2,000 points, well, 11th edition is only about a year away, probably about less than a year away. So I would build the Chimeras and the infantry first, then the Lehman Russes, then the... Well, I do the Chimeras and Nemus sort of one at a time, so I'd be like 1 to 1. So I'd be like, okay, first thing I'm going to buy is like Chimera, a 10-man squad of my choosing, and then when that's done, it's like, okay, I'm going to work on a Lehman Russ, and then I'm going to do a mech squad, then I'm going to do a Lehman Russ, and just sort of bounce back and forth between the two, so you're keeping things fresh and interesting. And then by the time you've done all that and got it all painted up the way you want, 11th edition will be around the corner, and you'll be like, okay, well, what's going to be more useful to me, indirect fire or fast, speedy, flamey boys? So yeah, leave the unknown part to the end, or get both, or get both. If you're that, in for a penny, in for a pound. Yeah. But that's what I would do. Mech Guard is a ton of fun to play. It's a ton of fun to paint. It's a piece of piss to paint. And it's one of the traditional ways of playing the Guard. So that's what I'd do. All right. I want to say next, a big thank you to Russ Matthews. Because Russ Matthews has come in with not 1, but 200 bits on Twitch, baby! Yeah, Russ Matthews, you absolute Giga Chad, mate. You fucking Giga Chad. 207s, 1 for each 100 bits. Nice. I also want to say a big thank you to Ed Bailey! Ed Bailey, my boy! Thank you so much for the Giga Chat, yes! Bet Timmy is a new build type, where I'm guessing Varak is a doer-upper type. Also, by Sharp's command, will be sent the 69th Penal Legion. Don't threaten people with a good time. Don't threaten me with a good time. I've no idea if Varak is a doer-upper. I'm not sure, actually. I am a new build, though. I bought a new build. Yep. My house was built just before the 2008 economic crash. Just before.
When it comes to fighting crime,
it's fucking Omen. Ed Bailey, thank you so much, man. And yes, don't forget also that we do a bunch of sponsors for the channel. So if you want to, if you're going to buy yourself some models anyway, check out the affiliate links down in the description below. Buy the models you're going to get anyway, support the channel, and generally just have a great time. Also, I heard that people that don't use the affiliate links are tile players, and the people that do use the affiliate links get all the pussy. Or bum, depending on what you're into. I don't judge, or nothing. If you don't like either of it, get none of the pussy. Whatever you want. Whatever you want. There you are. You know what to do. You know what to do. I want to say a big thank you to Tiki, my boy. Banzai! 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 Thank you so much for the gifted membership, Tiki. Thank you for doing your part. I also want to say a big thank you to Joe Paint Sometime. Thank you for the 15-month member flex. X-Force, baby! But what about the engineers nerf? God damn it! I swear to God. I swear to God, I thought we'd got past this. Damn your eyes, Joe Paint Sometime. Damn your eyes. Damn your eyes. I want to say a big thank you to Scully. Scully, thank you for the Bane Blade. Yes, it is the Bane Blade chat. Holy fuck, man. Dude, thank you for the generous support, bro. Greetings. Another frontline battle port. Tweaked the Assault Basilisk list into discussion. Really liking it right now. It was stress tested a little this weekend with pretty solid success. No one could hide from the hammer. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Okay. Ursula Creed, Caden Castellan, 2 Caden Command Squads, 10 Caden Shock Troops, 60 Caden Shock Troops, 30 Catachans, triple Basilisk, triple Vank, triple Chimera. I'm missing the snipers from Kriegs a little, especially against Netcons. Hopefully I can get this built, but it would be fun to do a tourney with this list eventually. So any ideas for improvement? Just need to finish building my house and farm, hopefully in time for 11th to come out, so I can sell my resin printers and get them going. Dude, everyone's buying houses or building houses and fucking shit, man. That's cool.
Good for you.
Dude, I like the list, and I
Mobile
can see
infantry
why it
made
would
me
be
the
a
man I am
success,
today.
because it's got triple basilisk, which is always just amazing. Not like I rarely see anyone run it because it's quite points intensive, but it is like so much fuckiness with the enemy movement. And then we've got Vanks, we got Chimeras, we got infantry corps, we got tank corps, we got mech corps, we got arty corps. Dude, I love it. I think that's actually a really, really fucking like badass list as well. Like, goddamn, I didn't pick the Stug Life. The Stug Life picked me. Nice. Philip Arrigo, thank you very much, Super Chat man. Having an awesome weekend. Finished project and stream discussion. Let's have a look. Been a great Father's Day weekend for 2 reasons. 1, had a 5-day mini vacation with my kiddos. Dude, that's nice. Belated Happy Father's Day to everyone who enjoyed it. 2, finished this project yesterday. Wow. You see, they look really good. They look really, 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 really good. And they just look amazing, man. I'm telling you, if GW had released the new Blood Angels looking like this, nobody would have had a fucking problem with it. Oh my god. It's the Stern Guard model, isn't it? Yeah. You know what? The Stern Guard models just look amazing. Well, I think there's a bit of a mixture there, to be fair. I think there's a bit of a mixture going on. But either way, holy shit, man. Goblin green bases. They are proper goblin green bases as well. Proper with the it's like modernized. It's modernized goblin green. And I am so here for it. Holy shit, man. Wow. Holy shit. Scully, did you say you had a battle report with this list? I'm just looking for it. I only saw the list itself come in. Scully. Yeah, okay, I haven't missed anything. It was meant to be something else, Scully, let me know, but that's cool, man. And there was some more pictures, actually. The hazard stripes and the pistols look so good as well. Honestly, this is so sick, man. Okay, understood, Scully. Understood. I just didn't want to miss anything because you've done like a very generous super chat, so I wanted to make sure that I had got everything right, you know. Fuck. Why can't GW paint stuff like that? Oh, because it's not cool or modern. I don't give a fuck, man. Everything, I'm just saying, everything started going wrong when they moved away from the yellow and red Games Workshop and they started taking themselves too seriously and calling themselves Warhammer in like cool, nondescript writing. Nobody look at my channel banner. Oh, man. Maybe I should change Mordian Glory to being in like the old GW style. They're not using it anymore, right? Not using it anymore, right? I want to say a big thank you to Ricebag. Thank you, Super Chat Man. Warhound question in stream discussion. Finished printing my Titan. If you want, you can select a design for freehand and I will paint a Titan. Preferably ocean/octopus theme, but you decide. I get to decide? Ooh. I mean, I think an octopus. Of course. Yeah, I think whatever you come up with will be better, but I really like the idea of an octopus. I tell you what's going through my mind. Okay, is it like that CIA badge or something? 1 minute. Which one is it? Yeah, do this one. I think it's this one, man. Like, this might not be a good idea. This might not be a good idea, so I'll leave it with you. But I don't know why. It's just because what's going through my head. It's the, like, comically villainous octopus logo of the, I'm not sure which department it is. But it's like, I think it might be the NSA or something like that. It's something insane. Nothing is beyond our reach. You don't need to necessarily have, like, the full logo. I'm just saying something like that. Like an octopus, you know, like covering the globe or something like that. I don't know. Either that or something similar to this, like an octopus which is like holding things. Would be kind of cool. But yeah, there you go. That was what was going through my head. I don't know if that's appropriate or not, but when you said something octopus themed, I was like, yeah. Sick. Or that 1 minute. Where is it? Oh. This. Okay, no, this. I've picked. I've changed my mind. I want this instead. Okay. Let me see if I can get a better picture of it. There you go. That. I think that's more artistic, and you know what I mean? It looks more like artwork than like a fucking sinister government logo. So that is the giant octopus Magic the Gathering card, and I used to have that card when I was a kid. Yeah. I think I think something like that would look really, really cool. Yeah. I think that's something like that would look really, really cool. And would be a little bit more sensible. And would be a reference to something within gaming culture, which I think is always, like, you know, a good thing to do when you're, when you're doing, like, tabletop gaming and stuff. Yeah. So I would say that be you choose, but those are the two. There you go. Those are the two. Rice bag, sick Warhound, by the way. Loving the way the paint job's gone already. Can't wait to see what you do with the. I can't wait to see what you do with it in the end. Okay, I want to say a big thank you to Crash 8373. Thank you so much, Super Chat, man. 07, hope you are well. Army prep for tournament in stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. I actually have a little bit of army prep I need to do. I might even do it tonight. Let's have a look. Not guard, but hey, Grey Knight tournament prep continues. Nice. Hey, it's coming together, man. Those intricate Grey Knight banners are difficult. Take your time. It'll be worth it in the end. Hey, dude, I love it. Like the volcano bases. Like OG fucking Grey Knight vibes. Dude, I'm all about that. Man. Nice. Sick. That's cool as fuck, mate. That's actually cool as fuck. Nice. Crash 873, good luck with your tournament. My tiny bit of tournament prep is I need to base two artillery teams. I've already painted them. I just need to base them. So once I've caught up with super chats, I will do that 1 minute job, and then we'll be good. Then we'll be gravy, baby. I want to say a big thank you to where are we up to? Ooh, Last Draken. Thank you very much for super chat, man. 1K narrative event result in stream discussion. All right. Oh, Last Draken, your pictures never load, man. Oh, that's so weird. They do load, but just in like a kind of a weird special format. Okay, that's fine. Let's have a look. Not blaming you, by the way. It's Discord. So, Operation Unleash Big Boy was a success for the most part, ending in a 2-1 outcome. My local shot placing 7th out of 24. The next event is 1,500 points in August, and I'm tempted for either a triple Death Strike or triple Titanics with Commissars the Warlord. Why can't you just run something normal? Screeches autistically. That's what people kept saying about me when I was running meme lists, man. 1K now event list. Lord Solar, Tech Priest, 2 times 10K, 1 times 3K heavy weapon team, Cyclops Demolition Vehicle, 2 times 5 Scions, and the Doom Hammer. AK Butters, named after a friend who stands 5 feet low. Oh, Short King, baby. We got game 1 versus Librarius, 31-18 win. He had a tactical squad, a librarian, dev squad, assault terminators, and I made a redeemer. He tried to do what you did, but you did it better. Yeah. Game 2 versus Tau, and you beat it. Nice. One cold star with suits, Ghost Kill, Riptides, stealth suits, and 1 times 5 of the Vespid. On deployment, I saw fear in the enemy the moment Butter sat down with the mighty thud with his cannon in full display. For 5 turns, Tau failed to do so much as scratch the paint. Yes. All will fall to the Emperor's true finest. T2, the Cold Star, snuck behind lines, destroying the RCXD that protected home. They moved up the next turn, taking out the priest before they charged Butters. While this happened, Butters established dominance with firepower, taking out the Ghost Kill and the Riptides, with melee range shooting as they actually engaged him to cripple his shooting, but he just fired and destroyed them. By the end, all he had left was stealth suits as Science snuck in with the blade and plasma. In the end, Butters with 2 wounds. Yes. And the Tau thought making big tanks was a waste of resources. They just don't know. The Tau mind cannot comprehend. And gave Thieves to Admech. You lost to Admech. It does happen. And the Admech are very, very good. It's actually, some people go, lost to Admech. No, it does happen. And no one said Admech was bad. They're just a bit of a pisser to play. This is when it all fell apart due to Admech's blank damage, leaving the disintegrator chucking Butters to 15 before he returned fire, dropping it to 1. The robots marched. T2 failing the 8-inch charge twice with CP. Buzz stepped up, taking the tank out and unleashed Lads Cannon and Magma on the bots. The Lads Cannon whiff, and I shot the Magma with 7 shots. A 1, a 1, a 1, a 2, a 2, a 2, and a 3. CP rolled a 1. It seemed Butters was prematurely celebrating several beers. He didn't make it to T3. Shit, man. Sometimes it happens. And that's why we don't like rerolls, because rerolls would stop that funny story from happening. Nice. So look, I want okay, they are loading the pictures. They're just a bit strange. I'd say fair play to your Tau pony. He has got a beautifully painted army. Yeah. Snap Vicadians, beautiful. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, like credit where credit's due. That Tau army is actually gorgeous. Yeah. All right, Last Draken, good effort. Well done on securing victory for the Emperor. There we go. I want to say a big thank you to Ishmael, my boy. Ishmael, thank you so much, man. Getting into Raptors for 30k. Will I be shunned for Camarines? I know that it don't exist, but can I? Ishmael, do what you fucking want. They're your models, man. Ishmael, they are your models. If anybody makes any comments, it will most likely be in jest, not in seriousness. If they make comments in jest, then just roll with it. Go with the joke. Just say they were in the heresy, but they were so well camouflaged, nobody noticed them. You know, roll with it. If someone makes genuine, like, arsey comments and is a dick about it, don't worry. They've just done you a favor. They've just identified themselves as someone who you wouldn't want to be associated with anyway. So as far as I'm concerned, I would say fucking go for it. Also, I don't mean to alarm you or the GW legal team, but for those of you that are in the Friday stream, I have one thing to tell you. It's happening. It's officially happening. If you don't know what I'm talking about, brace yourself. On Friday stream, we were looking through some Horus Heresy stuff, and we were talking about the concept of Horus Heresy and Warhammer 40k, and how both games are going in totally different directions, and both games do different things well, but how Heresy is kind of, in a funny sort of way, cutting through the lies of GW, because GW has been on this endless quest for simplification for 40k. You know, everything has been boiled down to a stratagem or a unit ability. You know, the missions are simple, the rules are simple, everything's just super simple and kind of shallow, but what it does well is that the game is pretty well balanced. Not perfectly balanced, but pretty well balanced. And Heresy has gone in completely the opposite direction, where they have 6 pages to explain the mini game of challenges, character on character challenges, and it's amazing. It's so cool. Heresy has gone the exactly opposite way, and has been like more complexity, more detail, more rules. We're not the rules are going to be there to accommodate any scenario. You know, flyers now aren't just like glorified skimmers. Flyers like actually fly in, do a mission, and then fly out again. The enemy can try to like intercept them with their own flyers. It's super cool, right? So we joked on the stream. Wouldn't it be great if there was a 40k like mod for Horus Heresy? Like Heresy 3.0, but it's so you get to use the core rules of Heresy. You get the core rules of Heresy, the core rule book, but then all of the Warhammer 40k armies were like ported into the game. So like you get all your Primaris stuff, all your all your Xenos races. You know, literally it's just, do you want to use the core rules of Heresy but play with your toys for 40k? And we joked about it, and then we were like, wait, what if we like actually did it though? What would it look like? How would we do it? It's like, is this actually like, what if we didn't meme it for a second? And what if we dreamed it? And what if we then made those dreams a reality? And we're not like it's not like 1-page rules, which is essentially like a whole new game system you have to learn. It's not like Old World, where you have to go and get, or Horus Heresy itself, where you have to go and get yourself a whole bunch of new models to play the game. What if you could just play a game of 40k with complex, in-depth rules that felt like 40k? Well, Mr. Prayer and I had a little chat over the over the weekend.
When it comes to fighting crime,
And
one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
we've got a plan. We've got an actual, honest-to-God plan. And all I'm going to say is, watch this space. We've got to wait for Heresy 3.0 to drop, of course. No point in doing this now for Heresy 2.0. But watch this space. Heresy, the 40k mod, is coming. I came up with a name. I came up with a name. And I don't know what you guys think, but I was inspired by Command & Conquer Red Alert, the original one, which had an expansion pack for all of the like crazy wacky units that they brought in later. And it was so based on that, I thought we'd call it Heresy, the Aftermath. We're going to get EA and GW suing our ass. There you go. There you go. Heresy, the Aftermath. Now, assuming that the is just like one of those words you don't include in an acronym, I think that the acronym, should be HAM. Heresy. And then Aftermath can be, even though it's one word, it can be two words for our acronym. HAM. I'm just saying. I think that's the way to do it. Heresy, the Aftermath. There you go. Better than 39k. Makes more sense than the Great Crusade, because the Horus Heresy, that would make it weirdly like a prequel. At what point in the Aftermath? Anytime between the end of the Horus Heresy and before the fall of Cadia, baby. Well, no. Even then, anytime, it just covers everything after the Horus Heresy. Warhammer, brilliant. Ah! That's so good. Yeah. So it's just ham. There you go. Heresy, the Aftermath. That's what we're thinking of calling it. We are going to, joking aside, we are going to be doing this. We have a plan for it. We should be able to do it surprisingly quickly. And we're going to be doing it in such a manner that it will be completely and utterly legitimate under fair use. Under legal fair use. So it won't be in any way, shape, or form fucking with... it's going to be completely under fair use. Legally, we're genuinely going to be like, we're looking into the legal side of things, and we're going to be like, this is going to be 100% fair use, zero money involved from us, no donations, no kickstarts, nothing at all. Yeah. It's the sequel to the prequel, baby. That's it. Heresy the Aftermath, the sequel to the prequel. There you go. So yeah, that's what we're thinking about. Let us know if you're excited for that idea. Heresy the Aftermath. There you go. All right, where are we up to? So yeah, Ishmael, the reason I mentioned this is that way you can have your camo. The reason I mentioned this is Ishmael, that way you can have your camo Marines and it'll make total sense because you're not playing Horus Heresy, you're playing Heresy the Aftermath. That's why I mentioned it. I want to say a big thank you to Sleepy Godzilla Coffee. Thank you, Super Chat Man. Imperial Rhino with Code GS and Subductors. Smash or pass? From a rule of cool, absolute fucking smash. Absolute fucking smash. Yeah. 100%. 100%. Absolute fucking smash. From a tabletop perspective, it's probably kind of expensive. What's it, like a 300-point unit? I think you'd be better off with a unit of Deathwatch in a Rhino without Cotiers. When you think about it. Because basically it's going to come out to the same points as, do you take Cotiers and Subductors in a Rhino, or do you just take a big unit of Deathwatch in a Rhino? And the answer is probably always going to be take the Deathwatch. So from a rule of cool, yes, but from a competitive point of view, there are more efficient choices to do the same thing better. Yeah. All right. Next, I want to say a big thank you to Jimmy Squid. Thank you for the super chat, baby. Jimmy, there's no message attached to the super chat, unfortunately. But let me just say thank you so much for the support. If there was meant to be a message attached, then please let me know down in regular chat and I will do my best to answer it. But dude, thank you for the support, mate. I want to say a big thank you to Capic Eagle. Thank you for the super chat, man. Posing some straight up heresy in stream discussion. Man. GW goes ahead and basically soft squats this man's entire army, and he just instantly turns to chaos. It's actually very understandable. It's very, very understandable. I am vexed. Terribly vexed. But also, that is an actually phenomenal paint job, and I love the eyes that you've got on the armor. Is that like Black Legion 1,000 Suns? Bro, that is insane, man. That is Black Legion 1,000. I literally just saw the quote underneath. Bro, that's amazing. It's so cool. It's all of this very happy right now. Everyone's so together. I'm paying up fucking Traitor Guard soon. Everyone is just like, fuck you, fucking Emperor. We'll all turn into chaos. In the 10th edition, successfully got everyone to like fucking rebel in their own way. Just like, it's the year of chaos, but not as GW expected it. I want to say a big thank you to Jimmy Squid. Jimmy Squid, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Should I use Cadian or Catachan las cannons? Oh, if you're only taking one squad, one heavy weapon squad, then Cadians, because their ability for Overwatch is very, very good. If you're taking multiple squads of las cannons, Catachans, for sure. For sure. No doubt. The first one should be Cadians. After that, any more after that should be Catachans. Next, I'll say a big thank you to Willario, my boy. Willario, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Yeah, buddy. Willario, thank you so much, man. Incredible. Willario, I need to do the packages. When I catch up, I'm going to do it. I should do one on the weekend. When I catch up, I'm just going to get them sorted out, okay? Because I don't want to leave it too late. Just be like a little 5-minute detour on the stream. It's fine. Won't take a moment. Willario, thank you, man. Next, I'll say a big thank you to Ed Bailey. Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat, man. So you heading to Northern Exiles one-page rules tournament this weekend, or is Timmy the Wise and Big Fat Wrinkly Brain? So Ed Bailey, I was invited to Exile Fest. I really, really wanted to go, but I had already signed up to a team tournament. It's a team tournament I go to every single year. And I had signed up to it last year. They just say, look, put me on every single year until I say otherwise. So, unfortunately, I already had plans, but I really, really did want to go. Yeah, so sadly, can't make it, but I really wanted to go. And best of luck to everyone who is going. It should definitely be a fun social evening. I want to say a big thank you to Tiki, my boy. Banzai! Just got back from the 72-hour ban you gave me. I did not give you a 72-hour ban. You gave yourself a 72-hour ban. All right, let's have a look. 500-point IJA Bolt Action version 3 list discussion. Did it for a member of the MG community. Can be made from one 30-man box of IJA infantry. Nice. So you literally buy one box and you get a full 500-point army. That is cool. That is very cool. Let's have a look. Platoon commander with a man. Veteran squad. Anti-tank lunge mine. Light mortar. Why have the light mortars got 3 soldiers? I thought the Japanese light mortars only had 2 soldiers. I'll have to check that. Light mortar. Hey. That's pretty good. You get a feeling for the mortars. You get a feeling for the lunge mines. You get a feeling for bigger squads. And you've got an officer in the whole thing. Nice. That's actually cool. And well done for being a good member of the community, Tiki. You're a good lad. The next one say a big thank you to Chicken Detonator. Thank you for the banzai. Thank you, man. A short back rep stream discussion. So a devastating defeat. A defeat. Chicken Detonator, a defeat. You've been on a bit of a roll recently, so it's crazy. A short back rep from this weekend. So we rolled to play a game of Breakthrough, long table edges, meeting engagement. This is unfortunate for my gunline list I brought, but oh well. My sniper team managed to fail to hit 4 turns of the game. Rolled a 1 or 2. That's why I don't take snipers. Can't trust them. Both the tanks managed to roll a 1 5 times as well. And an aggressive placement of a 25-pounder with point blank was still got on turn 1. On turn 2, managed to roll 6 to hit, followed by a 1 on the pen roll. Despite the utter failure, my guns and tanks do anything the whole game. The corpse of armor and trucks prevented him from scoring points for the majority of his army. He got 600 points at the end by running 2 half tracks off the board and got 2 empty teams into my deployment zone. I managed 4 VP by running a truck and officer team off the board. Though, if an infantry squad with 1 pin and not rolled a free bar on the order check off the board, destroying itself, I would have scored 2 more VP, tying it up. A devastating loss for my King's African Rifles. Some pictures below. I mean, it was 4 to 6, man. It wasn't so bad. These things happen. These things happen. You know. And truly nobody lost because you got to play bolt action on an absolutely beautiful board. Nobody was a loser here. So cool. So actual fucking cool, man. Look at that. So cool. I love bolt action. Oh, I love bolt action, man. It's such a good game. Such a game. I actually worked on a little bit of bolt action myself this weekend. Do you want to know what I've been working on? So I've been building things up for TTC. I built a Hanomag, just cheeky Hanomag. This will be my 3rd transport for my Germans now. So I'll have 1 Hanomag, 1 mini mag, and 1 truck. And then only the mightiest of war machines. I have finally found some crew for my whatever it's called, tow. Horse carriage and tow. So this will take me this will probably take like a day to paint and is worth about 12 points. Maybe 10. I just used a couple of the city. I've had it for years, but I didn't like the fact that it didn't have a crew. So I took the crew from the what do you call it? From the Hanomag and put them on here. There you go. And then I built a little team of Yanks. Is it a camel toe or a regular one? Fuck's sake, Jemmy. Oh, man. There you go. Cha. 6 Yanks. 5 with rifles, 1 with a BAR. There we go. I've got another 36 American infantry to build. And a lot to paint. But we're going to get it done. Oh, that was it. I need to get a Grant. Or a Lee. I need to get another tank for my Americans. Because I've only got 2 Shermans at the moment. I need to build a... Well, I've got 2 Shermans and a Jeep with a 50 cal. I've got a transport Jeep, and I need to build an M3, well, whatever it is, a Greyhound. But yeah, I need a bit more. Lee for the Americans. Yeah, I think I might treat myself at some point to like a Lee. I might get a Lee and a Grant, and then see how I feel about getting like some transports and stuff. But yeah. Yes. Yes, indubitably. What have we got next? I want to say a big thank you to John Shepherd. Thank you, Super Jet Man. Yeah, I decided to do. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yeah, I decided to do a Google search chain of command for Horus Heresy and found these lists. But what I realized as well is an orc list. There is an orc list, dude. There's so many cool ones. It's actually amazing to me how much Warhammer 40k / Horus Heresy / sci-fi stuff has been ported into Chain of Command. It's very, very interesting. It's very, very... Chain of Command, it seems to be like a fairly quiet but very like large dedicated community. It's very interesting. It seems to be a game that many people use the base rules then adapt out for the systems. Interesting. Very interesting, John. Always cool to see that shit. I want to say a big thank you to Ibram Gaunt. Ibram, thank you for the super chat, man. Old world meme list in stream discussion. Also, Cathay, get hyped. Cathay, baby! Fucking love Cathay. Made a very fluffy mercenary company. Would like your input on mercenaries in general and specifically on Imperial Dwarves and Ogres. I think this will be good and a way for me to eventually pivot into Dwarves. So, 2,000 points, General of the Empire, Captain of the Empire, Empire Engineer. You've definitely massively overspent on the Empire Engineer. He should be 45 points, no upgrades. The only upgrade you should ever give him should be the grenade launching blunderbuss. Truthfully. But his best weapon is not being seen. Captain of the Empire, great weapon, full plate armor, pistol, battle standard bear, on foot protection, sword of might. No point in having a great weapon and the sword of might. Literally no point. One or the other. Hammer weapon, great weapon, full plate armor, brace pistols, general on foot, sword. Again, don't need a great weapon and the sword of battle. So bin off the great weapon there. Bin off the great weapon there. Bin off all this shit here except for pigeon bombs. You really want them. State troops, 30, good. State troops, good. Missile state troops, fine. But I would recommend breaking them down to 2 smaller units because they can't shoot in 2 ranks. So it's better to have 2 small units. It's much more flexible. Great cannon, good. Great cannon, good. War wagon, good. Imperial ogres, good. Dwarf mercenaries, interesting. I don't know much about them, but interesting. Okay, so what I would recommend is this. You've not taken any magic anyway. This is what I would recommend. You want this motherfucker. You want General Hans von Lowenhack. Because he has a ability called Mercenary Commander, which undoes all of the negative issues with mercenaries. So if you want to go hard into mercenaries and a mercenary company, he is basically a must-have. Now, he is only available in a Army of Nuln. So you can't take him in a Grand Army. I don't think you can. I'll just check. Oh, you can. You can take him in a Grand Army. So, yeah. So, basically, whatever army you go for, if you take a mercenaries, take Von Lowenhack. He's very, very good. He's very, 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 very good. He's like semi-mandatory in a mercenary style army. Other than that, Ibram Gaunt, I thought the list was good. Cannon's good. Unit choice good. Fine. Yeah, you'll have fun with that. I want to say a big thank you to Ishmael, my boy. Thank you for the double super chat, baby. The militia lives on. Yeah, the militia always lives on, man. And ham it up, baby. So I know a lot of people are worried about Imperialist Militia going away with Heresy 3.0. I do think that it won't be a problem. I think that we will see Militia return in short order with Heresy 3.0. I think that we're just getting Solar Auxilia first. And to be fair, pretty much anything you did with Militia, you could do with Solar Auxilia. Mostly. I mean, there's a few exceptions, but for the average guardsman on the street, converting your guys over to Solar Auxilia, you know, using your guys as Solar or using your guys as Militia was pretty much the same deal. Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, there you go. Hopefully we'll see Militia rules soon, though. Hopefully we'll see proper Militia rules soon. Also, ham it up. Yeah, baby, we're going to ham it up. Heresy the Aftermath is happening. You heard it here first. You heard it here first. I want to say a big thank you next to Airborne, my boy. Airborne, thank you for the super chat, man. The 342nd Siege Regiment got commandeered to the Armageddon Crusade. I'll use my vacations to build and learn the game. I'll keep updated 07. Yes! Crusade, cool. Armageddon, cool. GW, bunch of knobheads. But show them how it should be. Airborne 342. Show them the might of the Emperor's true finest and how Armageddon is a guard planet first and foremost. There we go, man. There we go. There we are. There we are. Now, give me a moment here. I think we're caught up mostly. They come at night. Mostly. It's never been done. It's never been done. Gentlemen, I've actually caught up on something. Now, I have 2 small jobs to do. I'm going to do them now. Because if I don't do them now, I will keep forgetting. So, I would like you to entertain yourselves briefly. Well, it's only... I say entertain yourselves. You literally... I've just got to make... I've got to clear some stuff out of customs. And that's the only thing you have to wait for me to do. It's just like a 1-minute job. But I keep forgetting to do it, so I'm going to do it now.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Nick Hatfield, thank you for the big support, man. I will wank you off profusely in the in a minute. In a minute. Just give me one moment. Oh. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Nice. Right, I need to change my view here 1 second. Not that one. There we go. And what I need to do is just do this quickly. Okay. All right. Let's have a look. So basically, Willario has sent me another billion packages. And I need to sort those out now. The mythical 6th box has arrived, gentlemen, in 4 parts. I am actually fucking both aroused and terrified at the same time. All right. I need to do this. Okay.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
One down. And it's 1 minute, Mordian. That's my way. I think that should be 2 down. That's on my end. Don't worry.
Another glorious day in the Corps.
We're halfway through.
Marine Corps like a day
We're
on the
halfway
farm.
there.
Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the Corps.
It's working. Number 3 is done. Number 3 is done. It's never been done. We're on the last one. I thought it was only a quick job, boys. In and out. Couple of minutes. Bish bash bosh. There you go. Nice. Sick.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only
And
one
we're
man
on
keeping
the
streets
last Bosh. Bosh. There you go. Bosh. There we go. All right. All gravy, baby. There you are. And that's all done. There you go. Nice. So that's all sorted, which is great. Now, I said I was all caught up, but you guys took that as a personal challenge. And now I actually have 1, 2, 3, 4 super chats. My God. My God, you absolute generous gentleman. Let's have a look here. Firstly, we have got Nick Hatfield. Nick Hatfield, you absolute giga chad. Thank you for the big super chat, man. Thank you for the 10, bro. Seriously, thank you. I don't think the eternal internal debate between running the eternal internal debate between running Dawn commands with Vanks versus Rust commands with aggressive Melter. I think you mean the other way around, but that's fine. 2 of each, but Ogre and Brain makes choosing hard. Right, Nick, I'm trying to... So, do you run Dawn Commanders... Do you run Rust Commanders with Vanks or aggressive Dawn Commanders? I wouldn't run Rust Commanders with Vanks. I would run I would run, personally, Rust Commanders with Execution and Plasma Cannons. Personally. Personally, that's where I would... what I would do. As for which one do you pick? this is a great example of the wrong way of looking at units. So when you look at a unit like a Rust Commander versus a Dawn Commander, the natural instinct for people is to start comparing damage and start comparing durability. And they just look at the data sheets in isolation, and then one side will go on and on about X factor, and the other side will go on about Y factor. No one, and the reason that we look through that is because those are understandable hard factors. It's like when people compare like tanks in real life. Well, this tank's got this size gun, or this tank's got this much armor, or this tank has got this kind of engine. Well, this tank has got this kind of engine. And there is a certain degree of usefulness from doing that. But the reality of the situation is that those are not the most important things. And you really, really, really miss the big picture if you look at units like that. You miss the important thing. It isn't about whether you put a Dawn commander in your list or a Rust commander in your list. It's about what is that unit trying to achieve in your list, what else is in your list, and how, on what capability is that unit bringing to the list. So here's a good example. People often cite the Dawn commander as, also people compare points cost. People often say, well, if I was going to take a Rust commander for 15 points more, I might as well take a Rogal Dawn commander. And they don't, and that's a very flawed way of looking at things, because what is that 50? You might say it's a simple upgrade, but what else could you have got if you hadn't spent 15 points on that? And you might think 15 points won't buy you a unit. No, it won't. But 15 points could force you to miss out on an optimum unit elsewhere. It's like, how to put this as an example. Because you spent 30 points on your 2 Rogal Dawn commanders, it then meant that you didn't get that squad of Kazakin. You know, roughly, we're talking roughly speaking. You know, because you spent 15 extra points on that Rogal Dawn commander, you did, or was it 25 points? I think it's 25 points, isn't it? Because it's 235 versus 260. So because you spent 25 points on that Rogal Dawn commander, it meant that you didn't get the Lehman Rust tank that you wanted, or you didn't get, you couldn't quite afford that Hydra, or that Hellhound, I should say. So firstly, it's not about upgrading one unit to the next. It's only 15 points, because 40k lists are so inflexible. It's not a case of, oh, I just upgraded from one to the next. It's a case of, what did you then have to sacrifice somewhere else? Because if it was old world, you could be like, I'll just drop 3 people off the back of a state troop unit. Those 3 extra blokes probably would have 0 fucking impact on the game. If I go from 40 state troops down to 37, yes, it might fuck with my Tai Chi because I didn't have a perfectly square block of halberdiers, but the reality is it doesn't actually make any difference. That 37, 40 state troops, the unit's its fate will be decided well before those last 3 guys became relevant. But in 40k, you can't do that. In 40k, it's actually 15 points. It's not 25 points. It's not a simple upgrade. 25 points can mean you miss out on a whole other unit. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, Rogal Dawn commanders and Lehman Rust commanders do 2 completely different jobs. And the reason why you would pick one over the other is because you are picking a unit to bridge a gap that currently exists in your list. So, here's an example. If you have in your list 3 Leman Russ Vanquishers. Let's say you've already got 3 Leman Russ Vanquishers in your list. Well, you very well may decide that you've got enough firepower in your list. You've got enough anti-tanky list. You've got plenty of high AP shit in your list. But what you lack is a tank that can really take a punch. A tank that can really just slug it out with the big boys. A tank that doesn't mind getting a bit up close and personal. Okay. Well, then that's why you would bring in a Rogue Dawn, be it a commander or a commander or a standard Rogue Dawn. That's why you would bring one in. And maybe you're like, I'd prefer to have a regular Rogue because it's got a bladed plating, but I need orders for these tanks, so I'll cover 2 bases at once. That's another great way of looking at it. What if you've got plenty of Leman Russes which are doing firepower in your army, but you haven't got any orders for them? Well, a couple of Rogue, you've got the firepower sorted. I want a bit of durability, and I might as well have some orders come with that as well. I'm knobbing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then, I'm not saying you should use it in melee, Nick. Fuck's sake. It doesn't mind being closer to the fight. You don't want it in melee. Rogue Dawns can only really survive 1 phase. If they get shot up, they'll be okay. If they get stabbed up, they'll be okay. If they get shot up and stabbed up in the same turn, you're probably going to lose it. But likewise, what if you've already got 2 Rogue Dawns in your list? What if you've got 2 standard... Nick Happy, okay, good. I thought I was worried there for a second. What if you've got 2 standard Rogue Dawns in your list already? Well, you might be like, I got durability coming out the wazoo, but what I'm really lacking is some firepower. I need something with some high AP goodness. And I don't want to rely upon something like an Exterminator, which could just go, oh, God, oh, you're dead. I'm fucked. So you go, okay, well, I'll add in some Leman, especially if you're in like combined arms, for example, I'll add in some Leman tank commanders like executioner cannons because they're going to bring the AP. They're going to have lethal, so the strength isn't such a big problem. And now I've got orders wandering around as well. So that is that. So when people argue about Dawns versus Russes, it really, Dawn commanders versus Russ commanders, it really shouldn't be a debate of which is of one or the other. It should be a debate of what capability is missing in your army, what capability can you afford in your army, and which unit is going to be able to bridge, which unit is going to be able to solve a problem in your list. Yeah. That's the way you want to think about it. So says hot take executioners not AT are not worth it. I partially agree with that. I think Leman Russes, whether they're tank commanders or whether they're executioners, whichever, Leman Russ is armed with the executioner plasma cannon, can do pretty good supporting AT in a combined arms attachment. But I think that they shouldn't be relied upon to do all of the anti-tank. I think at the end of the day, if you've got lethal hits on something which is AP minus 3, flat damage 3, it's pretty good. If you're not in combined arms, though, you probably don't want executioners because they're only strength 8. If I take a tank, it's not one that's strength 8. Again, its strength doesn't matter when you're really. Its strength doesn't matter when you're really looking at lethal hits. Yeah. That's the main thing. Personally, all I can say, Swords and 87 is personally, I have been using executioner tank commanders on my Leman Russes since the Codex dropped. I basically just swapped out my demolishers, and I have been very, very happy with them. Despite what I just said, I am sorely tempted, to take 5 executioners in combined arms and just 2 tank commanders, 1 with grand strategist, 3 regular ones, just to see how much heavy lifting they can do. Hmm. Hmm. So there's every Chungus accepts your challenge. Bring your one-shot bank, strength plasma, no go text. I know you're only memeing, but that if I am to be boring and be serious for a moment, that is surprisingly not a good example. Because Big Chungus Unclean One with a 4+ Feel No Pain is incredibly durable no matter what weapon is firing at him. Mortal Wounds, Feel No Pain. For, you know, medium strength stuff, for Invuln, Feel No Pain. It doesn't matter what you fire at him, he's incredibly durable. And so against almost, we'll never say every metric because there's always going to be an exception that proves the rule, but almost every metric, he is very, very tough and very, very durable. So yeah, surprise, surprise, one of the most durable units in the entire game wouldn't have an issue with getting shot at. Would be able to take the damage. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, he's a really, 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 really good unit. Really, really good. Fantastic. But you could say anything, and it's like, oh, that Shadow Sword. Good luck, that Shadow Sword getting past my 4+ Invuln and 4+ Feel No Pain. Yeah, I've done it. Yeah. I've seen it. It doesn't. You don't kill him. I have shot double Shadow Sword at Big Chungus, and he's not taken any damage. It took next to damage. That's double Titan Killer, and they had orders. This was before they got nerfed. So do you know what I mean? So it's one of those where you can literally hold up anything to him, and that is a, how to put this? It is a testament to how good he is. It is not necessarily an indictment of other units going into him. I think that's the way to put it. So hopefully that makes sense. Yeah. I want to say a big thank you next to Cuter. Thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the 14-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Meme list and stream discussion. 07, sir. 07, mate. Right, let's take a look at this meme list. I love a good meme list. Don't let your memes be dreams. Cuter. Full-on meme list featuring triple Death Strike, yes, as well as 2 Stormlords. No. And they're putting their fine to good use. 4 lads come over Blade. How about we make that 10? So Cadian Command Squad, Lord Solar, Tech Bruce, 10 Cadians, 2 Cadian Heavy Weapon, 2 lads cannons, 2 Catton Heavy Weapon, 2 lads cannons, Death Strike, Stormlord. Okay. I admire your flair. But you are spending 590 points on each Stormlord because you want to have those Stormlords have more anti-tank. You're not putting any other delivery system. You're not putting any other delivery unit inside the Stormlords. So your whole thing is, I want to make my Stormlord do anti-tank. Okay? Well, why the fuck wouldn't you just take an anti-tank super heavy? Why wouldn't you just take a Bane Sword? Think about it. Bane Sword fires or a Storm Sword. Both would be cheaper than what you're trying to achieve here. Both come with plenty of anti-infantry with the 15 heavy bolters, 15 heavy bolter shots. And they get the 4 lance guns, and they've got the main gun, which has D6 plus 6 shots plus blast. So it's not like there's no volume there. You're getting 20 Stormlord shots, or you're getting 10 plus blast shots from the main gun. So there's no point in taking a Stormlord and trying to make it do anti-tank. Just take a super heavy that can do anti-tank. There you go. I know, I'm being so boring and serious, aren't I? Mordian, Why you harshing my buzz, man? It's time for Mordian glory. Ordinary Mordian. Is that sending a message? I don't think it's very funny. Yes, Q-Tut. It is about sending the message. The message being... I can't, that's too mean. The message being that you don't know how to write a list. No! Oh, we've gone from ordinary, boring Mordian to mean, very, very mean, bitter, sassy Mordian. Cute. Oh, cute. Cute's like, well, fuck you then. I'm no 15-month member flex. I'm sorry, Cute. I'm sorry. Oh, man. Take whatever every list you want. It's triple Death Strike, 2 Stormlords. Who knows? Maybe it's the hidden meta gem that we all wanted. Maybe it is. My advice to you, sir, is I would take a Bane Sword.
Reporting for duty, sir.
Boromir would have picked a Bane Sword. Oh, man. Will it be fun as fuck to play? Yes, it will be. Will it win any RTTs? I also doubt it. I think if I was to say one thing, it's not a single meme list, it's a double meme list. Because triple Death Strike is a meme. Double Super Heavy is a meme. Taking both is just memes upon memes. You're a brave, beautiful bastard, Q-Tut. May the Emperor guide you. And your... Sometimes the Emperor's guidance manifests itself as insanity. We can only hope that is the case right now. Q-Tut, I love it, mate. I love it. Seriously, try it out. I'd love to see pictures, man. Of course, I want to play a good super hero, play Bane Sword. I'd also have a second move featuring a super heavy 1500-point tournament cooking. I mean, three Storm Swords, right? Or do you go 3? How? I mean, 1500 points. I think you can only fit in like you can't even fit. The only thing you could do if you wanted to do triple super heavy and not get completely butt fucked at 1500 points would either be go shadow swords, but and then you could afford the Lord Solar, or you go Bane Sword times 3 and Acadian Castellan, and then you go combined arms, and then every turn he uses the stratagem that lets him order. Oh no, he can't order tanks, can he? So no, it literally doesn't even work. Yeah, it's got to be triple Shadow Sword with the Lord Solar. Yeah. He can't order super heavies. He can order regular tanks. Yeah, I realised with combined command, whatever it's called. Yeah. Nuno, good to have you back, man. He's been playing Crusade. Shit, man. That's crazy. Well, good to have you back, Nuno. It's been a long time. Amazing. All the OGs coming back this stream, boys. I want to say a big thank you to Warner Malarkey. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Have you tried a mech list of combined arms yet? I'm having a hard time balancing my list. Points update hasn't helped either. Yes. So I have tried a mech list combined arms in the last battle report that I did. I really, really enjoyed it. So much so that this weekend I'm going to a Teams GT. So basically I'm going to a big GT. And I will be taking combined arms mech. My list is old school. I'm taking trad mech. I'm choosing that trad mech lifestyle. So it's 5 chimeras with heavy bolters, heavy stubbers, with 5 sets of catachans in. It's 3 Lemurous vanquishers, 2 Lemurous tank commanders with all of the plasma, 2 artillery teams with a Castellan to boss them around. It's very It's very traditional. It's very safe, and it is essentially the same list that nearly the same list that I have been running for essentially the same list that I've been running since. You can basically see me running the same list. Oh, I've got a Scout Sentinel as well. And a Commissar, just for doing secondary stuff. It's basically the same list that I was running like 2 years ago at Adepticon. 2 years in a row at Adepticon. Yeah. It was a team tournament, so I thought about taking double Bane Sword Hammer of the Emperor. I had a list that was 2,000 points. Do you want to know what it was? I'm saving this for the RTT the weekend after, so I'm going to 2 tournaments in a row. One weekend after the other. So I took a very safe list because it was a team tournament, and I didn't want to let my teammates down. For the next tournament, though, as it's just me, I'm going full memes. I am taking Lord Sol Leontus. Lord Sol Leontus, 2 units of Catachans and Tauroxes, 3 units of Kazakin and Tauroxes, double Bane Sword, and a Scout Sentinel. In Hammer of the Emperor. How beautiful is that fucking list, boys? That is 2K on the nose. Double Bane Sword, triple Kazakin Dart, couple of Scout Sentinel for doing scouty things, couple of Catachans and Tauroxes. If it wasn't completely untested, I'd be taking that list this weekend. If I'm going to go into a tournament blind, I'm not taking if I'm going to team tournament, I have to take something that I can not let the side down with. So yeah, there you go. There you go. I'll let you know how Combined Arms Met goes this weekend, and I'll let you know the weekend after how how I've called it Super Hammer, how Super Hammer goes. I want to say a big thank you next to Game Guru. Thank you for Super Chat, man. Fun narrative battle point stream discussion. Can skip around if too long. Let's have a look. It doesn't look too long. It doesn't look too long. We'll take a look now. And whilst we're here, Max Irian, I will thank you for your super chat as well, mate. Hello with a short, silly game story stream discussion. Let's look at both these games in stream discussion. There we go. Let's have a look, boys. Shout out to Max Irian and to Game Guru. I'll tell you what, before I go there, boys, I'll say a quick thank you to Scully. Scully, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. I'm out for the day. Have a good one, everyone. Send in the next wave. Hey. Well, Scully, thank you for your support, mate. Have a good day out. I hope you have fun, man. And always send in the next wave. All right, let's have a look here. So I think this one is Game Guru first. I had the stars align. I had a wonderful night game on Saturday with a good buddy of mine. We played with the new asymmetric missions, and we saw that the last stand deployment had a designer's note that recommended a large defensible structure in the middle for the defender. We knew what we needed. We knew we needed to go all out and build a massive Necron fortress for the Silent King in its ability to defend. Pause that thought. Pause that thought. One second. I'll come back around to it. Scully, my boy! Oh my God! When he said send in the next wave, he meant he was sending in the next wave. Oh my God. Oh my God. Holy shit, man. Shit. Scully coming in with not one, not two, but 50 gifted membership, baby. Yeah. That is the equivalent of the Death Strike support. Absolute Giga Chad maneuver. Scully coming in here. He's slapping the big 50 on the table. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Everybody in stream, Kick gang, Twitch gang, YouTube gang. I want every man we have to spam 07, to spam emojis. Let's show some fucking recognition. Let's show some fucking appreciation. Let us show some goddamn gratitude to Scully for being an absolute big dick swinging player, for going above and beyond the Call of Duty and coming in with the big support. Yeah. Fuck me, man. Scully, I raise my glass to you. I raise my glass to you. You are an officer, a gentleman and a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir. And from the bottom of my heart, mate, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you, 1,000 times thank you for your phenomenal generosity and for just being a good lad and a good support of the channel. 07, you magnificent bastard. Oh my days. Oh my days. Scully. I love it. I love it, mate. Shit, boys. Shit. I'm jacked. It came out of nowhere. I was just like reading a chill game and it's like, I'm jacked. I'm jacked to the fucking tits. Oh man. That's incredible. That is incredible. 50 gifted memberships, man, in one go. Nice. Scully, one last time, mate. Thank you. 50 conscripts for the YouTube gang. Can Kick gang and Twitch gang, can they beat the YouTube gang? I think the YouTube gang is like pretty much like go. But I had a crazy idea, by the way, but I'm not sure it could work. But I had a crazy idea where I was gonna have like 3 tiers of membership on YouTube, but they were all gonna cost the same amount. But one would be for Imperial players, like that's what the current membership was. One would be for heretics, all the badges and emojis would be heretic ones, and one would be for Xenos, and they would all be the same amount and all come with the exact same perks. But the idea would be that you know, people could like compete with each other on, you know, like 50 Guvesa, 50 Orc Boys, you know, 50 50 quarters, everything. But YouTube won't let you have 2 memberships at the same price, so there'd have to be a tax. Why is my membership an extra £1 more for the exact same benefits? Because you're a heretic. Mine's my membership double for the exact same benefits. Because you're a Tau player. I don't think YouTube lets you do it. Oh, I don't think YouTube lets you do it, but there you go. You can't do it in penny increments, sadly, Jar. What you have to do them in YouTube does them in tiers from $1.99 upwards in increments of $1. Yeah. That's the that, if I could do it a penny, that would be amazing. But I don't think so. I don't think so. Anyway, why don't I check? Why don't I quickly check? Yeah, give me a second. No, you can't. There's no custom option. There's no custom option, unfortunately. Do you want to know how much the most expensive membership is?
Yes, boss.
439, 440 basically pounds a month. 440, 439.99. That'd be crazy, man. That'd be crazy. There you go. There you are. I have no idea, Sam. I haven't got that level. How do you? It's not like it's the crazy thing is it's not like you could even get like porn. Do you know what I mean? Like at least on like if you were charging that much on OnlyFans, maybe you could like it could be like £500 a month. Come and actually fuck me. Do you know what I mean? Like maybe. I don't know if that would work on OnlyFans. I'm not sure, but at least for that, that's what kind of what you'd be expecting, right? But it's not like YouTube is like, oh yeah, pay me that much and then come and fuck me. YouTube like, get banned. Yeah. Madness. I think it would be purely there just for those people that wanted to flex. Yeah. Apparently. All right. Let's have a look at these narrative bits and bobs. Let's have a look. Okay, so build a big ass fucking fortress for the Silent King and Innocence to defend. This works extremely well with the new power drain primary mission where the defender starts with 50 primary points and slowly it gets drained away by actions done and objected by the attacker. That's so cool. We decided this meant that the Necrons were trying to bring the rest of their legion to the portal, and my iron space was deployed to try and stop them. I love that, man. I love that. I moved my Master of the Forge, Ironfather Therios, and his 10 heavy intense bodyguard to face the Silent King head on, and I'm proud to say that they tanked a full 20 warrior Necron blob, 2 Tesla Mortals with the Plasmancer, and the Staff of Stars of the Silent King, with naught but a single wound taken. The flesh is weak. That is incredible. Wow. 10 Terminators led by Captain Trolosis countercharged a swarm of raids that tried to stop us from weakening the portal, and together the two squads were a wall of iron that took everything the Necrons could throw at it for nearly the entire game. See, I've actually been saying this. I think that a brick of 10 Terminators is actually it's actually something a lot of people aren't prepared to deal with. And so, I know that if someone said 10 Terminators at me, I would be like, oh, interesting. How do I deal with this? It would definitely give me pause for thought. The last thing I would shout out is this heroic assault intercessor sergeant with a jetpack, who after losing his whole squad, jumped up into the middle of the Necron fortress, scoring me a ton of victory points, grenaded the Doomsday out to death, plasma pistol vaporized the Necron immortal, and flattened a second on a charge, and then killed him through his power fist. My opponent had later agreed that he was knocked into the portal and is presumably doing more acts of heroism on the other side on the Necron 2 build. Dude, you need to promote that guy to a captain. Whether you repaint him in gold or some shit, or you buy a jump pack captain and use that model, but you genuinely need a jump pack captain. That is he just took out a whole 5-man squad single-handedly. You've got to fuck if on a narrative game, you've got to represent that, man. This is so cool. You guys built a fucking Necron fucking fortress. That's so cool. That's sick, man. That is actually badass. That's actually really badass. Marines can be pretty cool. Yeah, Marines can do some pretty heroic shit, man. Those new Termies do look great. Yeah, they do look great, man. Nice. There he is. Absolute Giga Chad. Nice. And then we had, I think it was Max Syrian, wasn't it? That, by the way, Game Guru, love it. That looks like a proper game of 40k to me. Nice. Few pictures of a 2000 point gaming as AdMeg had at my local game store. Same one I interviewed are actually hella satisfying to see my tanks on the table. I employed a blitzkrieg sort of setup where my infantry used my tanks as covering advance. I was holding out for battle line related objectives, but at the very least it was fun to just have all their fire pinging off tank armor. I think he killed like 6 models the entire match via deep striking flamers. Nice. The game was taken hold on a search and destroy deployment, mostly a narrative game, hence the board. My Krieg had heard this definitely low AdMech were heretics and launched a siege on the planet. The AdMech met them in the forest before they could reach the manufactorums and temples, and thus they clashed. That's cool. We were rushed out of the store, so the game didn't go all 5 rounds. Highlights include my Storm Sword immediately destroying the Dune Walker turn 1, and then every single day demise all that game going off. Poor guy dealt more damage than I did to him. Yes! He deep striked his flamer flyer boys on the home objective, but my Kriegsmen managed to not be entirely slaughtered, thus to hold in my home clutch by won by 1 single point. I'd captured Emma's land and brought in the Malcador from reserve just close enough to be in range when they ejected the score. Guy was a wonderfully good sport. Addendum, picture second message below showing the Malcador clutch itself. Nice. Dude, that's such a... Dude, I love that, man. I like the colour scheme. Hey, you can get a lot on an AdMech army these days, can't you? Fuck me. What are those bitches complaining about? Hey, I like the terrain. Yeah. Nice. I remember the Shadow Sword from last week now. Yeah, nice. That's cool. That's true. I've never met a dickhead AdMech player, to be fair, but I haven't met many AdMech players. Nice. And then we had an extra picture here. Nice. Malcador just being like, I can do it, boss. I can fucking do it. Amazing. That's cool, man. Big shout out to Max Syrian. Big shout out to Game Guru. Yeah, big shout out to you boys. I want to say a huge thank you next to Studio Emily. Thank you for the follow. 1 minute, I'm just going to check that's not a bot, because sometimes we get bots that join us on Kick. And if you're not a bot, Studio Emily, oh, it is a bot. It's a bot. Fuck you. Well, I don't know if it's a bot, but Studio Emily, what have you in your cabinet? Bruh, put some screen layout and chat layout. That will make your stream more appealing. You should me on OnlyFans. You are cute. Studio Emily, go fuck yourself. There you go. Begone, thought. There we are. It wasn't a bot. It was a thought. There you are. There we go. Right. It's the only way to be sure. Bang. Thing is I used to have screen layouts. You guys remember, see? Do you remember? You remember? And you guys were all like, don't like it. Well, you don't like it, but it was like, wow, look how much, like, little of the screen is actually being used for, like, streaming stuff. So now we're like, bosh. Keep it simple. It's funny how you can tell straight away from someone's, like, name if they're, like, dodge or not, can't you? You can always tell that straight away. Yeah, yeah. It didn't even say you should follow me on OnlyFans. It said you should me on OnlyFans. Like, what do you mean? You should get on top of me on OnlyFans. No, Mrs. Mordian, I need help. Oh my god. All right, let's have a look. Oh my god. I want to say a big thank you to Blackstone Chapter Master. Thank you. Oh, Mrs. Mordian's there. Yay! Mrs. Mordian's here. There we go. That totally reminds me of that meme where it's like, I'm somebody's bitch. Oh, man. I want to say a big thank you next to Blackstone Chapter Master. Meme, a vid, and a list discussion. Also, view my story yet. I haven't. I will apologise. I didn't have time to do it this weekend, but I will make the time. I know you feel I'm not stringing you along, Blackstone Chapter Master. I promise. I had an incredibly busy weekend, but I still fully intend to read it. So like I said, I want to say thank you for your patience. I want to assure you I'm not just stringing you along or anything like that, mate. I just haven't had a spare minute. I'm going to be honest, it's going to be a little while. I will try and find time after today's stream, but I've got a collab battle report on Wednesday, me and Allspecs broing down, and then I've got a tournament at the weekend, and so obviously I've got a lot of recording I've got to do around those events, so it might take me a little while, but like I said, I still fully intend to read it. If you've taken the time to type that out, I will take the time to read it, but it might take me a little while to get to it because I'm very busy at the moment. All right, so I'm telling you that not to disappoint you, not to fob you off. I'm telling you that so you know I'm not fucking you around, and you know sort of what my schedule is, so you can sort of be like, okay, so reasonably it's going to be at some point, but maybe not, you know, this week or maybe towards the end of this week kind of thing. Okay. That's why there's no point in bullshitting. Might as well just be honest with you. And so then you guys, you know, your sort of expectations are set and all that kind of stuff. Best way, just be honest with each other. Just bros should be honest with each other. That's the way to do it. But let us have a look at what you've been doing here. Blackstone Chaplin. There's a thing I'm making, by the way, absolutely no doubt, with the meme video. So we've got... Is it an all-Kroot list? Nice. Yeah. GW keeps releasing really cool things and then nerfing them to the point where nobody wants to run them anymore. Like, they released actually competitive all-Kroot armies and then nerfed them into the fucking ground. And they released really cool Krieg stuff and then nerfed it into the ground. Like, it's like they don't want people to collect the cool stuff. But anyway, it's because of balance, man. They are obsessed with trying to balance the game beyond anything else. And to balance and simplify the game beyond anything else. And I feel personally like this is a very, very, very noble endeavor, but they need to make sure that they're not... they need to make sure the cost is worth it. The cost of player goodwill. The cost of flavor. Yeah. Like, I respect this list. I got mad respect for this. But I do think there is an element of... I do think there's an element of 40k players being to blame. Because for years we demanded balance. For years we demanded that they did the game in a certain way. And now we've kind of got what we wanted. Feels like maybe we're careful what you wish for. I think there is an element of it. I would say GW is not doing those things for themselves. They're doing them because that's what we demanded. And there's definitely an element of that. Black Templar Ancient hat. What's this? Right.
Why have you got a bucket on your head? It's my helmet. If you say so, bucket boy. Oh, sod off, you prick. And where did you find that banner? Oh, it was just next to Barry, you know. Right. You weren't at Armageddon, though, were you? Nope. Barry is going to be pissed off about that. Oh, please, he's still asleep.
Stolen valor! Stolen valor!
Fuck's sake. And what the fuck is this thing?
The raptors in the original Jurassic Park are terrifying. The fact that it sounds like it says nope whenever it's chasing you down is pure nightmare fuel, like it's literally telling you you're not getting away. But did you know that
I
in some of
don't
the
think it
original
was
Jurassic
making
Park
notes.
scripts, they were even worse? Some of the scripts, like the novel, had more raptors, with the most being 9. In one version, after Hammond watches them eviscerate a cow, he turns his back to the cage, and they attempt to use the winch that lowered the cow down to escape and attack Hammond. In that same script, when Arnold attempts to go turn on the power, we actually see one of the raptors grab a hold of him and drag him into their enclosure. Quick sad side note is that Sam Jackson's character Arnold was supposed to get a death scene in the film, but we don't see it because a hurricane destroyed the set they needed. In another script, we get to see the results of a raptor attack, the same as the novel, as an injured worker is brought to Costa Rica.
Oh wait, no, because Sam Jackson died anyway, didn't he?
But we don't see it because a
Yeah.
hurricane destroyed the set.
So I thought they were talking about Dr. Hammond. Not Dr. Hammond,
of a raptor attack, the same
main
as the
guy.
novel, as an injured worker is brought to Costa Rica. As a doctor tries to save him, he dies from the horrific wounds, whispering only one word: raptor. If you'd like to learn more about how terrifying the raptors were, make sure you check out the Untold Stories.
I mean, I don't need to, mate. I saw the fucking film and they shit me up. But I appreciate the effort. There we go. Nice. That's cool. That's cool. All right. You learn new stuff. Yeah. Didn't they have a policy on the movie of never showing the dinosaurs being shot? I think that policy only changed with the first Jurassic World film. I think if you go back and watch it, you never see they like not shot with guns. So there's that scene in the second movie where they shoot one with like a dart, and you see that. But if you go back and watch the films, you never see the dinosaurs actually being blasted. You see like, or hear people shooting them off camera, but you never see them actually getting shot. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's something I heard. I don't know why. I'm going to Google it. Fuck it. We live in the information age. Take advantage of it. Why did they not show the dinosaurs being shot in Jurassic Park? In Jurassic Park, the decision not to show dinosaurs being shot, especially in the first film, was a deliberate decision to maintain a sense of wonder and avoid explicitly depicting violence towards the creatures, which were presented as animals rather than monsters. The film aimed to evoke a sense of awe and respect for dinosaurs, and showing them being killed, particularly with firearms, would have undermined this. You know, I think that is a really... I think that's a great point. If Jurassic Park was made nowadays, they would... I don't know. Films have definitely become more formulaic, more churned out. And I think there's an element of... It's why when a good film comes out, everyone is like, that's a fucking good film. And no one can really tell you why it's a good film, but it's all of the little things that like a good director would know, or a good director would say, we're not going to just show the dinosaurs getting shot. It's the little things that add up to making a film a great film. Yeah. Not all, you know, it's not like you can't show violence, but it's about what is your film. It's not just this is the story, how do we get from point A to point B? It's what is also underneath the story that you're trying to tell. Yeah. Because you have plenty of films that show violence and are epic and great, like Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings shows people getting chopped up, not like blood going everywhere, but, you know, orcs getting hacked and slashed, arrows going all over the place. Look at Helm's Deep. They showed a lot of fucking violence on camera there. But the point of that movie wasn't to not show violence. Yeah. It's not about showing violence or not showing violence. It's about, there's a lot of small things that go into making a movie, to make a movie go from being just, that was quite good, to this is something people will watch for the next 100 years. There were just some, yeah. I mean, it's interesting though, there aren't many films that people watch. I wonder what films will still be being watched in 100 years' time, or even 50 years' time. Do you still think people will watch the original Lord of the Rings? And do you think someone will have remade them by then? I mean, a great example of this, if you want an example, people still watch the original Star Wars trilogy. And they were in the 70s, weren't they? They're like 50 years old now. (1977), yeah. Is that 58 years? Yeah. (58 years ago). People still watch the original trilogy. Jaws?
Glory for the first man to die!
1975.
Charge!
Yeah, no matter what, they've never managed to recreate the original Jaws. They've never recaptured. Oh my god! 1 minute, Wilario. 1 minute. I need to wank Wilario off. Okay. Was it 48 years ago? Okay. Was it? You are right. It is 48. Me no math good. Anyway, we shall pause this conversation and come back to it in a moment. The obvious answer, by the way, in terms of video games, is people will still be playing Dawn of War 1 in 50 years' time. All right. But before we do that, we need to, gentlemen, loosen your arms up, warm your arms up, because the man, the myth, the legend, Wilario, 1982, just came in with not one, not two, but 25 gifted subs on Kick, baby! Yeah, buddy. Glory to the first man to die. Charge! Holy shit, man! Oh, that, for those that don't know, that is a Death Strike and a Baneblade and change. That is a big deal. Chat, you know what to do. We need to spam. We need to spam emojis. We need to spam 07s. We need to show some goddamn gratitude and some fucking awe. Some fucking awe to Wilario for coming in with the 25 gifted memberships. And I don't mean to alarm you. Now, that may not be the most members we've had gifted in one go tonight, but that is in the Twitch YouTube Kick rivalry. That is the biggest membership gift we've had. Because those that don't know, on Kick, it's £5 per membership. That's why when Wilario gives 25, we go fucking bonkers, because that's like 125 quid. And also on Kick, the creator keeps 95%. On YouTube, you keep 70, which is still very good. But on Kick, you keep 95%. So it's a very, very, very big amount of support, and it really does it really does have a big impact on the channel. So Wilario knows this because he's a good lad. He's a good lad. He's a good man. He likes to support the channel, and he always goes above and beyond. And Wilario, let me just say, you absolute fucking hero. You absolute fucking Giga Chad. Thank you, thank you, thank you 1,000 times fucking thank you. Shit. Oh my God. Wilario, thank you so much for going above and beyond. Thank you so much for more than doing your part. And seriously, man, I do appreciate you doing your support on Kick, of course, because obviously, you know, as the creator, it makes a big difference me getting basically all of it, man. It does. So yeah, massive thank you to Wilario for that. And also Wilario, I've just sorted out the last 4 boxes. I've got one here already. So probably either end of this week or beginning of next week, we're going to be doing the biggest unboxing stream yet. I think 5 is the biggest. 5 is the biggest. We've got them all here now. It's the mythical sixth box. And holy shit, man. And am I fucking excited. In fact, dude, I was actually working on some of the stuff that you have sent me this weekend. As part of getting ready for TTC, I actually built myself the Heavy Sentinel. I also built some weapons for it, but they don't stay on without some help. They will stay on once things have been painted. But yeah, look, I've got the melter gun on there, and then I've also got. I don't think they're going to stay in. I'll see if I can get 1 minute. This is what I'm going for. There you go. I think that looks pretty fucking sick, man. I think that looks pretty fucking sick. Missiles and the big fucking melter lance on top. Yeah. I actually really enjoyed building this model. I enjoyed building the Hermes ones more, but that's just because they were smaller and easier. But I actually have to say, this is another Horus Heresy kit where the sprue layout was not infuriating. I have to say, I am massive fan of the Horus Heresy kits. They're modern and good. Can it fit the whole piece of paper? We'll find out. We'll find out. So Wilario, thank you very much for support, mate. And I've got some more Wilario boxes ready to be built as part of the my preparation for TTC, including the other Lehman Russ assault tank for Heresy. So there you go. So Wilario, thank you so much for all of the Warhammer, which we'll be unboxing in the near future. Thank you so much for all of your all the support you've already sent with models and with super chats and stuff. And a massive fucking thank you from the bottom of my fucking heart for the 25 gifted Kick memberships. That is actually incredible, man. 07, you magnificent bastard. Sullivan Smith, the bastards are nicking 30%. Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, different streaming platforms take a different cut of your support. So Twitch is which is the original streaming platform, it's 50-50. So for every penny that for every membership, so on a £5 membership on Twitch, I get £2.50. Twitch takes £2.50. So on and it has to be £5. You can't adjust it. On YouTube, any super chat, any gifted membership, I get 70%, which is really good. Like that was for the longest time, like that was like the best. And it's still very, very good. Don't get me wrong, it's still very, very good. And the best bit about YouTube memberships is I, as the creator, have got the flexibility to charge what I want, whereas on Kick and on Twitch, I can't. They just set the price, and that's what it is. On Kick, it is a $5, but for the membership. But as the creator, I get 95%, which is really, 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 really good. So yeah, but gifting hurts you getting partner goals on Kick. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. I still get 95%. I know what you're saying. So on Kick, there's a whole thing where if you become a partner, which is where you have to basically. The only way I could get it is if I basically decided I was only doing live streams on Kick going forward. That's the only way it can happen. Which I'm not ever intending to do because multi-streaming is the future. But if you do, basically there's a difference. A bit like on Twitch, you can be like an affiliate and be a partner. It's the same thing on Kick. You can become affiliate and a partner. Affiliate being the lower level, partner being for the big cheeses. And if you become a partner, then Kick will actually pay you per hour you stream, which is pretty good, like, to be fair. But for me, obviously, YouTube is where the main base is. So that's why, this YouTube is where the main base is. So yeah, it doesn't. So yeah, it does. Like, in theory, it hurts, but it doesn't hurt because multi-streaming is where it's at. But yeah, but on Kick you get 95%. That's because Kick is obviously trying to encourage people in. But yeah, there you go. Now, what's interesting is, here's the interesting thing. I'm just saying. How to put this without sounding like an absolutely greedy bastard. There's no easy way of saying it. I might as well just sound greedy as fuck. I have been idly, but not seriously, but idly considering just doing Kick. And I'll tell you why. Because if I did Kick and you guys use the tipping link, I get 100%. I get 100% of the tips on the tipping link, and I get 95% of what I get from Kick. But the issue is, of course, that memberships are more expensive on Kick, and also everyone here is like, fuck Kick, I like YouTube. Also, the whole point of this is to multi-stream, is to not have all my eggs in one basket. So if something goes wrong on one platform, I've got another platform to go to and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's not about going from one to the other. It's about having backups and established backups and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Byron, I completely agree with you. You should go stream early on Kick. Have fun. What's the chair percentage? Well, obviously I take no cut. The chair is in command. I couldn't afford it. Well, exactly. That's it. Like, the point is each platform. Different people like different platforms, and so this is like, we're being. If we actually talk about it seriously for a moment. Which we weren't talking about it seriously before. Like I said, I was taking the piss. I was being a greedy bastard. It's better to stream on multiple platforms, because that way, A, you can reach a wider audience, and B, different people enjoy different platforms. Like, some people really like the way Twitch does things, especially with the fact that you get Prime subs over on Twitch. That's an advantage of doing Twitch. Prime subs is amazing. Also on Twitch, what happens is you buy, they don't do super chats, they do bits. And what happens is you buy the bits, and then, which let's say 1,000, let's say, each bit is a cent. So if you, how Twitch does it is, if you buy 500 bits, it won't cost you $5. It would cost you like, let's say like $6 or something. So they take $1 from the bits. They take $1 off the top, but then every single bit that gets gifted to me, I get 100% of that. So it's a bit of a complicated system, but basically the buyer pays the fee in that way, and then the content creator gets 100% of your support. So some people like the way, and also you get channel points over on Twitch as well. So Twitch does loads of things right, and then people like that platform for certain reasons. YouTube, again, YouTube has lots of unique features, which is great. The way you can customize the amounts, the way you for memberships. Most importantly for YouTube, and this is, I think, this is something Twitch doesn't do really, and Kick doesn't do. Is on YouTube you can do a super chat for as little or as much as you want, and you don't get taken out of the platform. The problem with like Twitch and with Kick is that if you want to give me a tip, I get 100% of it, but you have to basically leave the stream, do the tip, and then come back in, which is not convenient. Whereas YouTube, it's like you just do it right there. You just do it right there. You don't miss a second. There's no interruption. There's no convenient. It's ultimately convenient. So YouTube, I would say, is the most convenient. Twitch is OG, and Kick gives you the best cut. And honestly, the best way of doing things is just to stream on all three. And that's the best way of doing it. And people have asked me about streaming on Rumble as well. And I have absolutely no issue with streaming on Rumble. In fact, I actually have things set up preemptively to stream on Rumble. The only reason I don't stream on Rumble is I can't combine Rumble in the chat on screen. So the chat you guys see on screen is YouTube, Kick, and Twitch together. And so everyone can chat together no matter what platform they're on. You can't do that with Rumble. Rumble doesn't have a public API which would allow me to do that. So essentially, when Rumble releases that, then I will be a Rumbler. Yeah, I'll be a Rumbler. But until then, I'm not going to be on Rumble. Yeah. So yeah, I've already set it up. I've always took about 5 minutes. It's a piece of piss. Yeah. Yeah. Tectone is telling all his content creators to multi-stream. This is fine. His chat is spreading the charcoal. I've only watched a little bit of Tectone. He's pretty edgy, but that's fine. Like that's his. Everyone's got to have like a vibe, right? But I will just say, I was multi-streaming before the big boys. I've been multi-streaming for over a year now. There you go. As always, I'm the trendsetter. Everyone else just follows me. Oh my god. Yeah. There you go. But every stream needs its own. Is it? Okay. I don't know if that's true, Suriade, but we'll see. Anyway, the point is I'm not on Rumble, so I'm not going to worry about it. But yeah, that is interesting if that is the case. But yeah, yeah. As for Kate Washington, well, exactly. The point is, like, I like, if we look at the numbers, let's just be real for a moment. And by the way, I do have some super chats here, so I do need to catch up on Q-Tut and also on Anthony Williams and Seth Key and Trooper and Wartforge. So we're going to wrap up quickly, but let's be honest with each other for a moment. YouTube is obviously where the heart of the community is. It's where my channel is. It's where I built myself. Built my reputation. Whatever the fuck that's worth. Fucking obsessive guard, cheesy bastard, whacker cunt. But I built myself on YouTube, and so naturally we do get more people on YouTube. So like right now we're streaming to 120 people on YouTube, we're streaming to 4 people on Twitch, and we're streaming to 3 people on Kick. So basically we're streaming on YouTube. with a few people I suspect which are basically doing both YouTube and Twitch or YouTube and Kick. But the point about having the other channels set up now is that there will be some people that just join on Kick and that's the way they like things. And also the other thing with doing it is it means it's not a cold start. If something goes horribly wrong, if tomorrow YouTube goes under, like it turns out they've been fiddling the numbers for years, they go under, it's all fucked. See you later. That's it. It means that I don't have to go, oh fuck. It means I just go, guys, YouTube's gone under. But guess what? Normal service continues over on these platforms. That's it. Yeah. That's it. So that's why it's to basically have a bit of a backup already set up, and also it's to start building those other communities. No matter how long it takes, just slowly build those communities up. Yeah. So yeah, there we go. Anyway, this is enough boring real life shit. I know you guys like to peek behind the curtain every so often. I know some of you are also content creators, so you like to, or aspiring content creators, so you like to know what's going on. But shall we get back to the Warhammer shit? I do want to check something quickly here, just for my own purposes. Okay, I thought that was happening. Perfect. I need to remember to do that at the beginning of the stream. Cool. There we go. Nice. Just checking that all the chats synced up. There was a little issue with the Kick one, but I fixed it. So we're all good. We're all gravy, baby. All gravy. We're all gravy. Everyone is gravy. We're all covered in gravy. Lutz has also apparently... Lutz hears the word gravy and he comes diving in the stream. I knew you were a northerner at heart. Lutz, my boy! All right. Lutz, good to have you here, man. How's it going, bud? How's it going? Let's have a look. We've got some super chats coming in here. I want to say a big thank you to Q-Tut. Q-Tut, thank you for the super chat, man. We've had one meme list, yes, but what about second meme list? Interesting. Oh, I'm always up for a second meme list. I'm always up for a second meme list, mate. We've had one meme list, yes. What about second meme list? This one is for 1500-point tournament with the restriction of only one of each non-battle line units, max of each battle line. So it's Highlander. Okay. This is mechanized attachment. Yes, I know. Bane's is better, but big ass got the gun go, bro. Fuck. What is it? It's the... God damn it. If it's not Doomhammers, it's Stormlords. Just take the Bane swords, guys. Oh. Just take... Anyway. Also, I feel quite strongly like I need to ban Lucian. Can I get away with banning Lucian? Because he just said... Get that filth away from my fish and chips. No gravy on your fish and chips. Say no to curry sauce. I've banned people for less. And no mushy peas either. What the fuck are you even eating with your fish and chips then, bro? Are you literally just having just fish and chips? I've never been so... disgusted and disappointed. I'm let down. Myself and many others look up to you, Luton, both for personal reasons and professional reasons. And now I find out that you're just fucking raw dogging the fish and chips, man. You're just fucking raw dogging it. I bet you're the kind of man that takes the lettuce and tomato off his burger. I bet the kind of... I bet... Listen, I'm not from the South. I'm from the rural South. So enough said. Oh, God. You're like Caleb from Clarkson's Farm. Well, I've never left. I've never left Chipping Norton. Why would I? Everything I want's in Chipping Norton. I went down the road one time. How do you feel like coleslaw fish and chips? I mean, coleslaw kind of goes on the side with everything, but I wouldn't say it was a go-to, you know? I wouldn't say it go like I wouldn't. I've never had it. It would be out of place. But like if you had fish and chips and there was like some table coleslaw as it was, and you were like, oh, I'll have a little bit of that, I'd be like, it's a bit weird, but you know, coleslaw's coleslaw. It kind of goes with everything, you know. Yeah, it's like a side salad, you know. If you're like spreading coleslaw on top of your fish and chips, then yeah, get fucked. You're getting banned. You're getting banned. Okay, I'm going to... Okay. Some of you will disagree with what I'm about to say, but just know that you are wrong. That is not an opinion. That is a scientific fact. I will now tell you what the ultimate fish and chips is. Okay, now obviously, you're going to have fish and chips in it. Obviously. But the ultimate fish and chips is fish and chips with a side of curry sauce. Not poured on, a side pot of curry sauce so you can dip in. You can control the level of curry sauce you want per piece. Then you have a side of two. No, not one, not three, two. 2 slices of buttered bread. Now I am if I see easily spreadable butter, like I can't believe it's not butter. I can believe it's not butter. It isn't utterly butterly, it's utterly shite, okay? We're talking salted butter, proper butter, no fucking lab created monstrosity, okay? And then the drink should be cloudy lemonade. Okay? A cloudy lemonade. That's the non-alcoholic version. If you're going to have an alcohol, as I've clearly had too many, an alcoholic beverage, it should be a pint of lager. Preferably, in this day and age, preferably Moretti, but of your choice. All right? That's it. Fish and chips on the main. You can have a side of curry sauce and a side of gravy, but I'm not one for wastage. I feel like you'd end up eating half of each pot. So you can have both. But my perfect fish and chips is fish and chips, dipping pot of curry sauce or gravy, preferably curry sauce, 2 slices of well-buttered bread, and a cloudy lemonade. That is perfect, and it is a side dish. It is a side dish of the bread and butter. It is a side dish, although making a chip butty is acceptable. Texans gave us no tartar sauce. How can you have fish and chips without tartar sauce? Because I am a working man, and tartar sauce is for the elite. It's for the knobs. You know, tartar sauce is for people who want to have posh fish and chips, and frankly, I find the idea of posh fish and chips offensive. If you want to eat posh food, you go and fuck off and eat posh food. I'm not got nothing against posh food, but stop trying to zhuzh up my working man's food. It's like cheesy chips. Cheesy chips or sausage and chips. That's the food That's the food that gets the coal out of the pit. There you go. Not that I've ever fucking mined any coal, but I like to think that as someone who spends his entire time in the office and therefore romanticizes back-breaking manual labor, that if I did ever bother or was forced to do it, that would be the way I would do it. As it is, I don't do any of that. I sit on my bum making funny videos for your entertainment. There you go. You think tartar sauce is possible? I'm telling you. No. I mean, on a serious note, anyone can. Anyone you can, tartar sauce is. I love tartar sauce, by the way. Like I love tartar sauce. Guys, you've got to have tartar sauce with your scampi. I mean, of course you do. Yeah. You've got to have tartar sauce. You've got to have tartar sauce with scampi. That's where I think it belongs. I'm not sure. I prefer my curry sauce with my fish and chips. I wouldn't have scampi and curry sauce, for example. Yeah, Q-Tut has been waiting 40 minutes for me to do his list of view, and we've just not made it. We've been distracted by talking about streaming stuff, and now we've been distracted by food. I'm quite hungry. Oh my god. Yeah. Watford still reeling over the lager? I'm just going to tell you right now, lager's better than beer. Peroni is nice. Peroni is nice. True answer is skip the fish and chips and get a battered sausage. I'm not against battered sausage, but I actually prefer unbattered. I do. I have tried both, of course. But for me, I don't know what it is. Yeah. It's ale, nothing else. I'm just going to say it. And Q-Tut, you're just going to have to wait. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say it. There's only 2 people that drink ale. Old men and pretentious wankers. I'm sorry. That's it. I know. Okay, so let me explain. Old men drink it because they can't taste anything else, and it's what they're used to because it's what they grew up with. Okay, and even if they would, they'll never admit that lager is nicer. Okay, it's just the way it is. Okay, and it's pretentious wankers who want to feel superior for the fact that they've got an ale, and you're drinking a lager. That's it. Back in the day, ale was the working man's drink. Okay, it was, and I will accept this. Back in the, like someone said, Newcastle Brown Ale, Nuki Brown. All right, Nuki Brown back in the day was like the drink of the working man. It was, but it's changed now. It's changed, and now ale is the drink of the hipster. It is. And ale is the drink of the hipster, the pretentious wanker. That's what it is. And so that's why old men drink ale, because salt of the earth blokes who did get the coal out of the pit, who did that and built the foundation. So my generation, or me personally, I could say, because I don't want to speak for everyone, could sit on our asses watching TikTok and wanking expensive German biscuits. They get a pass because they get a pass for drinking ale because it was the working drink at the time. But now ale is the drink of the hipster. It's the drink of the potential wanker. It is. And now the drink of the working man, of the common man, of the great public. Because you can be a member of the great public and not necessarily be, the common man or the working man or whatever it may be. I think it's a more encompassing statement of the great public, of the everyman, It's lager. That's just it. That is it. You know, mead, wanker. No one. Mead. No. Mead is like Guinness. No, it's not. It's even worse than Guinness. There's only the only people that are allowed to get away with drinking Guinness are the Irish. I'm sorry, it's true. Okay. Karl, I'm glad I quit drinking beer. I would have been a pretentious wanker. Cider's fruit juice, as Mookie. Cider's for kids. Cider's for children. Cider, okay, that's not entirely true. I retract my statement cider. I enjoy a good cider, but cider is... It's for hot days. Cider is for hot days. That's for me it's a seasonal beverage. Yeah. Although, yeah, it's a seasonal beverage. Like I would have a cider now because it's very warm, but I wouldn't have a cider around Christmas. I'd have a beer. See, that's it. Beer it's the everyone's drink. It's cold outside, beer. Warm outside, beer. Raining outside, beer. Sunny outside, beer. Yeah. Now, going back to Guinness, the only people that are allowed to drink it are the Irish. Anyone else who drinks it looks like a pretentious wanker. Because, again, you're choosing a drink which you know a lot of people are like, ugh, I'm not sure about that. And you're doing it to flex on other people. So you're being a wanker. That's the determination. That is the determination. Yeah. You could just have a beer. You could. You could just have a beer. But you're like, oh, I'm going to have a Guinness. Oh, I really like it. And then inevitably, anybody who orders a Guinness at some point will go, oh, well, have you tried the Guinness over in Ireland? That's where it tastes the best. And it's like, just fuck off. Yeah. You know it. You know it. You tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. How many times has someone gone, ooh, I like a Guinness, and then at some point they've ordered a Guinness. Everyone else has ordered a beer, and they've gone, oh, I'll have a Guinness, please. Fuck's sake. And then they come back, and they have a drink, and they go, oh, yeah, that's really good. You know, the best stuff I ever had was over in Ireland. You know it's coming. You know it's coming. You know it's coming. It's like the vegan. It's like the vegan of drinking. You know? That's what it is. Now, spirits is an entirely different matter. Spirits is an entirely different matter. I don't have particularly strong feelings around spirits. I think shots should only be drunk on stag do's and I think shots for stag do's and for the ladies. Rum and Coke is... Rum and Coke is nice. It's nice. But it's not. It's my personal, one of my personal favorite drinks. But I'm under no illusions that it makes me look a bit of a softie, so I accept that. I do somewhat feel like people who drink whiskey on the rocks are pretentious wankers, and I think I'm going to get a lot of pushback on that one. I think I'm going to get a lot of pushback on it. But again, It has to come down to, why are you ordering that drink? Are you ordering that drink because you know you like it? Or are you ordering that drink because it's a drink you know you can tolerate? Like, oh, I can, you know, I'm hard enough to have this. I know there would be a drink I'd be more enjoying, but I'm going to order this to flex in front of other people. Do you know what I mean? It's an ego drink. I don't know. Could I be wrong? I mean, I'm happy to be wrong. Like I said, I'm in uncharted waters at the moment. I'm in uncharted waters at the moment, but I feel like neat whiskey or whiskey on the rocks feels like an ego drink. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But you kind of have to own it. And you kind of have to accept I'm being a bit of a, you know, I'm flexing right now. You know. Yeah. No, you are not wrong. You're absolutely correct. Neat or nothing. Which one is a nice drink to enjoy when at home, not a drink to have at the pub? That, yes, I think setting is important. I think if you're having it, I would say all of this goes away. All of this goes away when you're talking about drinking at home. At that point, you just drink whatever the fuck you want. It's all about drinking in public. Cocktails. This is the last bit. Okay? Cocktails. I don't even know if I need to say anything because I think we're all thinking the same thing. They taste nice. They taste nice. Of course they do. But I can't say this. I will definitely get banned, at least on Twitch, possibly on YouTube. But yes, that's a very PC way of putting it, Caliber. It's a girly drink. It's a girly drink, you know? It just is. And look, I drink them. Who doesn't love a good cocktail? You know? Who doesn't love a good cocktail? But it's a girly drink. Yeah. Sex is glory. Look, I am a very modern man. I drink everything. No, Mordian. That makes you an alcoholic. No. Look, I'm not saying that you can't drink any of these things or you shouldn't drink any of these things. I'm not saying I have refused to drink any of these things because of some stupid, like, fragile ego. Nah, man, you put a drink in front of me, it's going down the neck hole. That's as simple as it gets. But at the same time, we can acknowledge that there are certain vibes of certain drinks. If every drink was the fucking same, you might as well drink that sludge that comes out of the fucking tap in the Matrix, you know? Order the chocolate milk. Chocolate milk is a breakfast drink. Yeah. Wine is a drink for the evening, a nice lunch, and special occasions like weddings. I feel wine for me is, and this is just me personally, is I've never had wine by myself. And I don't know if that's just me, but like I will have wine. It's almost like a social drink. Like, shall we open a bottle of wine? Of course, darling. Okay, let's do it. That kind of thing. If you're at home. Or would you like red or white with your meal? Oh, I'll have white, please. Yeah. I think what wine... Yeah, dude, I'm like an hour behind on Super Chats now talking about drinks. I really should be cracking on. Really bad. I have no beef with wine. I have no beef with wine. Wine, wine is for everybody. Whoa. Maybe. Yeah, wine's for everybody. It's just slightly. It's not, but but because of like tradition, I would say it's slightly fancy, but not really. You know, like it's like pseudo fancy, but not really. Yeah. You wouldn't have a steak with wine? I would personally. Yeah. Wine people who want to seem sophisticated? Potentially, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing wrong. Wine is neutral on all fronts. But I tell you the one place I think it's restricted. Okay? It's not a morning drink. I would never go to an airport and have an airport wine. But I always have an airport beer. I'd never get up in the morning for a stag do and have a wine, but I'd have a beer. I'd never go, you know, if I was like, it's the weekend, let's go down for let's go down for like a pub lunch. Okay. Or pub brunch. All right, I'll have a wine. Do you know what I mean? Wine is like 4 o'clock onwards. Yeah, it's got to be an airport pint. Yeah, yeah. But you said no beef with wine. Steak is beef. Mixed veggies. Love it. Oh, you. Right. I'm going to catch all my super chats, including the one from Warpforge, who is now about to leave. Warpforge, hang on 5 minutes. I'll be there. Just you can be sleep deprived for 5 minutes. Right. Q-Tut. Shall we fucking finally do this? If he's still in the stream, which is a strong possibility he's not, because this is literally an hour old. Q-Tut. 1,500 points. Caden Command Squad. Katachan Command Squad. Gaunt's Ghost. Lord Solar. Ogun Bodyguard. Tech Priest with Sacred Ungans. What the fuck is this list? In a mech detachment. Okay. 10 Cadians, Chimera, K-Level Weapon Team, Cat-Level Weapon Team, Kazakin, Ogren, Stormlord. The idea is to load the heavy weapon teams, Kazakin, Ogren, and Stormlord as they add up to the 40 transport capacity. Gaunt's Ghost and all of this embark heavy weapon team are setting up for reserves. Katachans go with the Bodyguard and the Chimera. Tech plus the Stormlord with additional hit rolls from his enhancement. Nope, still don't like it. It's a Stormlord. You waste fucking 40 minutes for fucking... Okay, on a serious note, there's no bodies in the list, so there's fuck all objective play. You've got 10 Cadians who are making up the Lord Solar Blob, so they don't really count. So 10 Kazakin and 6 Ogrin. So there's no bodies in the list. There's no damage in the list. The Stormlord... Well, the Stormlord will do a bit of damage. You know, there's a bit of damage in the list. Not much secondary game, even with Gaunt's Ghosts. Why wouldn't you just put like a Kane Costello knocking about the place? Yeah. Also, what's the point in the Katachans with the Bodyguard and the Command? Okay, fair enough. But yeah, no, it's no indirect, no bodies. Struggling on objectives. Maybe wait an hour to still shit on the Stormlord. What hour deserves one nice thing about the Stormlord? I mean, it looks great. It is like the second sexiest tank after the Shadow Sword. You can have that. You can have that, Cuter. And you can have my, although slightly flippant, genuine feedback of the list is Like, it's really hard. Okay, so let's just be real for a moment. It's really hard to review a meme list because nothing I say matters. Because I can give the best possible feedback and the answer is always the same. Yeah, it'd be funny though, wouldn't it? Yes, it would be funny. It is funny. And I will back you to the hilt with enjoying the meme. Okay? And I will embrace the meme. And I will find it funny. And how we shall laugh. How we shall laugh. But if any feedback I give just gets dismissed with, yeah, but it's a meme this morning, then why are we here? Why are we here? I want a review of how funny it would be out of 10. Okay, I'll tell you how funny it would be. It would be an RTT out of 10 because you would enjoy it for 3 games. If you took it to a GT, you probably would never, ever want to run it again after being forced to endure it for 5 games. It would wear thin. It's an RTT out of 10. Okay? That's my feedback. That's my feedback. So yeah, cute up. Feedback is take a bane sword. Right, next. I want to say a big thank you to Anthony Williams. I never take a meme list to a GT anyways. Memes for GT. Yeah, exactly. I know. Anthony Williams, thank you for super chat, man. Steven Spielberg wrote and adapted the book Jaws 2. Jaws 2 as well. A movie in one afternoon. No executives or studio interference, imagination and improvisation. I think there is a lot to be said of one man with one vision creating something. And we have seen this many times. You know, the great directors, not good directors, great directors, great writers often produce their best work when they are left alone. However, I don't think you can have a great director needs to have people around him who he can bounce his ideas off. Now, he has the final say. He has the final thumbs up, thumbs down. But there still needs to be someone or several people in the room that go, that's too far. That doesn't work. Have you considered this? Yeah. And those people shouldn't. Those people. George Lucas is a great example. George Lucas was a man in the original trilogy. Was a man with one vision, one purpose, but he had people around him who would say, "George, you need to tone this down. This doesn't work." And then, when he was allowed to make the prequel trilogy, we got "Excuse me," and he had nobody around. You're like, if the people who had been able to say no to him in the original trilogy had been around in the prequel trilogy, we wouldn't have had Jar Jar fucking Binks. Okay? And the difference is, great men need advisors. They need not advisors. Great men need counsel. They need wise counsel. But at the end of the day, the great men still get the decision. And great men should listen to wise counsel. A great man with no counsel is often misguided. Yeah. Yeah. Darth Jar Jar. Darth Jar Jar is a meme and isn't real and can't hurt you. I like Jar Jar. No, you don't. You just, when you were 7, you thought when he was throwing blue balls at people, it was kind of funny. But other than that, you didn't like him. I'm just telling you. I'm telling you what you like and don't like. But Anthony Williams is absolutely right. Yeah. You need the man with the vision and the purpose, but you also need to have the people that can temper that. But still, it's the vision and the purpose comes from one place, and then the refinement can come from other places. Yeah. All right. Andy Williams, great super chat there, and great point. I want to say a big thank you to Seth Key. Thank you for the 9 months, man. Just curious, have you ever played Blood Bowl? Yes. Once. So my experience with Blood Bowl is as follows. I went into a GW store. So this was many years ago. I went into a GW store and I saw they had a game of Blood Bowl. And Mrs. Mordian was with me. And Mrs. Mordian went, "What's that?" And I went, "It's Blood Bowl." And she was like, "What's that?" And I went, "Oh, it's like rugby, but with like elves and shit." And she went, "Oh, that's cool." So scenting a whiff of a sail. GW drone pops up and goes, "What are you working on?" Goes, "Oh, are you interested in this?" And we were like, "Yeah." So he took us through one game and we both thoroughly enjoyed it. And he was like, "Oh, well, do you want to get a copy?" And we're like, "Oh, no, thank you. It's not what we're here for today." And that was my experience with Blood Bowl. I played one whole game and that was it. I didn't need to play anymore. I enjoyed my 30 minutes with it, but that filled me up. Yeah. It's a great game. It's a great game. Loads of people love it. It's a great game. But all I needed was, it's one of those games that you hear about as a grognard, like this is cool. But it's one of those games where for me, it was like, oh, now I get to tick this off the list. I've done it now. That was great. Yeah. Next, I want to say a big thank you to Trooper 2102. 07 Sa, word from the front in stream discussion. It's Battletech, isn't it? It's Battletech. A report from the front. The Bulldogs' first contact saw them holding the line against the forces of House Kurita at a river junction. Let's just say the enemy command lance was advancing forward until they blundered into the waiting guns of the company's combined arms. At first, the enemy lance commander laughed at the Urbies until he remembered that Urbies have jump jets, jumping onto the buildings they were hiding behind, catching the mechs acting as forward spotters for the catapult and Crusader outposition, denying the enemy good and direct fire support. My opponent thought they had more turns to maneuver around the slow urban mech lance. The heavier mechs waylaid deeper into the jaws of the trap laid for them. Tanks and mechs behind corners blasting away with cannon and missile launcher. Needless to say, the Behemoth and Patterns made short work of the enemy Crusader, Phoenix Hawk, Spider, and Battlemaster. The Grasshopper was pummeled to death by the combined fire of 4 urban mechs. When they just settled, all that was left of the enemy was the catapult, the last of a 6-mech lance. The word was victory. I mean, very cool. But I do want to give your opponent some shit. If you're advancing into a city and you encounter urban mechs, it kind of says it on the tin, doesn't it? It kind of says it on the tin. Battletech is so cool. Battletech is so cool, man. Oh, man. Stop tempting me, Frodo. Stop tempting me. I have Battletech. I think I have a full Battletech lance, you know. I'm certainly close to having a full Battletech lance. I own at least 2. I think I've got a Warhammer and an Atlas. But my brother has enough Battletech to sink a battleship, so I could play it tomorrow if I wanted to. That's a cool shot right there. Down the line. I love it, man. Why do people hate urban mechs? Are they considered a bit rubbish? I don't know enough about the game to know whether they're good or not. But yeah. I want to say a big thank you to the Warp Forge, El Warpo. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. I hope you're still here, bro. Work in progress for discussion. Tied on my hobby desk, and I come to starting the Thanatos Reapers. Chosen kit bashes. Yes. These boys are big, defo Primaris size. I'll be a few months before I get things finished as I'm awaiting third-party bits from Eastern Europe, making these look the part. Tomorrow I'll be back at painting bench. I've been thrust into an RTT on the 28th in Sheffield. What? Okay, can someone just head over to Warpforge's house and check for little scars behind his ears? Because clearly he has been taken over by a skinwalker. Clearly. Are you feeling okay? Are you alright, hun? Warpy going to a tournament. I feel like one of two things is going to happen. I feel like A, you're going to love it. You're going to go there, you're going to conquer, and there's nothing to worry about. That's right. You are going to get some. You'll be snapping next to cash and checks. Or you won't play another tournament to 11th edition. It's either gonna like break your current attitudes towards 40k, or it's gonna make them. Either you'll be back on the 40k, or you'll be joining us for the heresy streams. That's how I see it going, man. That's how I see it going. These are cool as fuck. These are big. These are big boys. Wow. Shit, man. Are they the new Ember Children? Interesting. How interesting. Jesus Christ, they've made even like the non-Primaris Marines fucking massive. That's actually insane. They're not even the Flawless Blades, are they? I mean, I'm presuming they're not. If they're the Flawless Blades or Faultless Blades, whatever they're called, then it makes a bit more sense. But if they're the regular fucking Marines, why are they so big? Oh my God. It's so big. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. I think they look amazing. Don't get me wrong. I'm just like surprised. Like genuine surprised. Warp Force says that they're the base troops. Nice. Seeing one of those towering over a guardsman would be quite cool. Yeah, because the guardsman's probably going to come up to about here. Be quite cool. Yeah, it's going to be sick as fuck. Well, all I can say is they look great. The kit bashing looks great. And I'm sad I'm going to have to wait to see them painted up. But I'm also happy that I know you're going to be doing some more painting in the future. They'll be chosen. Of course, makes sense. Good choice. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, look here. This is a great picture of... yeah, look. This guy only comes up to the back here. Look, he only comes up to about here. I need to get some of those cultists, man. I don't. I have all of the blood pact I could ever possibly want. But I want some of those cultists is what I want to say. All right. Warforge. Excellent, mate. Now, go and sleep. I want to say a big thank you to Campbell. Thank you for super chat, man. How was Horus House 3.0 mechanically? I mean, I don't know yet. It's not Campbell. It's not out yet. But what I can say is we've seen some of the rules leak, And the rules, it seems like it is truly an evolution of Old Hammer. And I need to emphasize that and repeat myself. It is an evolution of Old Hammer. So Warhammer 40k right now is not the same game as it used to be. It never evolved. They tore everything up and basically made a new game. Okay? Whereas Horus Heresy is still very much Old Hammer, but it's now evolving. So it feels like Old Hammer, but they've added loads of new stuff in, but they have the new stuff complements the old stuff, doesn't like fuck with it. That's the best way of thinking about it. I want to say a big thank you to Squidfist. Arise! Arise! Squidfist, thank you for 30 months, man. By the way, I should have realized, Campbell, 3 years. Plasma Pistol, baby! Plasma Pistol! Squidfist, aloha, sir. 07, message description. Let's take a fucking look, shall we? Nice. Let's take a look. 07, sir. Thanks for the stream. Still working on Escalation League for the Dusty Boys. Trying to finish my army and in between Kriegs and TTC. Also attached some pictures of a game I tried out, the new Tyranids attachment. And let me say, I'm not sure how competitive it'll end up once people figure out, but it was the most fun I've had playing Tyranids this whole edition. Great fun. Hope to play more games soon. Also, last picture is my homemade Red Terror, who now lives on as a Morlock. Nice. I've heard the new Tyranids attachment is quite good. I've heard it's quite special. Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, look at that fucking thing, man. That's so sick. Dude, it looks cool, man. 40k is a great looking game when given half a chance. Yeah. Yeah. I love it. I love that, man. That's so sick, that model. That's so sick. I kind of say, like, this is kind of how 40k should be. Like, you know, that looks like a good board. Like, that looks like a really good board. I would be really happy to play on that board. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be really happy to play on that board. Just, it's a shame that you just don't see that very much. Yeah. Holy shit, man. I think it looks great. I think it looks great, man. All right. Beautiful colors, by the way. I think both armies here look stunningly painted. The Morlock looks amazing. I love the blue, man. The blue looks cool. Yeah, I really like the blue Nids, mate. They look phenomenal. The red one looks good as well. It's crazy. It's good fist. I remember when you were but a humble guard player. Now look at you. You've gone from guard to quitting 40k and playing old world non-stop for a year, and now you're back with 40k, and you've got, you know, Thousand Suns, you've got Tyranids. Don't get me wrong, I'm not shitting on you. I'm not like, oh, he doesn't play guard anymore. I'm like, it is great to see the evolution, the journey, you know, the hobby journey. Yeah, that's great, man. Oh, it's great to see the hobby journey, mate. It's crazy. I remember for like a solid year, all I ever saw from you were pictures of Tomb Kings, man. I look, I don't want to, I'm not trying to twist your arm. I'm not Squidfist. I'm not. I do miss seeing, I used to live my Tomb King life vicariously through you. You know, I do miss seeing the Skelly Bobs getting painted up and everything. So, you know, just maybe a little sidebar, you know, just little 10 Skelly Bobs for me, just for me, you know, just for me. I do, joke aside, I do miss seeing the old world Skelly pictures, but I love what you send in for 40k. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. I really want to get a Toon on me. I just don't have the time to do it at the moment. So yeah. All right. Dexon Games. Oh, I almost forgot MG. Owes Tau players an apology. They are still 100% with all but one attachment after the changes. I mean, give it a week or two, mate. Not everywhere will have fully updated yet. Give it a week or two. Or give it... When did I make my... I'm not apologizing for shit until enough time has passed. But I will apologize if I was wrong. Actually, no, I won't. You know what? No, I'll tell you why I won't. Because if you can't win with those rules as Tau, then you're just shit. Like, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. You know what? I will apologize to Tau players after I have taken Tau to a tournament with the new rules, and if it doesn't go well. That's it, okay? If I take Tau to a tournament and it doesn't go well, then I will apologize. Otherwise, I ain't apologizing for shit. But I will apologize if I'm wrong. But considering the last time I went to a tournament with Tau, when they didn't have rules that were that good, I won the tournament. I mean, it might go even better this time. I was tempted to take Tau to this fucking GT, you know. I was tempted. But I was like 5 days with Tau. But then Simon could have taken guard, you see. So, but I figured I'll take Tau to an RTT or something. Yeah. I probably should take into a GT, but I have to take guard to GTs and other factions to RTTs, because the reality situation is that if I go to like a big 2-day GT and take a faction that isn't guard or Empire, it doesn't get the views. And I'm also, you know, and that's not like, oh, but Mordian, you're like not following your dreams and you're not going to make the content you love. No. Like, I'm not that bothered. Does that make sense? Like, it's not like, oh, but I really want to take Tau, but I can't because no one will watch the video, so I have to, like, give up my fun for the viewers. No, like, I'm happy to go to an RTT with Tau, and I'm not bothered about it not doing as well at a GT. Yeah. I've taken GTs in the past. It was fine, but, yeah, always better to take guard for the big... Always better to take guard for the big videos, because that's what I prefer to use, and that's what you guys prefer to watch. So it's a win-win-win-win-win-win-win-win. I want to say a big thank you to Uncle Clumsy. Thank you to Super Chat, man. Sent pictures to the wrong chat. Oh, well, I'm drinking. Where did you send them? Oh, no, you've got them here. I can see them here. Look, you're all right. Here you go. Had to get back from reality and make progress on my buggy shelf. A Rucker truck I remade into a custom booster blaster with a freebooter hot rod scheme. Dude, this looks cool. This actually looks sick, man. I love the color scheme. I absolutely love that color scheme. I love the little Gretchen hanging off the side with his revolver as well. I love that. That is a proper Orky color scheme. That is a proper Orky one, days. Yeah. I love it. Uncomfortably. Good work, mate. Very, very good work. Very high quality. This is the guard channel. I thought it was 30k. Well, it's going that way. No. It's an Imperialis Militia channel now. Welcome to Militia Glory. See, I don't even need to change the name. I don't need to change the name. You know? And I can still call it the Guard, because I'll just say, you know, that my militia is called the It's called the guard. There you go. See? It's all gravy. It all works, baby. It all works. Oh my days. Fuck's sake. Fucking hell. I'm shattered. But it's just been a busy day today. I do have something to mention. Apparently Recon Guard won a GT. Look at this face. This is my smug face. There you go. I told you it was good. I don't know how big the event was though. I'm wanking myself off slightly. I didn't even win the event, and I'm wanking myself off slightly. It won a GT without getting battle ready points. Ha! What a flex! What an actual flex! That is amazing. How big was the event? If this event has got more than 20 people in it, that guy's a fucking king. Oh, thank God. Can I just say for a moment, thank God the Meta Monday guy went back to the old table. I mean, it's an improvement on the old table. It's a big improvement, but he old table data. Yeah, give us it in the old table, man. I don't want the new one. Like really happy to see the old table back, man, for sure. Now, how big was the event that got won by the guy? Oh, what? Where's the fucking details? Oh my God. I think Meta Monday's it's flaking, boys, I think. I think it's a BCP thing though. One man took Recon 5 out of 5 games. This is the way. 40-ish players, and he won with Recon. Suck my dick. Everybody who detracted from it, everybody who lambasted me. It was just me, and you know what? I'm gonna let Joshy in because you did make a whole video about it, Joshy. So you know you've got the receipts. Just me and Joshy were like, I think Recon's pretty good, and everyone else was like, yeah, Tower, just ignore it. What happens when you meet a melee army? I tell you what happens when you meet those armies. You fuck them up. It is absolutely a one-off and will never happen again. But I'm taking it to the bank. I'm taking it to the bank. But let's if you have it, I don't. I wonder if it had a Baneblade in it. Recon Baneblade. I would love to know. But BCP. So for those of you that don't know, BCP has decided to get greedy. And they've now basically like paywall locked all of the lists and a bunch of other shit as well. So it's now quite hard to get the lists. Yeah. 90-70 versus World Eaters. Nice. 90-89 versus World Eaters. 90-89 to Blood Angels. So he actually got 100 points. He actually maxed out. And he beat World Eaters and Blood Angels by a point. I think I might have actually ejaculated in my trousers. Dude's like, pfft. You can imagine after tying that score, the dude was just like, pfft. Not even close. Why wasn't he battle ready? There must have been a reason. Like, was it 18 Bulgrin? I would love it if it was 18 Bulgrin. It would make my day if it was 18 Bulgrin. That would be hilarious. What were the overall guard things? Oh, piss. Where is it? Recon, 100% win rate. 1 player going 5-0. Mech Assault, 2 players. 3 and 2, roughly. Both players. Well, 1 player went 3 and 2. 1 player went 4 and 2. Siege Regiment, 1 player, 3 and 2. Bridgehead, 1 player, 4 and 7. Fucking hell. What kind of fucking event is 7 fucking games? Jesus Christ. Hammer of the Emperor, 13 players. 1 guy went 4 and 1. Everyone else went 3 and 2, essentially. Combined Regiment, 26 players. The vast majority of players stuck with Combined, and 2 people went 4 and 1, but no one won an event. Interesting. His army fell off a cart like a month ago. He didn't want to full paint it again.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
I mean, what was he running around with? Like broken models and shit.
Indeed.
Where the fuck? What? What? I'm very confused. A month ago? A month? If this motherfucker has got time to go to tournaments and he's got time to like glue his models back together. I mean, I respect the win, but I'm starting to like not respect the man. Fucking hell, man. I mean, literally, it's like you don't even need to like repaint anything. What? I'm so confused. Fell off a like one of the wheelie trolleys that the nomad Americans trundle around the game hall thinking it's convenient, but all it does is get in the way of everything. Sorry, it does. I hate the fucking trolleys, man. Like, really annoying. But like real men don't get the ground to carry their army for them. They carry it themselves. Godlike Poet, to me, absolutely cannot throw shade. You don't even prime models. Bro, what the actual fuck? I prime? What the fuck, man? Et tu, Brute? I always prime my models. I don't prime them well, but I prime them. In fact, sometimes I let the primer do 90% of the fucking work. What the fuck's this? What the fuck's this then? Huh? Oh yeah, what's this? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Literally to hand. Didn't even need to go out and get it. Oh no, I don't script my old lines, no. I have. Yeah, his prime and 2 colours are all the same shade of the same colour. You can absolute... Okay, Godlike Poet. Let's put it this way. Okay? Because I was only joking before. I don't need to think I was coming out at your hard. Let's put it this way. Oh, Slop Chop. The slop method. Okay, yeah, no, that... I do prime badly... But that's all part... But it's still... Like, okay, for those that don't know, I'll show them. Because some people don't know what I'm talking about here. And I'm going to explain. Raven, it's all going to come clear in a moment. Oh, shit, 1 second. Okay, so... What... So, firstly, Raven, we're basically... I was throwing shit at someone because they managed to win a tournament without getting battle ready, which is amazing. So they max out at 90 points. And then I was like, why didn't they get Bass already? And I think it was Joshi said, well, their army had like fallen off a trolley like a month ago, and they couldn't be bothered repainting it. And I was just like, why would you fully repaint it? All that would have happened is bits would have got broken and there would have been a few chips. Unless it has fully disassembled itself, at which point is this guy just like putting like empty bases on fucking boards or something mad? Do you know what I mean? Like, anyway. So, and then Godlike Poet gave me some shit because he was like, Mordian, you can't give anyone shit for painting because you don't even prime your models like properly. And he is not entirely wrong, but I have a special with a capital R way of priming my models, and so I call it the slop method because it's half of the it is half of the slap chop. Slap chop being where you prime your models in black, and then you do a zenithal highlight, a second prime, zenithal egg. A zenithal, by the way, we talked about pretentious wanks before. A zenithal highlight is the most pretentious, wanky term in tabletop hobbying. Why is it called a zenithal? Because it's from the top, the zenith. So wanky. So what you do is you prime the models properly in black, and then from like a higher angle, you do a prime of white. And the point is that that means the bits underneath stay darker. And then when you do contrast paint over them or speed paint over them, it like naturally darkens the recesses and stuff. Now, I think that's too many steps. I say prime your models badly and you will achieve the slop method. So, what I mean by that is, look at this model. He looks pretty well primed, right? Wrong. If you look on the back, if it will focus, it might not. I might have to try harder. If you notice on the back, it's actually not properly primed under his backpack.
I have one rule.
And
Everyone
under his
fights,
sleeve.
No one quits.
It's not
If you don't
properly
do your
primed.
job, I'll shoot you.
Another example is this guy. Look at this guy. He looks pretty properly primed. But actually, you can see his back and inside of his legs is barely primed at all. Look at this. This guy's a really good example. Look at this guy. From the back, very well primed. But from the front, everything underneath that rifle, his armor, it's very, very lightly primed. But here's the thing. It is very lightly primed. Like there's primer on there, like a dusting. There's a dusting of primer on there. Just enough for the paint to adhere to the model. But not so much that it completely brightens the model up. In fact, the natural darkness of the resin, because the primer is bright white, the resin is dark grey, or the plastic is dark grey. So by being lazy and just priming from the top, essentially, I'm not having to have a darker primer underneath. I'm letting the darkness of the plastic / resin be my slap chop. That's it. It's the ultimate lazy man's way of painting. And you know what? It works. you all know what I'm going to do. I'm going to get the thing. And I'm going to upset a lot of people in chat with the thing. This is my favorite thing to pull out on stream. Innuendo. To all my detractors, to all those who throw shade at me and my painting ways, all I'm going to say is, where's your best painted trophy? This is my favorite award. It's not my favorite award because I won it. It's my favorite award for how angry it makes people. And I beat 12 people to get that. I beat 12 other people who entered their armies for best painted. Bad Rabbit, I am very smug. Yeah, Raven, if you won something for best painted, Raven, come on up here. Join the Smug Man's Club. I did not get it from Etsy. I won it. Fair and square. You guys can't take this away from me. You can't take this away from me. This is the proof that the Mordian slop method plus Zealot Yellow, it's plus Zealot Yellow Army Painter is legitimately, not figuratively, literally an award-winning technique. Dexion's Gaming. Corner. I feel triggered. I lost best paint at a bot action event on and off. The judges and my Soviets were the wrong shade. They're labeled Soviets. There is no right shade. That sounds bullshit. Yeah, man. That sounds bullshit. I would have given it to you. And I would have been qualified to do so. Zealot Yellow, baby. Zealot Army Speed Painter, Zealot Yellow. It's an award-winning paint. There is no way in hell. I'm going to be honest with you. Okay, let's smug Mordian one aside for a moment. There's no way I should have won this. There is no way I should have won it. Do you want to know why I won it? Okay, I won it because everybody else at the tournament had their armies painted in a very traditional style, and mine was the only one which was painted in speed paints. Okay, and it was the person that it wasn't voted on by the public. It was done. The venue has someone who comes round and looks at all the armies, who is a good painter themselves, looks at the armies and awards it, basically. And so because mine was so bright and so eye-catching, I didn't really win best painted. There were definitely armies that were better painted than mine there. I mean, there were. But mine was the most eye-catching army. Turns out, winning a painter competition, it's very similar to being a content creator. You don't need to be the best. You just need to be flamboyant. This competition isn't big enough for two best painted. Oh, you're a good painter, all right. Just not a best painted. Oh yeah? What's the difference? Presentation! Show my best painted model? I can... Okay, yeah, give me a second. It wasn't a model, it was my whole army.
Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the Corps.
Here you go. Here's an example of it. I had an Empire... let's see if I can get up to the camera. I had an Empire army that basically consisted of... just like state troops and shit. So it looked really... It was like lots of lines and bricks of infantry. So it looked like really striking on the battlefield. So yeah, like this model, I mean, I think he looks pretty good, but it's literally a single prime and then what, 5 colors? Yellow, silver, black, gold, skin, and the leather. Yeah. So it's only 5 colors. It's not actually very good if you look at it. Yeah, so it's really bright. If you look at the guy, he's not actually that well painted. It's just the fact that, like, look, I've spilt a bit on his hand and everything. Spilt a bit in his hand. The leather's going onto the breastplate underneath. You know, if you look at the shield up close... It's not like I've kept it exactly within the circle as it was. 1 minute. Come on, you bastard. Come on, don't be a mega bellend. It doesn't want to play ball. Oh, there you go. It's not actually... it's not actually the best painted. It's just a very, very bright colour scheme. So you've got to imagine like that. And then imagine what the army looked like on the tabletop, where I had literally like 3 or 4 bricks of state troops marching up the board with a couple of cannons on a hill. Do you know what I mean? It looked proper. You know, when the guy was coming around looking at the armies, because he comes around and looks at them. Just sort of. I think it's round. It's after lunch, or it's round 2. Like first turn, he comes around and looks at them, so people have a chance to like deploy their armies and everything. And so you can imagine what that Empire army looked like 2 blocks of like 30 state troops with spears, and a big block with like fucking halberds. Flags in every single unit, characters in every unit. Behind there's a hill with a couple of great cannons and a hell blaster on it. There's a steam tank anchoring, there's a steam tank there. It looked the part. It looked the part. And then you've got to imagine that everyone else's armies were, well, they were painted very well. You know, they were painted very well. But, you know, this isn't a great example. Well, actually, I tell you what, let's... Oh,
Tight, yeah!
Let's use an example, alright? A genuine example. Okay. And then I've got the super chats. I've got a super chat from Trooper, Squiggle to Sean again, and Iron Father Pete. Okay, but let's do a poll right here. Not a poll, an eyeball poll. So I'm not going to actually put anything on like YouTube or anything, like a proper poll. But just tell me, just be honest. Don't tell me what you think I want to hear. Don't tell me what you think would be funniest for the meme. Be honest. Okay? Which one of these do you think is better painted? Okay? The Guardsman or the State Troop? Put green or yellow. So you got to think, you're looking at this from like 2 feet away. Just like someone else, you know. If you were looking down at a battlefield, you know, which one do you think looks better, green or yellow? Oh yeah, no, I know, Godlike Pair, don't worry. But it's a good talking point. It's a good talking point. You want them closer? At 2 feet, yellow. Even up close, you could probably say yellow, right? So, some people said green, some people said yellow. I'd probably say it was about 40% green, 60% yellow. This model is 6 colors and takes about 10 to 15 minutes to paint in total.
Shrek is love.
I have knocked out
Shrek is life.
20 of these in a few hours. Okay? This model, in total, between base, layer, shades, and highlight, probably has 20 plus pots of paint go into it. Because the green alone has a base, then a layer, then a shade, then a highlight, and the highlight is also used for the dry brush as well. So that's 4. 4 colours go into that green. 4 colours go into that green. The blue has got a base, a layer, a shade, and a dry brush. And an edge highlight, but they're the same thing. I use the same paint for both. That's 4 colours. So just in those 2 colours, there are more paints and more steps and more processes. So the difference here, it basically comes down, and this is why I've switched over to speed paints. This is why I switched over to speed paints. Because speed paints are just brighter. And as a result, they just look better. This chap here is genuinely better painted. There's more skill gone into him. And if you look at him up close, you know, you'll see all of the tiny details that have been done. All the tiny details. See if we can get this to come up. Okay, so literally, I've done the buttons. I've done the buttons on the water bottle and on the knife. Every color has been shaded, dry brushed, edge highlighted, everything. And that also, it's immaculate. There isn't a single overspill anywhere. I was very, very careful. Like, not a single overspill anywhere. It would take me a week to paint 10 of these guys, painting for an average, I would say, of 3 hours a night. So that's like 21, and that's not including week. That's on average. So we'll say probably about, I'd say 2 to 3 hours to paint each guardsman. 2 to 3 hours to paint each guardsman, and I painted hundreds of them. 15 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. That's the difference. As people are saying, it's about picking. It's not only about picking colors. It's not only about picking colors. It's about speed paints versus traditional paints. Because, like, let me see if I can find you another example here. I have another example, and then I really need to do some more super chats. Okay, I'm definitely talking more than I should be. Where have I fucking put him? I had a big tidy. Where did I put that motherfucker? Oh, dearie me. Let me see if I can find it. It'll only take me a second if I can. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So, this is a model that I painted. This is a model that I painted recently. Okay. Now I painted this guy to the same color standard that I painted my traditional Mordians. So you can see I've done the buttons. I've done the las rifle in many different colors. And I've done the backpack. I've made sure I've done the buttons on the backpack. You know, the buttons different colors. Done the buttons on his ammo pouches. This guy is painted to the same quote-unquote standard as my regular Mordians. Okay? He's painted to the same standard. I think that's a good standard or not, it's not what I'm trying to drive at here. Okay? So, we were careful with where the paint were going. We didn't have any spills. We took the time to pick out details like buttons, dog tags, You know, we used basically all the same colors. Personally, I think if you put these guys side by side, personally, I think this one looks better. Maybe there's not much in it. Maybe they look about equal peak. Maybe they look about equals pequals. Okay? Again, we know this guy takes about 2 to 3 hours to paint. Commander Shell, I've come with the whole lore thing on the blue headband. Don't worry about it. Don't get bent out of shape. I put the effort in. 2 to 3 hours. 2 to 3 hours to paint this guy. About 30 minutes on stream, so not even that long in out of stream. About we'll say 30 minutes, including, you know, basing. That's the power of speed paints. Exactly the same palette. Exactly the same palette. And yet, you know, I even did the fucking teeth on this guy. Guys, I even did the fucking teeth on him. And the eyes. And this one looks better and takes, at worst, 75% less time. Speed paints are really, really good. Speed paints are really, really good. And whether you're knocking people out with 6 colors or whether you're knocking them out with 13, I think I used on this guy in total. Speed paints are really, really good. And that's why I basically fully converted over to them. And my current plan, my current goal is to actually basically paint up loads and loads of Mordians in infantry in my new color scheme, and then go back over the old ones, because I think the old ones, they look fine, but I think I could make them look so much better. Yeah. And a few lessons learned. Like, if you look at this guy, I think the problem is that the fact that his blue and green. So originally I did the blue and green as in distinct levels. So there's blue down here, green up here. I originally did that because I wanted it to match the Mordians, the traditional Mordians with the uniforms. But I think, as people said, it just makes a blob of green and a blob of blue, whereas what looks much better. What looks much better is this. I think this guy genuinely looks great. Because he's got blue armor and green cloth. I think that looks much better. Yeah. So yeah, that would probably be how I'd redo them if I went over. And there's only like 200 of them, so I can get them done in like a month. That's like the mad thing. Anyway, we have once again been somewhat sidetracked, but that's okay. It's there's no real sidetracking when we're talking bollocks. You know what I mean? I want to say a big thank you to Trooper2102. Thank you for the super chat, man. Lortism dump of the urban mech incoming in stream discussion. Fuck it, I'm up for fucking lore dump. Let's have a look. Ah, it's not so bad. You just too long didn't read is okay. Okay. The TLDR of the urban mech is legendary for all the wrong and right reasons. And this is designed as a mech more meant for policing actions and seeing off raiders. When the Star League collapsed and the Inner Sphere / Great House descended into anarchy during the Wars of Succession, most planets had left to defend themselves in terms of mechs, were just lances of urban mechs stitched together into planetary defense forces that really just barely held the line in the most massive air quotes stable popular centers of the Inner Sphere. The Irby as a frontline mech is total rubbish, but if you need something that can act as one heck of a speed bump for an advancing army, combined with smart tactics is what you reach for. Because pilot sniping a 100-ton assault mech with a 30-ton trash can armed with an AC-20 is hilarious. Lightly armed, lightly armoured, and unbelievably slow, it was lances of urban mechs that salvaged many situations when proper mech lances cut and run, not wanting to risk their frontline mechs. Because it is the trash can, not the trash can't. So life the little urban mech continues. For hundreds of years, the urban mech has seen iterations and variations and will continue to do so. To summarise, the urban mech is phenomenally shite as a battlefield mech, but the times it succeeds is hilarious. Dude, it's like the guard of mechs. It's like the guard of mechs, man. Team Urban Mech all the way, baby. Team Urban Mech all the way. I am well Urban Mech. I'm mech pilled. I am urban based and mech pilled, baby. There you go. I want to say a big thank you next to Squigger to Sean. Thank you for the 10 boingy boys to bounce into pals. Squigger to Sean. It feels right having you back, man. It feels right. 07, you magnificent bastard. And thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for your patience. I know I've been chatting bollocks. Dude, 07, you magnificent bastard. I also want to say a big thank you to Squigger to Sean again. Twice. A double doozy. A double doozy. Your painting advice gave me an STD 5 times. But you had fun, right? Oh my god. Screw Sean. Thank you for supporting the channel for over 2 years. And thank you for the 10 memberships. And thank you for being in the stream, mate. There we are. Also want to say a big thank you to Iron Father Pete. Thank you so much for Super Chat, man. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Long time creeper, first time chat. Hey! Everyone remembers their first time. I'm going to an 8-man team tournament. They are putting me as first offender on a light table. Any suggestions? I mean, obviously, it would help if I knew what was in your list, but generally speaking, I think going as first offender is good. Light table's probably good. Let's have a look. I have actually got some thoughts about this. Someone sent me recently. Okay, so generally in a team tournament, the first offender gets wants a light board and also only has one bad matchup. That way, so it's apparently being put as a first offender is really good because it means that it helps you avoid bad matchups. So it basically means they're not throwing you under the bus. So overall, my advice would be you want to be thinking about if you are. It depends on what kind of army you're playing. I'm presuming some sort of guard or some sort of shooting army. My advice would be if you're the defender and you get to pick who you're going into in an 8-man team, and again, I'm presuming that, on a light board, you basically want to be like, oh, okay, well, I will pick an army that has fuck all shooting then. And then you can be like, sick, I brought the shooting army on a light board and I got to pick who I played into and they don't have much shooting. I mean, you still want to take into account like how fast they're going to be. Sometimes you can actually pick to play into a shooting army if you know you're going to outshoot them. I have had issues before when I've like gone, oh, I'll pick World Eaters and they just bum rush me. It's like, oh, that wasn't actually a good matchup for me. I just got fucked in my head. I was thinking I was going to shoot them off the board. So I'm Father Pete. I'm playing Guard Hammer Combined Arms. I mean, if they're going to put you first time, I'd probably say if it's WTC light board, I think you can get away with Combined Arms. Otherwise, you probably want to go Hammer. But yeah, you probably want to try and pick someone who isn't going to be massively bum rushing you, but isn't going to be able to outshoot you. That's probably what you want to do. That would be my advice. It depends on how, I mean, 8-man teams, it is possible to make, there's a lot of wiggle room in 8-man teams. It can really help you get those favorable matchups. Yeah. But first defender means, I think that means you get to pick who you're going into, so. Yeah. Pick someone who you can outshoot, but ideally won't pressure you. Because if they pressure you, you might break them off the table, you might lose on points. If they are not going to pressure you, then, or they're not super duper pressure, like a bit of pressure is okay, but if they're not super duper pressure, it means you can probably outshoot them and still get enough points to either get some WTC points or win. So yeah, that would be my advice. If it is WTC, remember, fight for every point. There is a massive difference between, and this is for your opponent. Let's say your opponent's going to beat you. There's a massive difference between a 19-1 and a 20-0. That 1 point could be the difference between your team winning and losing that round. Fight for every point. Don't worry about being tabled or anything like that. If it looks like you're going to lose, no matter, like, if it looks like you're going to lose, do every objective you can. Get every primary you can. It is possible to lose 95% of your army and still 100% of your army and still get some points out of it. I'm trying to sandbag bad matchups for the team. That's okay. So basically, you're like, okay. I mean, that is one way of doing it. But the advice that I was looking at before was from a Team England player. And he was like, you want to have the first defender. If you are, so it's generally done to make sure you get a good matchup. If you're going down as first defender, isn't first defender remove bad matchup player? Oh, no, yeah. Joshy 40k. First defender isn't a remove bad matchup player. First defender is a score big player. Yeah, exactly. Joshi 40k. Thank you, yeah. That goes with what I'm reading here as well. So my team, I've been on a few team events, and my team captain is a Team England player. And he was saying he can't make it this time, so he's been giving Simon and I some advice. And he basically said, they're the person that if they've only got one bad matchup, you put them down as the first defender, and that way they can get a good match so they can score points. Yeah. So I'm Father Pete. That's how I would. Yeah, that's Joshi 40k is confirming that we've got two opinions there. First defender is the guy that goes down, wins big, not the person that goes down and sandbags bad matchups. Yeah. It's not. You want to be thinking about how to score points, not about how to not lose points. That's a good way of trying to. That's how WTC works. It's not about, we don't want to lose all these points. It's how do we score the points? There's a big difference between the two. One's an aggressive mindset, one's a defensive mindset, and WTC rewards an aggressive mindset. Yeah. All gas, no brakes. Maybe not quite that much. I'm massively generalizing, but hopefully there's a few pearls of wisdom. Commander HHL. It's going to make someone here who's good at tactics. Thanks, Joshi. You're taking the piss, Commander HHL, but you're actually not wrong. You're not wrong at all. I have a terrible weakness when it comes to strategy. So what you should have said, Commander HL, it's good to have someone here who knows strategy. Because I'm bad at strategy. I'm good at tactics, bad at strategy. I'm not even good at tactics. You know what? I go by my gut. You know? It's all about experience, baby. You know? That's it. Why do you do the things that you do, Mordian? Why do you pick the units that you pick? Have you done the math hammer to determine if that's... Okay, I've actually... While Joshi's here, I'm going to have a little bit of fun. Because this is a really, really good example of how you can have two very different approaches and come to the same conclusion. All right. So, Joshi40k did a really good video where he explained why you should stop putting heavy bolter sponsons on your tanks. This video was semi-long, pretty long, and it went into excruciating detail the math hammer of heavy bolters. In fact, I'm going to find the video. I'm going to find the video right now. I'm going to plug it. All right, I'm going to plug Joshi's video. Okay, here you go. Okay, here you go. For all of you that like this kind of stuff. Right. So, this was Joshi's video. There's graphs and there's numbers. It's 25 minutes long. You know, and like 7 minutes of just like good graphage. And then like, you know, we dip into Reddit for like a little bit. And then, you know, we go back over and it's more numbers and more graphs. The data, it's like, you know, it's very, very well done. And I'm not taking the piss here. Like, this is a very in-depth, very detailed video on why heavy bolters are bad and why you should pretty much always take any other choice over the heavy bolter. And it covers, you know, look, you can see it's detailing like everything. Okay. And so this is a great example of how you can approach 40k. You know, do the data, do the maths, do the science behind it, the science, the analytics. And then you've got my approach, which is played a few games, felt like the plasma cannons were doing a bit more. That was it. Mordian, why do you put plasma cannons and everything? Just played a few games. They seem to do better. So went with those. That was it. That was it. That's all the analysis I did. Mordian, why don't you like melters versus plasma cannons? Well, I took melters to a few events. They were all right, but I felt like they were out of range most of the time. So I stuck with plasma cannons. But Mordian, what about the maths on the melter? Yeah. Just think the plasma cannons just shoot a bit more. It's just plasma cannons, plasma cannons, plasma cannons. That's it. Like, I'm going to be like real with you. I don't have the patience for Math Hammer. I'm not going to pretend to be dumb. Okay. Like, I can do Math Hammer. All right. I can do it. As hard as you may find it to believe, I can do Math Hammer, but I just don't enjoy doing it. I don't have the patience for it. Occasionally, I'll do it to like, as like a fun meme exercise. But yeah, I'm about to beat Mordian. I like plasma cannons for the mouthfeel. That's it. Joshi40k. I spent a long time looking at Hydra math. Then I played them for a few games. I went, Was that as in good or as in bad? Because my experience was, oh, Hydras look kind of cool on paper. And then I played them and went, oh, they're just shit. And I like, because, oh yeah, if I play into something with Fly, great. And then I go to a tournament and 3 games in a row, I just don't play anyone with Fly. And I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah. That was my experience with Hydras. Yeah. They're quite good into their best targets. Fair enough. I just never seem... Do you know what? Do you know what I tend to find? I never seem to get things into the best targets. And it's not like Mordian, that's a skill issue. Like, I will have a plan. I'll have a plan for a unit, and then that unit spends like 2 out of 3 games, or 3 or even 4 out of 5 games, just like having to like chug in, like using the Hydra, for example, having to like sling autocannon rounds into things which don't have fly, and I don't have an order for it, so I can't, like, because it's a cheap tank. I'm not fucking... This was index, admittedly, so maybe we should change the codex. But I don't have... You know, I've only got like fucking like 5 vehicle orders in my army back in the index, like with Leontis and like 1 Grand Strategist tank commander. So it's like I only have 5 vehicle orders knocking about. I can't really afford to slap one on a fucking shitty Hydra when it's just not doing its fucking job. And then I just came to the conclusion of, what would I rather have had? That Hydra or just a tank? Or like, it sounds crazy, like what would I rather, because they're not that far apart. What would I rather have had? A Hydra or a Hellhound? And the conclusion I came to was the Hellhound was always good. There was never a battle where I took a Hellhound when I was like, damn, I wish I hadn't brought that Hellhound, or damn, that Hellhound was struggling in that game. It's like, Hellhound's doing great. It's going around, it's burning shit. Opponent tries to move, Overwatch. It didn't matter if it had fly or not. It just fucking hit them. And I know they're 2 very different units, but that was kind of my experience when I was like trying out different, when I was forcing myself not to just run like 6 Russes every game, 5 Russes every game. Yeah. Same with what the fuck do you call it? Dawns. You know, I really tried to like the Dawn, but after, you know, when you've used a unit for like 4 or 5 games in a row, and it's just like it's just not doing damage. It's taking damage, great, but it's just like AP2 just isn't enough. Like, the best reason you're taking this thing is like the multi-mounters. And then it's like, well, it's an expensive fucking multi-mount at that. Or 2 multi-mounters. Yeah. Like, everyone will tell me like Dawns are better. Dawn commanders versus Rust commanders. And I just can't agree. That's why I prefer Rust commanders over Dawn commanders personally, because I think the Dawn is good at taking damage, and the Rust commander isn't as good at tanking things, so it's worse at the job. But a lot of people disagree with me on that. But they then start quoting, well, the Dawn commander is only 25 points more, and then I sort of feel like they haven't actually played with the model, because a lot of people I know who jumped on the Dawn bandwagon at the same time I did, we all sort of came back to the Russ, the faithful Russ, at the same time, because we all tried it. I mean, a lot of people, like even Mad Larkin, my greatest detractor, my most stalwart opponent, the man who'll never miss an opportunity to point out a mistake. You know, he said, you know, I'm exaggerating slightly. Even he, who was like adamant, like, no, Dawns and Exterminators, we're all about combos. Even he eventually came back to me and was just like, yeah, nah, I prefer Russes. Oh, man. Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah. I just don't know. I have gone back to 5 Russes after trying Double Dawn and 2 Russes, after trying Exterminators and Dawns, after trying Single Dawn. I've just gone back to, like, you know, Single Dawn and like 3 or 4 tanks. I've just gone back to 5 Russes. I have truly yet to find something that can beat double Lehman Russ tank commander with execution of plasma cannons, plasma sponsors, las cannons in the front, and 3 Lehman Russ vanquishers, las cannons, plasma cannons. I've yet to find a combo that beats that. Just can't find it. Playing 6 Russes and a Dawn and Helens this weekend. Nice. Do you know what I think I need to do, though? and this is directed at Joshi, but it's also directed at the chat in general. I think I need to try 10-man squads. So currently my two go-to lists. I've got two. I always tweak them a little bit because you know, for depending if it's WTC, UKTC, or GW terrain. But my two go-to lists basically consist of two go-to combined arms lists. Hammer's different. Is 5 Russes in both. Both have got those two plasma tank commanders and 3 vanquishers. And then if I go, and then I either go for 4 big blobs of infantry and a squad of Kazakin, and then some secondary objectives and indirect fire, or I go for 5 chimeras with Katachans in, with a little bit of indirect fire and some secondary doers. But what I haven't tried is, like, instead of taking those big 20-man squads, or instead of going for a chimera with 10 guys in, I haven't tried just being like 2 10-mans. Just literally. And so going down, and the reason why I sort of suggest that is because I feel like dropping down to like 50 or 60 infantry, but they're just 10-man squads. So you've still got a decent amount of OC and a decent amount of screening, but when you push a blob out, you're not pushing out 20 guys, you're pushing out 10. So when you lose them, you're only losing 10 guys, so you don't need to bring quite as many. I feel like that could make room for me to bring more tanks. And then I could go hammer. Yeah, I feel like a really good hammer list would be like 50 or 60, just 5 or 6 10-man squads running around, and then just like an insane amount of firepower. Like, I'm talking like triple. I mean, what would the list even look like? Let's fucking build it. Let's actually build this right now. I'm kind of curious. This is kind of what's going through my head a little bit. So kind of what's going through my head is let's just be like, we'll go for a sticky squad. I don't even really need it, but I don't mind having a sticky squad. And then, like, they're all the same points. It doesn't really matter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then just being a bit like crazy and just being like, okay, well, if we go, I don't need it. I'm in hammer. Well, I'm going to be in hammer. 1 minute. Where the fuck are you? There. Okay. Get the exclamation mark away. It upsets me. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You know, there's my anti-tank. There's my hellhounds running around. We need orders now. What do we fancy for orders? Do we go tank? Do we go... I mean, I'm tempted to go Rogue or Dawn commanders, but I could just take a mixture. I could just go 3 of those. So just 9 tanks and 60 infantry. You probably want the Lord Solar, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the new maps do to the meta there either. Yeah, we're going to find out. We're going to find out this weekend. So, let me close a few bits here. Okay. 4 times 10 is way more taxing on your order economy. Yeah, well, the order economy is the big thing. That's why if I was taking those small squads, those like Catachan squads, I wouldn't order them. I wouldn't order them. I'd just be like, just stage them up and then run them out to objectives as and when, which is bold. It's the bold strategy, I know. So this weekend I'm at a GT teams. I suspect it's going to be... I've not played a practice game for... I played low... So this is the thing. I think they're using the new missions and everything. They probably are doing, right? So I've not had a chance to practice those. I don't even know what they look like. It's WTC, I know that much. And so that was a huge factor in me picking the list that I picked. Because the list that I went for, which ended up being 2 Rust Commanders, all the Plasma, 3 Vanquishers, 5 Chimeras with Catachans inside, Scout Sentinel for scouting and doing early objectives, Commissar for going in reserve, for doing actions from coming in from reserve, 2 artillery teams with mortars and a Castellum. So basically 5 tanks, 5 Chimeras, 2 indirect, 2 secondary objective doers. The reason I took that list is because I was like, this is a list I am very, very familiar with. I have recently played a practice game with it, and I've basically been playing with this mech guard army since 8th edition. In one format or another, it's the Steel Legion down there. Sometimes I take 6 Chimeras and 4 Russes. Sometimes I take 5 Russes and 5 Chimeras. But generally speaking, it's the same army that has been... it's not changed. You can actually go back and look at me using basically this army at Adepticon, not last year, but the year before. And then using it again, last year. So I've basically been repping this thing. It's 4-man teams, UKT. It's 4-man teams, WTC. So it's basically, it's an army list that I know inside and out. I was using it in 8th. I was using it in 9th. I've used it in 10th. I've taken it to tournaments non-stop. I know it at the back of my hand. And so my thinking was, when I go to the tournament, I need to have as little that I need to think about as possible. I'm going to be learning these new fucking maps. I'm going to be learning this new fucking way, this new season. And so I need to be able to just know what my units do so I can just concentrate on like how I'm going to score points, how I'm going to deploy and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So so even I'm a little, I know chat's going to be a little disappointed because chat wanted me to take like double, it was like, what was it like? Banesword, Hammer of the Emperor. And I was like, or double Banesword, Hammer of the Emperor, something insane. We were talking about it in the stream and I was like, I don't think I should take a list. I have no fucking clue to a tournament for the first time playing on new maps to a tournament which I know is about an absolute shark tank with absolutely zero practice. So I'm taking it to the RTT the day after, the weekend after. Yeah. So they're getting it, but they're getting it for the RTT, not for the Team GT. Yeah. All right. I know, see, beef. All the beef. Do you always take the Chimeras over Torx? That's only a 10-point difference. I take Chimeras over Torxes because Chimeras are cooler. And I put a huge amount of faith in the firepower of the Chimera. I like Torx. I was actually, claim to fame here, I was actually kind of pioneering the Torx before everyone else thought it was cool. You can go back and see me using Torx as an after-action reports, Catachans and Torx as after-action reports and stuff like that. And being like, okay, the Torx isn't shit. It's actually quite good being able to move and advance and disembark. So yeah, like I've always been a supporter of the Torx in 10th edition. But I prefer the Chimera. Chimera is just, it's tried and tested. It's tried and tested. It's one of the... the Torx is just a delivery system. It's a good delivery system, but it's just a delivery system. I've never had my Torx do a wound across probably 9 to 12 competitive tournament games. I've never had a Torx do a wound. Not with a Storm Bolter, not with an autocannon. Never does anything. I've had Chimeras bring down knights. Like, I've baby knights, regular knights. I've had Chimeras bring down knights. Not like on their own, but either via pure concentration of 6 Chimeras, Hunter Killers, Heavy Bolters, Heavy Stubbers, Lance Guns, guys sticking out the top. I've had Chimeras bring down knights or finish knights off. Yeah. And they're mobile enough. Also, the extra wound and extra toughness makes a big difference. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that's just like my opinion, man. But clearly chat isn't interested in my opinion because they're making fucking deer jokes. Fucking hell. I'm out here. To be fair, what do I prefer? The Chimera or the Torx? I don't know. Which one do you think? Which one do you think? Ain't no one out here wearing a Torx t-shirt. That's actually real. Ain't no one out here wearing a fucking Torx t-shirt. You know, some guy rolls into the fucking club in a Torx t-shirt. You're like, pfft. What a noob. So, oh man, yeah. I'm out here sharing my experience, sharing my pearls of wisdom with you guys. And 200 plus people are like, what to call a deer with no eyes? No idea. God damn it. Why am I even here? What's the fucking point? What's the fucking point? God damn it. God damn it. Oh my god. That one sound guy just needs... Torx Primes are different. Torx Primes are cool. Toroxes are hot right now because they're good. But they're not. But the moment... Let's put it this way, okay? Toroxes are hot right now because they're good. But the moment they go back to being bad, and they will, everyone will drop them. Chimeras were taken when they were good, when they were bad, when they were meta, when they were shit. Doesn't matter. Everyone will take it. Everyone will take a Chimera. That's the difference. Chimeras are cool. Name's better as well. What the fuck is a Torox? Is that actually like a creature? I'm curious now. Is it just a made up bullshit word? I think it's just a made up bull. 1 minute. It's just a made up bullshit word. The only time it can be found outside of Warhammer 40k is in Warhammer Fantasy. That's a Taurus, I think. Yeah. It's a made-up word. Taurus is a real word. That is like bull. Taurox is bollocks. Chimera's bear. Oh, it's so cool. A mythical monster in Greek mythology. Well, it is going to be a mythical monster in Greek mythology. It's not really in Greek fact, is it? Anyway. It's a monster in Greek mythology. That would have been enough. Damn you, AI overview. An organism with cells from two or more distinct individuals or concept representing an unrealistic or impossible idea. In Greek mythology, the chimera is a fire-breathing creature with the body of a lion, the head of a goat protruding from its back, and a serpent's tail. I mean, that's cool. Although, to be fair, the lion would probably try and eat the goat. Chimera is from Resistance as well, which is a great game. Which I believe went a bit fucky towards the end. Not the game, the series. The first game was great. Yeah. Yeah, okay. You can't spell Torx without spelling it out. This is true. This is true. Got to keep that IP, baby. Yeah, it's true. Got to protect the IP. IP, best P, apparently. Okay. Derek M, thank you for the super chat, man. BR Bros, best allied guard units assuming... Oh, Brew Brothers. Best allied guard units assuming no orders. I mean, you don't get orders with Brew Brothers, that's for certain. Apart from Kazakin. So Kazakin are still allowed to use Warrior Elite, which means they are allowed to do orders. If Kazakin are not allowed, because they're like, no orders from any source, Hellhounds, Hellhounds are the best unit. Because they remove cover from the enemy, not... they don't give your units a bonus, they just remove cover from the enemy unit. Hey, so yeah, I would say Hellhounds are the best. Hellhounds and Lemur's battle tanks, because they also don't require orders to be effective. Yeah, I agree with Joshi. Hellhounds, Chimeras, Catachans, Lemur's battle tanks. Yep, there you go. Let's have a look here. Sent from Heaven. Hey man, question. I'm recently getting 40k. Is recommended in trying things as a new player in TTS before spending money on something I might not like. I'm painting. Any Discord or anything that are super active to teach your players? I mean, I have a Discord, Sent from Heaven. I have a Discord. But I have a YouTube channel, which you probably want to check out. I'll send you a link. Give me a second. This should help you. 1 minute. That's my YouTube channel. I upload new videos every day, often talking about tactics, sometimes just talking about 40k in general. And then I have a video for you. I make videos every day. I've got a fucking video for everything. Best beginner 1,000 points list. Mordian Glory. Okay, it's like a year old. It's still pretty relevant. But if you want my advice, yeah, that's okay. I learn by doing as well, man. I mean, we do have a look for looking for game group in the Discord. If you want to take a look, you can sign up with Prime Sub, mate. If you've got a Prime Sub, that gets you into Discord. The way you join is you have to be a channel member on YouTube, a sub on Twitch, or a sub on Kick. But it can be a gifted sub or it can be a Prime sub. It's fine. So if you've got a Prime sub, just chuck that over, and I'll send you the link to the Discord. What was I going to say? So that video will point you in the right direction, but I'll give you a quick summary of it. If you're looking to start playing Warhammer 40k, if you're looking to start playing as the Guard, as the Imperial Guard, which is my favorite faction, also known, well, its old name is the Imperial Guard. Everyone calls it the Guard, but it's officially called the Astra Militarum. So when you're looking on GW's website, you want to look for the Astra Militarum. Basically, you want to buy, I mean, I'll literally show you. You don't have to buy this all in one go. My recommendation is you would buy this a bit at a time. Where are you based, by the way? Are you based in the UK or in the US? I want to play the Gab. Everyone says it costs more and it's more paint than anything else. Easy fix. Easy fix. I will guide you. Let me be your guide. Okay. So, I just want to ask, do you plan on only playing in like Games Workshop official stores, or are you okay to play outside of Games Workshop? The reason I ask is because it will affect what I can recommend you, because Games Workshop won't let you play with non-GW models outside, in their stores. But if you're not playing in an official Games Workshop, you're just playing with your friends or with locals, a local shop, then you'll be fine to use whatever fucking model you want. So that's the big question. Most people don't play in an official GW. I actually recommend you don't play in an official GW. But yeah. Not sure then, honestly, because I might be forced into official. Oh, okay. Well, I'll show you the options and then it's fine. It's fine. Like I said, it's only if you're playing like an official Warhammer store that you would... When I say official, I mean literally one with fucking Games Workshop on the fucking sign. Do you know what I mean? The only reason I don't recommend you play in a Games Workshop store is because you actually tend to find that... I mean, they're fine for getting started, but you'll quickly outgrow it. I mean, really quickly outgrow it. I haven't been in an official... I play multiple times a week, tournaments every month, and I haven't stood inside an official Games Workshop in ages. And I use whatever models I want. So that's why it makes a difference. But anyway, let us not go down that rabbit hole and muddy the waters for now. Let us keep things simple. So, this is Games Workshop website. This is where you can find all the models, but you will be paying full price. You will typically be able to get a discount on what we are about to look at here if you go to what we would call a third-party retailer. So Games Workshop sells at 100%. Let's say you've got a model that costs like $50. Games Workshop will sell it for $50. If you go to a third-party store, you'll typically find between 15 and 25% off. So going to third-party stores is very, very good. Or you can buy secondhand. eBay and Facebook marketplaces are great. The only problem with secondhand models is you might get models which are built a bit shit or have been badly painted, or are perfectly well painted and perfectly well built, but come with like a weapon loadout which isn't very good. But for now, let us assume, I do not dismiss secondhand purchases, by the way. I buy loads of stuff secondhand and then just put the time in. But let us assume for now you want to have the experience of building the models yourself and painting them. Badly painted person, I got you. Don't worry. I got you covered. I got you covered. All right. Like I said, I'm going to be your ultimate noob guide. And I know I'm going to throw a lot of information at you. The timestamp for this is about the 5-hour mark, so you can go back and rewatch this after the live stream. All right. I'm going to throw a lot of information at you.
Reporting
keep that sort of 5 hours. It's like 4 hours, 58 minutes. Keep that timestamp in your head, and when the live stream is finished, you can literally go back and just rewatch this bit as many times as you want to pick up all the information. So, what you want is the Astra Militarum, okay, aka the Imperial Guard. Now, GW has got loads of really good models on here. And typically people start with the Combat Patrol. Don't start with the Combat Patrol. Do not. We had a good Combat Patrol they update them every edition. It's really bad now. It's just a bunch of cavalry and some officers that can't even like lead the men that are here. So don't get the Combat Patrol. It's a trap. You also don't need the Codex. The Codex is nice. It's got pretty pictures in it. You can find, and if you're someone that likes the feel of paper, you can find, you can get the Codex, but it's $40 that could go on other models, and you can find all of the rules here for the low price of free. And I will show you where to find those rules, okay? That's outside the official Games Workshop app, which you have to pay for. GW paywalls everything. So, if you're looking for I would recommend you build towards your first 1,000-point list. People typically play beginner games at 1,000 points, and then they play proper games at 2,000. Yeah, you already sent a link for the Codex? Perfect. So, people tend to play 1,000 points as beginner games. 500 points is just a bit too small. 2,000 points is a proper sized game, for lack of a better term. What you want for your first 1,000 points is you want 3 of these things. Lehman Russ battle tanks. They are expensive, but like I said, we'll show you where you can get them a bit cheaper. So you want 3 of these things. And you basically want 60 infantry. And I would recommend you want to look at the Cajun shock troops. Okay. And then you want like 1 command squad. Because the command squad, you don't have to build it as a command squad. You can build it as like three or 4 different officers. In fact, I would probably recommend... You could go for the Catachans, they're a bit cheaper, but they're old models. So you see how these ones are like $31 here, 31 quid here, and these ones are 24 quid here? That's because these are old as shit. These are from like the 90s. These are like brand new, only the design is only a couple of years old. Now, obviously, you're going to see if we convert this over to freedom dollars, bearing in mind that's where you're from, you're going to look down at where the fuck 30. You're going to look down at like this and see $52 a box, times that by 6 and shit the bed, right? This is why I was saying we want to look at going third party or second hand. Okay. Now, you basically want to have, for your first 1,000-point list, 3 tanks and 60 infantry. But we want to try and do this for as cheap as possible, whilst also getting exactly what we want. So the first thing that we're going to have a look at is this website here. This website is War Games Atlantic. It sells the best third-party plastic sci-fi infantry for the best possible price. This is where I recommend everyone goes for their guard infantry. Okay, so you want to go to War Games Atlantic. By the way, I do have a link for these guys down in the description. So if you do, shameless plug, mate, and Karl's on the table. I am sponsored by these guys, but I recommended them before I got sponsored by them. Okay, and people I can show the receipts for that. So I contacted them because I was recommending their shit so much. I was like, I might as well get 5% commission for it. So if you use the link down below, it'll help, but no pressure, whatever. Do what you got to do. But these are genuinely the best. So you go War Games Atlantic, you go Sci-Fi Range, and you go Death Fields. Here you will find all the different kinds of infantry you could possibly want. So you can see, we'll show a couple of the more popular ones. There you go. There's a few different ones. These are all... So you've got the... If you want guys that look a little bit more like sci-fi, but maybe like Napoleonic / World War One in space, great for representing like Kriegers, for example. You want the Le Grognards. If you want the cheapest generic looking infantry, you want to go for cannon fodder. These guys you get 30 in a box. These guys you get 24. If you're going for a more modern look, we're talking like Halo Marines or Alien Colonial Marines, then you want to consider the URA. Now, to put this into perspective, Games Workshop sold 10 guys for $52. Wargames Atlantic will sell you 24 guys for $35. And they do a bulk buy discount. So if you bought 3 boxes of these, you would actually get it for $32. And so you don't have to buy 3 boxes, but if you're like, I might get 72 infantry because then I have more than enough. I've got 60, which is the recommended for 1,000 points. And then I've got like 12 blokes that I can turn into like officers and stuff that we were talking about, because they come with all the bits you could need. If we look at like this right here, you can see we've got bits for making officers and stuff as well. You can see the sprues beforehand, so you can see they're really nicely laid out. Piece of piss to build, all right? Very easy to build. So the point is these guys are very cheap, and they're very well detailed, and they are, everyone who buys them loves them. But they're not official Games Workshop, so if you try and use them in an official GW store, they're going to be like, fuck off. But like I said, you probably won't play in an official Games Workshop store. Honestly, almost nobody does anymore. There's basically the Games Workshop stores are just there for like, they want to sell you models and a bit of on-street advertising for them, essentially. So these guys, like I said, you get 24 in this box. You do get a slightly better deal on the cannon fodder guys, but you get 30 for the same price. So you might be like, why wouldn't I just go for these? Well, it's a style thing. It's a style thing. They are just wearing very generic jumpsuits. And there's slightly less detail in the models. They're fine. They're still very detailed, but, they're not quite as detailed. So, it's up to you how much bang for buck you want. These guys here are basically the legally distinct version of these ones. And like you said, you get 24 of them in the box. They're really good, though. These are just 3 that I've picked out. You've got guys that look like they're from Zulu. You've got guys that have got gas masks. I think they made the other 2, to be fair. You got Space Dwarf fucking guys, but then people might think they're a different faction like Votan, so I wouldn't recommend. But look, you got these motherfuckers. These guys look great. I mean, I'm not just saying that because they look like British troops. I think they look great. You've got these guys if you want maybe a bit more of a, again, like maybe Cold War kind of vibe, maybe a bit of like Fallschirmjäger kind of vibe, that kind of thing. So yeah, there's all sorts of different ones, and they have different bits as well. So you do have you have these guys, Iron Core. These guys are really fucking cool, but the models are a little fiddly to build. You only get 20 of them, so it's not quite as good a deal. You can see the legs are in multiple parts, whereas in these other miniatures, you could see that everything was in one place. So these guys are a little harder to build. They're definitely a bit more specialist, but hey, it's all about the drip. One thing that people I definitely recommend is these guys. Again, they're a bit more expensive, but they're still cheaper than Games Workshop. 20 models, $40, so a bit more expensive. The Space Nam guys, very, very cool. Probably they're a premium kit. They're the reason they're more expensive. Yeah. They're very, 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 very good. And these guys are designed with Warhammer 40k in mind, so you'll see they come with all the different weapons that you could possibly want. Yeah, I definitely like it. But no matter what, even if you went for these guys and you had to buy 3 boxes, you'd then get your 60 infantry. You'd then get your 7.5% discount, and you'd still be saving money on if you were buying these guys. Yeah. And then when I get into better painting, well, exactly, if you want to. Now, in terms of painting, I got you covered. So 3 Lehman Russes and 3 Lehman Russ battle tanks, and then 60 infantry. Now, in terms of getting Lehman Russes, give me a second. Again, we can do this. We can do this cheaper than going to Official Games Workshop. Russes are normally quite cheap secondhand because they've been around for a long time. But we also have Noble Knight games. So again, I do have a link for these guys down in the description, but I also recommend these guys because they're really good. So go over to Astra Militarum, and you'll find that these guys give you a bit of a discount. Shall we see if we can get this in dollary dues? Okay. So even if you went official, you can see, look, GW wants to sell you a, how much is GW selling you a Lehman Russ for in Freedom Land? $70, okay? Noble Knight Games will do you a Lehman Russ for new $62, $63. So you can save 10% off by going with these guys. You can save more, but I think that one is, it says very good / mint. They do. So that is new in box. That is still new in box. But because the box is a bit scuffed, then it means that they'll give you a discount. So you could save $10 by getting a box that's slightly knackered. I mean, who gives a fuck, man? As long as the miniature inside is okay. Who gives a flying fuck? So either way, you can save money here. Either way, you can save money here. So that's one way you can do it. Now, one thing, we're going to talk about painting in a second. Again, I got you. One thing I need to mention, if you go for the War Games Atlantic minis, the infantry we were talking about before, you will need to buy bases. They don't come with bases. The good news is that bases, the little fucking round things that they stand on, are dirt cheap. They are so cheap you can buy 100 of them for fucking next to nothing. Like if I and this is true. I'm going to show you UK eBay, but it's the same in US eBay, roughly speaking. Round bases. Select base size, 25 mil. Select 100, 14 quid. It's nothing. And this is, I found them cheaper than this. 50, I have found them cheaper than this. If you look hard enough, you'll find them. Here you go. You might find them even cheaper here, man. Let's go for fucking 100. £8. Less than a tenner. And these are regulation size, for lack of a better term. Regulation size. They're a piece of, honestly. So yeah, I'd just go on eBay. Real talk, I can make those. I'll have someone else make them for less than that. Perfect. Yeah, exactly. You want them to be on plastic bases. A lot of people try when they're starting out to make like their own base out of cardboard. It just looks a bit shit. I'm not trying to shame you, but it just looks a bit shit. Get you some plastic bases. Yeah. Plastic bases or 3D printed ones. But if you've got access to a 3D printer, you might as well print everything because it's so cheap. Now, paint. There's only one paint you need. Okay. And again, you don't need to get this exactly from the manufacturer, but there's only one paint you need, and everyone who watches my channel knows exactly what I'm about to say. These are the best paints in the industry for people who are beginning. This, in my opinion, is the quickest way to paint models well.
Another glorious day in the Corps. Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm.
The Army Painter
Every meal's
speed
a banquet.
paints.
Every
Quite
paycheck a fortune.
just
Formation
unreal.
parade. I love the Corps.
Just so good. They do little starter sets for you. Don't worry, this will last you a long time. Speed paints are just... Why are they so good? Okay, why are they so good? They're good because you literally just need to prime the model. You need to spray paint the model white first, and then you can just do one layer of speed paint of each color, and that's it. So I'll give you... I actually have a painting tutorial. It's not for 40k, to be fair, but it'll get the gist across. 1 minute. Okay. Here you go. So, these guys here, they look, you know, pretty decently painted, right? Each one of these models, and this is my first time using speed paints, each one of these models took me an average of 15 minutes. If you're brand new to painting, 20 minutes per guy. It's really, people, that's very quick. Normally people will spend an hour or 2 hours painting a miniature. Speed paints are very, very good. And I take you through the process of how it works. So the first thing you want is spray paint. You want to use Army Painter Matte White. It's very, very good. Okay. Next thing you're going to want is a medium-sized paintbrush. And then after that, so if you have if we have a look here. So I primed that model in white. And then I literally just put the yellow on like that. It's very thin. It's very watery. So you have to be careful it doesn't leak everywhere. But literally, one layer of that yellow, and once it's dried, it looks like that. If you were to use traditional paints, you would have to prime the model, then you would have to do what's called a base, then a layer. So you do like a yellow, you do like a base paint, then a layer paint, then a shade. And that, honestly, it'll take you forever. Or you can use these speed paints. And I go through, and you can see all I'm doing is putting literally like one layer of each one. And it just comes out right every time. So to sort of explain how you do it, you build your models, then you get your rattle can, shake your rattle can for the full 2 minutes. Doesn't matter if your arm gets tired, use the other arm. People always get bored after like 30 seconds. Shake your rattle can for a good 2 or 3 minutes. When you're priming models, it can't be too humid and it can't be raining. It has to be cool and dry. Okay. Typically, people will paint in like the garage or something like that, or a well-ventilated area. You can do it in your garden, of course, but cool and dry. If you try and spray paint your models and it's not cool and dry and it's very humid, it just goes very badly. the paint like air. It's not even aerosols the right word, but anyway, cool and dry. Look up some painting videos and stuff about priming and whatnot. But prime your models, let it dry, and then you can use the speed paints. So it's called the Army Painter Speed Paints. You can buy from them, but I'm pretty certain. One minute.
Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm.
There you go.
Every meal's a banquet.
So,
Every paycheck a fortune.
Noble Knight Games has got you again. This is a US based retailer. You could probably get away with the starter set 2.0. It's going to come with a pretty decent amount of colors. I mean, it comes with Zealot Yellow. Zealot Yellow is like the best. You could take that color scheme with the yellow and silver that I was showing, and you could do very well with that. Red and black goes very well together. Yellow and silver goes very well together. Blue and... I'm not sure. I'd probably recommend red and black for a lot of the stuff if you're using this particular paint set. Or if you're willing to stretch out, you could spend $100 and you might think that's a lot of money for some paint. This is the starter set that I went for, and I've only just started running out of it, and that was like a year ago. It's very good. It's got a very wide range of colors. Really nice wide range. That's up to you. It's got Absolution Green, which is a fantastic color. And you can do blue and white, which goes very well together. White, normally notoriously hard to paint. Very, very easy with speed paints. So yellow is normally really hard to paint. White is normally really hard to paint, unless you speed paint, in which case it's a piece of piss. It's really easy. So, Noble Knight Games, link down in the description below, mate. It'll have your... it's where you can get your Leman Russ battle tanks from, which you'll want 3 of. It's where you can get your paints from, where you want to go Army Painter, Speed Paints. And you want to get your primer, and your primer wants to be Army Painter Matte White. Yeah. Or you can use any... You don't have to use Noble Knight Games, of course. You can use whoever you want. Yeah. Yeah. But there you go. Or you can try other retailers. That's just an example. The brands you're looking for, though, for your infantry, you want War Games Atlantic. For your vehicles, you want to go Games Workshop. They do good tanks. Infantry, you can get away with being third party because a guy with a rifle is a guy with a rifle. But tanks need to be official. They do. Unless you're going to 3D print stuff, they need to be official. They're never quite right otherwise. And then speed paint, you want Army Painter Matte White for your primer. Don't use black primer. Don't use dark primer for speed paints. It just doesn't work fundamentally. And be careful with speed paints. It's very watery. You don't need much on your brush. Yeah. And that's it. That is it. So I know I've thrown a lot of information at you, but that should point you in the right direction. My strong advice is buy a little bit. When building plastic models, you'll want plastic glue, not super glue. Super glue's fine. It'll work. Plastic glue is much more forgiving and much more beginner friendly. My advice to you, though, is buy a little bit and then finish that little bit before buying the next bit. If you buy 3 tanks, 60 infantry, and all the speed paints, even with the discounts that we're looking at, you're still going to be looking at like $150 for the tanks, $50 for the paint, including the primer and a paintbrush and everything. And actually, the starter sets do come with a paintbrush, to be fair. So $50 for the paint, and then like $100 on infantry, roughly. You're still looking at like you're still looking at $300 to $400. That's not. I'm not even sure if it's about, like sales tax and stuff. So honestly, my advice would be buy 1 tank, buy 1 box of infantry, build it. See if you enjoy that part of the process. Oh, one thing to mention. That's my main advice. Little and often is better than big drops. The number 1 mistake people make in this hobby is they drop hundreds, if not thousands of dollars in one go, and then this massive pile of models turns up at the doorstep and they go, nah, that's too much. And it's too much at once, and they get intimidated and they're like, I'm get halfway through and like, fuck me, I've got so much to do. Now, one thing I want to say, contrary to what I just said, do not use speed paints on tanks. Okay? Speed paints are good for infantry. Speed paints are not good for vehicles. The reason is that speed paints are very thin. They're designed to be very, very watery. That way they can get into all the cracks and crevices on like uniforms and like guns and all that kind of stuff, and faces and everything. So they're really good for that. But on tanks, they're really, it's thin, so it'll look really streaky. So you want to use traditional paints for tanks, and you want to use speed paints for infantry. Now the good news is you can find traditional paints that will, especially if you stick with like one brand, you can find traditional paints that will match your speed paints. It might. The only other thing I would suggest starting with infantry. And then, get a tank after you've sort of built and painted your first 30 infantry and you've got comfortable. If you bought like one box of let's say the Ura guys, you had 24 blokes. What I would recommend is you build them, you paint those 24 blokes, you get used to, after 24 blokes you'll have a feel for the speed paints. The first few you'll fuck up, and then after that you'll have a feel for it. At that point, you decide whether you want to keep going or not. And then, once you've painted a box or two of infantry, we'll talk tanks. But my recommendation, broadly speaking, is tanks are very, very easy to paint if you know the simple tricks to paint them. Which typically involves the spray paint you buy does 90% of the work. So not white, you would buy an additional primer, additional spray paint. So for example, I didn't paint the tan on this tank by hand. I didn't brush it on. It would have taken forever and it would have looked shit. What I did is I bought a tan spray paint, and then I went over the tank with a brown shade, which is like a thin ink almost. And I did that, and the tank was 90% done, and it took like an hour to prime and wait for it to dry, and then it took about 30 minutes to do the wash, the shade. That, and if you, what the shade does is that, look how flat that tan looks, and then look how like nice you sort of see, that's what it looks like without the shade. That's what it looks like with the shade. It looks a lot nicer. Yeah. But that is, like I said, I would honestly, my advice would be buy one box of infantry, buy some speed paints. It'll be less than $100. Buy yourself some bases for the model, for the infantry to go on, and see if you like it, because you don't want to spend $400 stuff. Open your first box, struggle through building your first tank, struggle through building your first 24 infantry, and then go, fuck man, this is just not for me, this shit is boring. You don't want to do that. But if you're like, fuck me man, I'm building things, I'm going to give this guy a rifle, I'm going to give this guy like a sword, if you're vibing with it, then great. If you're not vibing with it, you don't want to sink $500 and find out you were fucked. Yeah. No, wait, no. I mean, yeah, definitely go spend $1,000. Use my affiliate link and spend $1,000. I'm taking the piss. I'm teasing. That's what I should say if I was good at this content creation thing. That's what I should say. I'm too honest. I'm too honest for my own good. But there we are. Yeah. Anyway, so So yeah, that I know I threw a lot at you, mate. But like I said, if you go back to 4 hours and 48 minutes, you can watch that. You know, take notes, rewatch it a couple of times, whatever. But generally, basically, in summary, Wargames Atlantic, cheap infantry, but you need to buy your bases from eBay. GW tanks are good, but make sure you get them from a third party to get like a 10% discount or so. And paint infantry with speed paints, otherwise you will. Otherwise, you know, you'll find it very boring. Speed paints make it fun and easy. Yeah. All right, mate. I know that was a lot, but I hope it helped. There we are. I have got 1, 2, 3, 4 super chats. I am going to grab a drink and a snack, and then I'm going to do them. But give me 1 second. Okay. Right. Trooper, Major Problems, Blackstone Chaplain, and Cosmic. I'll get to all of you in a moment. I need to have a piss. I need to have a snack. I need a quick drink. When all that is... I'm going to bring the snack and the drink back. I'll probably be about 2 or 3 minutes in total. I'm probably not going to... Yeah, I'll be about 2 or 3 minutes in total. All right. See you later, gay boys. Back in 5 minutes. Not even that, 2 minutes. quick snack. I wanted some toast, but I've run out of bread. So no toast. That wasn't long, was I? It's like 5 minutes. I've got maple bacon crisps. And very tasty. Wow, 241 people in the stream. What have all you mad bastards turned up for? Is that all the bots I paid for? Nice. Welcome. Bienvenue. Willkommen. I am deprived of my bread sandwiches. It's a terrible time. A terrible time, I say. I dropped a crisp. Or chip. Damn you and your American culture. It's coming over here now. Look. Look at that. It's not a lentil chip. It's a lentil crisp. Nice reveal. Hellhound. Sweet. Do you want me to get close to the microphone, X? Alright. These ones are done. Do I smoke from a pipe, MG? I don't smoke at all. Smoking is bad for you. Oh, damn. I was going to eat it, but it's got a pube on it now. Why am I being defeated by a bag of crisps? 1 minute. Does that make you horny, baby? Does that make you randy? Is that what you sick freaks want? X, I would be well down to clown for getting free snacks. There you go. That's all you're getting. You're disgusting. You disgust me, chat. You disgust me.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
I disgust myself. The fact that I did it. But hey, the viewer numbers went up, so fuck it. Mukbang maybe. Alright, I'm almost done. I'm sorry it's taking longer than expected. Oh, fuck no.
Infantry, sir.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Right. I'm stop. I do it on purpose now. Toothsome and nutritious. And now, a finest glass of His Majesty's tap water. No doubt, if it's good enough for the frogs, it's good enough for me, darling. So, where are we up to?
Day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the call.
Cat hair. So, I want to say a big thank you to Troop number 2102. Thanks for Super Chat Man and for your patience. I know I've been taking the piss a little bit. I have a problem and I don't care. Post and stream discussion. If you don't care, then you don't have a problem. Oh my god. What the fuck is this? Right. My descent down the rabbit hole continues. I found all of this for only $65 US or 47.91 British pounds on eBay. I accept it and I can't stop. I don't want to. Battletech blister pack, 5 mechs plus 1 hex base and RPE fold out map. Well, that still looks like a good deal. Are they the right size though? They look pretty small. But you've got. I mean, that looks pretty good. Like, looks like a whole. Looks like, is that an extra? I mean, presuming each one of these is a mech. So, like, 1 mech, 2. I mean, fuck it. I'm gonna look at this properly. I was trying to look at it through the little preview, but I'm gonna look at it properly. Okay. See original listing. Alright, so that's a mech. 1 mech. That's a mech. 2 mechs. Is that DOS mech? What's this? Oh, what? Why won't let me look into the core? Oh, whatever. Fuck it. That's just a base, I think. That's a mech. Infantry. Infantry, sir. And some bases. I mean, that looks alright. 1, 2, 3 mechs. And some infantry. And then I'm not sure what this thing is. Is that like a flyer or something? It's a fighter. Ooh. Oh, that's OG, man. So you spent $65 on 3 metal mechs, some infantry, and a flyer. Now, I don't mean to alarm you, But couldn't you have gotten the plastic mechs for a bit cheaper? Or was it the fact that it was... Was it the fact that it was a metal mech that it needed to be bought? Because I understand the allure of metal. Plastic. Ha. Plastic is for pussies. Metal is for men. I understand that. I can get behind that. My ego is also fragile. Why do they have all these metal models, man? They need to weigh me down. Oh, man. Is the battle mats. Nice. It doesn't matter. Honestly, mate. If you're having fun. If you're having fun. And it's making you happy. Then do it. Do it. And don't even worry about it. Don't even think about it. Just have fun. Enjoy yourself. Why the fuck not? There you are. Sometimes it's not about the price. Sometimes it's about the product. Yeah. I want to say a big thank you next to Major Problems. I don't want peace. I want problems. Always. I sent Fulgrim and his Emperor's children screaming back to hell with 1 Dawn Commander, 2 Dawns, 6 Armored Sentinels, and a lot of Cadians, Kazakin, and officers. Cadia stands. Sick. I love it. That's very cool. Oh, man. Dawn Commander, 2 Dawns, 6 Armored Sentinels, and a lot of I like that. I like that list, man. Triple Dawn, some good old sense, and a lot of infantry. This is the way. This is the way. I want to say a huge thank you to Blackstone Chapter Master. Thank you for Super Chat, man. The Giga Chat. You forgot about the Prussian Reserve. Don't forget about the elite forces of our Holy Emperor. The Prussian Reserve is better for, like... I don't know, I wouldn't recommend it for someone getting into 40k. Like 30k, Imperialist Militia, yeah. But they're just a little too not sci-fi. But it's a good point. For those that haven't seen it, this is like the best. Some people are like, fuck that, Mordian, show me. It's like, okay, I'll show. These guys are actually kind of peak. These guys are actually kind of mental. If you want the cheapest possible infantry in plastic, that's detailed. This is what Blackstone Chatmaster's talking about. 60 infantry. 60 infantry. For $35. They're very easy to build. I mean, they're literally head and body. If you want to go all out, there's like a bedroll tube or biscuit tube or something. I mean, the detail isn't terrible. I don't hate them. That's what it looked like from the back. I don't even know what you're going to do with this. I don't know where you'd put it. I wouldn't bother with this. It's 2-part models. Boys, they're 2-part models. These are snap fit Cadians made manifest. Why is there a picture of his dick? Oh my fucking god. Why is there a fucking zoomed in picture of his cock? This man's packing heat. What the fuck is this? What Games Atlantic? They clearly never thought anyone would check this part of the website out. Oh my god. This guy's got the... This guy's banging the melter gun. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. I think what they've meant to have done is like done like a zoomed in, like look at the detail on the faces and stuff. And they're like, oh, just get like get like a segment of the torso. But what? Oh my god. That's actually hilarious. That's actually hilarious. These models are actually good though, but I wouldn't recommend them for 40k because they don't come with any special weapons, but they are perfect for if you're doing an Imperialis Militia Levy squad. You know, I like the idea that you have these guys for your levies because they don't come on those square bases. They come in these little round ones, right? So you could just stick those on top of a normal 25mm base. So I love the idea of using the Prussian Reserve, and it's the levies, and they've got like the shitty old pattern of equipment for your levy squads, and then maybe you come over to like Le Grognards. Yeah, I'd say you come over to the Le Grognards for your main guys, with like you could go like best, and you could have like for your regular troopers, you have the Adrian hat guys, and then for if you want to use your grenadiers, because I think they were called grenadiers, weren't they? They were called guards or something, but for your elite troops, you go for the bearskins. And so you could have, you know, if you wanted to do that, if you wanted to just buy the one kit, you'd buy these guys, and you'd have guys in caps would be conscripts, guys in helmets would be regulars, and guys in bearskins would be elites. Yeah. 10 minutes later, sold out. I love it. But yeah, there you go. I want to say a big thank to Blackstone Chapter Master for showing us the bulge. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. 34-month Memoflex, baby. X-Force, double X-Force, Bolter Force, Cosmic, my boy. MG, any update on the Tangatel on your end? I've not had an update. I have asked my PO Box guy for the to see if he's had the note. But I know you sent me something, Cosmic. Let me have a look. Is that the... Let's see. Let me check something out, mate. So what you sent me isn't... It's not a customs number. That's not a customs number or a tracking number. When you send that 12th. Okay, we should have 20 days. Do you have the What's it called? I need the parcel reference number. It's not the tracking reference. I need the parcel reference number. I'll send you a... let me send you a screenshot, Cosmic. Of what I'm looking for. FedEx tracking number. It might not have even... did it say it gets stuck in customs? Is it in FedEx? Did it say it got stuck in customs? What's the update on your end? Oh, I think it's been, I think it's been delivered. I think it's been delivered. I think it's okay.
Indeed.
It's been delivered. It's all good. It should be there. Yeah, no customs. It's not stuck in customs. Straight through. Straight through. Apparently got delivered last week. No, yeah, no, it didn't even go. It didn't even get stuck in customs, mate. Straight through. I've just looked at the proof. It's just literally I've seen the proof of delivery just there. Yeah, it's not even in customs. It is full blown delivered. Full blown delivered. All right. That's Coop. I'm a little behind. I'm working through them now, mate. Don't worry. Let's have a look here. I want to say a big thank you to Ubermax. Ubermax, thank you for the super chat, man. I didn't miss the stream. Fear inspires loyalty. Indeed it does. Indeed. You didn't miss the stream, Ubermax, although I will be wrapping up in a moment. Well, not in a moment, like 10 minutes. Ubermax, let's Fear inspires loyalty. As a tradition, I will get the good book. We shall truly pray. Gentlemen, all kneel for the Emperor's Handbook. With all my strength, with all my will, with every fibre of my soul, I pledge my soul and my faith to the immortal Emperor, the shepherd of humanity. That is the profession of faith, and is to be recounted at any time. Ave Imperator. The Emperor protects. There we go. There we go. Joseph Anderson, thank you for the gifted membership, baby. 07, man. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. I also want to say a big thank you to Ubermax again. Ubermax again. He's a double doozy. He's a double doozy. Thank you for 2 super chats, mate. Thank you, bro. Oh, and thanks you, Mordian. I can now sometimes hear that man speaking gibberish. Which man? Me? Which man speaking gibberish? Kitty, kitty, poop, cow, cow, kitty. Ubermax, I strongly recommend that you do one of the following things. Either A, search out and occupy the nearest padded room. Or start a cult. Either way, you're too far gone for us mere mortals. I don't know what he means by that man speaking gibberish, but that's okay. I'll roll with it. I'll roll with it. I'll ride with it. I'll see where it goes. Nick the Salamander. Hey, can someone please link the artist that painted Kevin? It's Parabellum. Parabellum Painting Services. Morbius, he means the toilet guy. Oh, the toilet guy. Yeah. You need to see. Oh, man, if you've not seen the toilet. Yeah, man. Let's see what he's been up to today. What's he been up to today? Okay. What has he been up to? If you're seeing this for the first time, be ready. This is Ice Cream Man Live. He has 600,000 subscribers. This guy makes a lot of money off this. And this is what he does. Oh, he's made a video this time. I've not actually watched one of his videos before. Yeah, it's as bad as it looks.
Right now, guys, you better listen up. You understand? You're done. You're done. Everyone's done.
This goes on for an hour. And then he gets pretend.
Face thanks to the $5. Fake cry and wipe the tears with 100.
Someone just gave him $5. Someone just gave him $5.
$100. Next time someone insults you, it'll stop with that reaction. Dane, thanks to the $1.99. Guys,
Someone else sent it $1.99.
I'm not doing what you tell me to do. Do you understand? Let's be friends.
Okay, so that was what he did today. I think he's losing it, man. Like only half an hour of nonsense. He's cheaping out. He's only doing an hour, man.
Frostbite. Thanks to the $2 Shadow Sam. Thanks to the $1.99. You have a blockhead, bud. Well, yeah. Well, you need to start treating people with respect. Bloody. Alacio, thanks to the $4.99. Can you shout out?
This guy just gets. He's making bank. I'm telling you right now, he's making bank. But the point is, I think he's phoning it in. Let's go for 3 hour.
Vroom city. Vroom vroom piggy. Toilet time. Vroom. Time's really toilet time. We see what you toilet. Vroom vroom piggy. We see what you toilet. Courtsy's boyfriend thanks to the super chat. Indiana fishing thanks to the $1. Whoa. Grease little piggy boy. Grease little piggy boy. Grease little piggy boy. Vroom vroom piggy. Grease little piggy boy.
Yeah, he's only doing half an hour of nonsense now. Oh, when he first started out, it was like an hour and a half of just like non-stop send. And now he's only doing like half an hour. He's just topping the stream off with it, or starting the stream off with it. Ugh, I'm disappointed. If I was subscribed, I would unsubscribe.
Hello, everyone. There are some people on this channel that are being very rude.
I mean, bro, you deserve it. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't say it, but you know what? You don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. Nobody deserves it. But you shouldn't be surprised.
Been insulting me, calling me a pig, a cow, a hippo, and numerous other things, and I just want to let you know that you guys need to stop, okay? Everyone needs to stop being rude. No more jokes.
It's just rage bait. So basically, he's done a 15-minute...
I never challenged myself to eat an entire store full of refrigerators full of chocolate because I'm a gigantic hippo gremlin who eats in...
He's basically made a 15-minute video of what he does in like the last hour of his stream.
It's the 1 and 9. If we're done, why are...
Yeah. Okay. I'm just disappointed. I'm disappointed. This guy, he's phoning it in. He is. Ice Cream Man Live is phoning it in. We used to get hours upon hours of just nonsense. And now, for the majority of the stream, he's like speaking normal words. All my heroes, man. All my heroes are going down. UMX, thank you for reminding me. I forget that guy exists until you guys remind me about him. Das Coop, thank you, Super Chat Man. Super Chat Man, have you played with that Volkite rush yet? I haven't. And Das Coop, I'm going to be real with you. I'm probably not going to for 2 or 3 weeks. And I'll tell you why. Because I'm waiting for Heresy 3.0, which drops approximately in 12 days. 29th of June. Approximately. I have no idea exactly. Approximately. So, I will use the Volkite Rust. I haven't played any Heresy games since... I've only played 2, and the last one was the live stream one. So I promise you, as long as I remember, because you know I've got a memory like a goldfish, but as long as I remember, I promise you, I will use that Volkite Rust in my first game of Heresy 3.0, probably with the Solar Auxilia. So I know I said I would tell you what happened with it the next time I played it. I still haven't played it yet. But yeah. But yeah, I do intend fully to use it because I'm very curious about the old Volkite. The new edition is going to be cool. It's going to be very cool. I want to say a big thank you to Nick the Salamander. Nick, thank you, bro. Morning, everyone. Hope all are well. List in stream discussion. Nice. $1K against my buddy's AdMech with an allied armature or 2. This will be my first game with objectives. Canadian Command Squad, Limrus Commander, 20 Cadians, 20 Cadians, 20 Jungle Fighters, 10 Kazakin, Vanquisher, and a Chimera. It's fine. Totally fine. I'd change a couple of bits, actually. The list is fine. Solid 7 out of 10. I would be tempted to get an extra command squad. So I don't feel... Because you've got 1 infantry order and 3 blobs that want an infantry order. So what I would consider doing is... I would consider dropping 1 blob of 40 and getting a scout sentinel and another command squad. Because that will come to 120. And that way, the Scout Sentinel will allow you to cheaply do things like... Cheaply do objectives. It's an action monkey. And the extra command squad will mean, even though you're losing... You won't lose that many wounds, because you'll lose 20 blokes, but then you'll gain the command squad, which brings 7 wounds to the table, and the Sentinel, which brings like 7 or 8 wounds to the table. with higher durability. So yeah, and then you'll have 2 orders for both blob, 1 order for each blob. Kazakin order themselves, and you have 2 tanks. That's what I would do. The other option is you take the Mordian Classic, the MG Special. If you want the, give me a second. I will build it for you now. But this is very powerful, maybe too much power. No, I didn't think that was right. So, the best list is 3 Russes and 50 or 60 infantry. There's multiple ways to achieve this. You can take a tank commander with Grand Strategist, he has all plasma, and then you take 2 Vanquishers. So you take 3 Russes, one being a commander, 2 being Vanquishers. Commander gets the plasma cannon turret. Everyone gets plasma cannon sponsons and las cannons in the front. So that is 2, 3, 5 plus 15 for Grand Strategist plus 1, 4, 5 plus 1, 4, 5. And then you take 3 blobs of infantry, whatever you want, and Creed, and that comes out at 985. The other option you have is you take a tank commander with Grand Strategist, an executioner, Lehman Russ. So you're taking 2 full plasma tanks. One's a tank commander full plasma, one's an executioner full plasma. Then you take a Vanquisher. Then you take 2 blobs of infantry and a unit of Kazakin and a Castellan and a Castellan. That comes to 970. And the 9-7, and that gives you 30 points left over to either go. You've got all the infantry's got orders. That gives you either the option of going for a commissar for secondary game, or it gives you 30 points to upgrade that Vanquisher to another executioner. You've got triple executioner, although that's a little risque because then you've got no anti-tank. But that's an option. But the most powerful guard list at 1,000 points is built around 3 Lehman Russes and 50 to 60 infantry. 2 Lehman Russes isn't enough if you want to win. But it depends. Do you want this buddy to stay your buddy? Also, he's bringing like 2 armigers, so fuck him. But yeah. That's it. Nick, are you ready to embrace the way of the whacker? Or do you cling to your morals? Like a scribe clings to his quill in the dark, unlit basement of a library long forgotten by a civilization that no longer values knowledge. It's your choice. I want to say a big thank you to Helen Jedi. Thank you for becoming a channel member. Helen, my boy. Thank you for doing your part. Did you become a channel member or did you renew your membership, Helen Jedi? Let's have a look. What does it say? You became a new member. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome to His Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. Thank you for joining, and thank you for doing your part. Amazing. Sick. Sick, bro. Well, I don't mean to alarm you, dearest chat, but we are getting to the end of this little soiree. However, I do have a job that needs to be done. So you can all join me on this job, which will take about 5 to 10 minutes. It's time for a little hobbying. I know. Hobbying. I know. Right. Let me clear my best painted award out of the way. And let me... I've got some ball boys and shit here. Let me... Ugh. I've got to get this done so that it can cure overnight. Right, 1 minute. There we go. I want to put that back. They can stay there. He can stay there for now. That thing. These guys are going to be in the way. Ugh. There we go. All right. I'm going to put this guy away because I don't want a random spearman to be lost. You are lost. Whoa. Do. Okie croaky. Need a big brush. That'll do. And I need a glass, but I feel like I've thrown them away because I am less stupid. So we'll make do. Oh, it's gonna get messy. Mess. I can't abide it. I can't abide it. I live in a fucking pit of filth. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not happy about it, but okay. I need a little glue place. A little glue to take the edge off, you know. All right. Whoa. Move that one out of the way. So basically what I need to do is basically base these things. It'll only take a moment. Well, it might take a little while. Well, it should take like 5 minutes. But we'll see. I've not based one of these giant fucking bases before. So the reason I'm doing this now is because I want it to set overnight. Oh, I've made a slight error. It's fine. It'll be totally fine. Yeah, it's cool. Will it be fine? Well, fuck it. We'll see what happens. No. Yes. No. Yes. I've made a mistake. I feel like it is too late now. I have begun the gluing process. So what I needed to do is actually paint the base first black. And I have, because I want the, I feel like now it's going to look wrong. I could plow on, or I could just wipe the glue off. And I think it makes more sense to wipe the glue off. So I have wasted some glue, but that's fine. Glue is cheap. I knew. I was like, this doesn't feel right. Oh, yes. There's a step before the glue. Give me a second. It's not the end of the world. It's not a big mistake. It's a slight mistake. A smidgen of a mistake. Good job. I recognized. I was like, I feel like I'm missing something. However, this will make the job even quicker, which is good. It's a slight fuck up because this glue is very tacky. So there's a real chance it'll be still sticky. But in that scenario, I have a plan, which is I will paint over the tacky glue rather than with speed paint with traditional paint. Because that will then essentially cover it up, whereas speed paint probably wouldn't. There we go. Right, bin. Leave that one to one side. Glue can go. It just needs to basically sit there and dry out of my sight because it disgusts me now. It is a reminder of my constant and abject failure. And then we're going to try the second one. Although this is basically just trying to rectify a slightly shit situation now. But to be fair, I might as well paint the base and then it'll all it's one less thing I have to do. But what I wanted to do is get both done in time for tomorrow, then I could wake up and seal them. But life rarely goes as we plan it, especially if you make a silly mistake. There we go. Oh, nice. Peel, bitch, peel. There we go. Oh my god. Oh my god. The universe is conspiring against me. What the fuck? I can't find me bloody black paint now. Oh, I'm giving up. Absolute shit show. Aha! No! We're back. And we're back, baby. My morale never wavered. My resolve never faltered. Oh, yeah. Okay. I really should do my basing a bit more efficiently. I always sort of do it at the end and make life really hard for myself. But what would be better is if I just basically took this, if I sub-assembled this, then based it, then stuck the thing on, but it probably would look, it wouldn't look right then. Probably. Anyway. Quick job and then end the stream. That's the plan. Oh, nice, sick. I was worried, but it turns out it's not a problem. So I wouldn't be able to get all the way underneath the gun, but it's not an issue. I'm getting under there. I'm getting there nice and deep like. Oh yeah, that's all good. Cool. And I think we're pretty much done. This is only basically the reason we're doing this, and it looks rough, and it's meant to look rough because it's not meant to be pretty right now. We're basically, what we're doing is when we put the basing material on, inevitably some of it will be a bit patchier, and as a result of it being a bit patchier, if you have a white base showing through, it will be obvious that's where the patch is. So we paint the base a dark color that when it shows, so that when it where it looks a bit patchy, it's not a naturally bright focal point. Also, the flock we're using is slightly, it's quite white and powdery, which you might think, well, that would be great for having a white base, but it's not. Because you can see the difference between the white powdery and the normal stuff. And what actually happens is it creates a darker background for the flock so that it actually darkens it down what would otherwise be quite too bright. Yeah, there we go. And we'll go do the rim twice because we love rimming. Now, what would be ideal is if I could do the other one as well. I mean, should I risk it? No, I definitely shouldn't risk it. It's still wet with glue. Very tempted, overwhelming urge to just paint it. I mean, what? It couldn't go so badly, could it? Couldn't go so badly. I could give it a go. Do I let the intrusive thoughts win? I mean, probably. I think we test it. Let's conduct a small experiment. What happens when you put speed paint onto glue? It's just slightly drying basing glue. It's not super happy about it, but it's not totally against it either. It's all good. Turns out it's not the end of the world. So off we go. See, you all doubted me. But now look. It's fine. It's not a problem. Is my paintbrush getting a bit gluey? Maybe. Does that matter? No, it's a disposable one. I used it to throw it away. It was cheap as shit. It was a part of a set of like 10 for £1 from like a hobby shop. Commander HHR, that's a lot of fucking words. That's a lot of fucking big words coming from a man who, I don't remember seeing a huge amount of hobby fucking journey shit from you, bro. I'm just saying, you know, why don't you put up a few fucking models? And then it's a win-win because either you don't and I win, or you do and I get to look at cool models. And then I also win. See, I play both sides. That way, I always come out on top. I have slightly over-wetted this, though. I mean, I meant to do that, obviously. I'm not talking any shit. I'm having shit spoken about me. But that's understandable. Some people just don't appreciate that I I have my ways and means, and they're often quite shit. I'm going to need some more black paint, but not in the immediate future. Oh, that's fine. Right, did I get everywhere under there? Nearly. The Valrakian level of humility. I am the most humble streamer. It's just true. You will find no one more humble than I. Some said that I
Have a glorious day in the Corps.
should
The Marine Corps is like a day
wait
on the
for the
farm.
glue to dry.
Every meal's a banquet.
But
Every paycheck a fortune. Every
those are just
full
men
mission
that
a
lack
parade.
the
I love
conviction
Corps.
and the humility to do what had to be done. I was the only one with the vision and the humility to see what had to be done. Booyakasha! Nice. I have now completed my small job after nearly fucking it up. Ah, yes. Big fucking paint circles. Nice. There you go. I like to think, Squiggle Ashore, that my painting guides are extremely helpful. That they show people how not to do it, and therefore when they come to doing it themselves, they know how to avoid. They're like, oh, well, I saw Mordian do it that way, so that means I should do the opposite of that. There you go. There you go. Let's have a look here. I want to say, last super chat of the night, we had 234 people watch me paint two bases. I'm just saying that it really, I feel like that's more on you guys than on me at this point. I was going to do that. You guys didn't have to stick around to watch it. Ed Bailey, thank you so much for the super chat. With for the support. With combined arms, does the regiment part work into mounted, or am I just being special with a fat hard R? I mean, we're all a bit special with an R, but it doesn't work with... Oh, yeah, no, it works into mounted. Yeah. So the regiment part of combined arms Gives you lethal hits against everything that isn't a vehicle or monster. So that can be beast, that can be swarm, that can be people think it's just infantry, but no, it's infantry, beast, swarm, cavalry, jet bike. As long as it does not have the vehicle or monster keyword, combined arms regiment gives you lethal against it. So I've used combined arms lethal to absolutely phenomenally buttfuck a bunch of like blood crushers. Yeah. And Thunderwolf cavalry and all that good shit. It's just like, yep. Just gonna fucking lethal you. Oh boy, here I go lethaling again. Yeah. So, yes, 100% it works. Right, but with that... There we go. With all of that said, I've finished wanking myself off. I've finished wanking you guys off. And I am now going to proceed to go to bed. Gentlemen, thank you so much to all of you who joined today. Thank you to all of you for your incredible support. Thank you to everyone that joined on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. And, of course, a huge, huge shout out to everyone that went above and beyond the call of duty. Coming in, not only with likes and subscribes, don't forget if you've not done that already, please do so, but also came in with big support. And we had a couple of people that really, really smashed it tonight. And we had Walario, who came with 25 Kick memberships. That is fucking phenomenal. And then we also had Scully, I believe it was, who came in with 50 gifted memberships. Holy shit, man. Big, big, big support. So, but massive thank you to all of you. Huge thank you to everyone who joined, liked, subscribed, followed, everyone who gifted a membership, who super chatted, whatever amount it may be. Thank you, thank you, thank you 1,000 times. Because I've actually been doing this for 3 years now. I need to do like a special 3-year commemoration stream. But I've actually been doing this for 3 years, and I've only been able to do that because of the support that I've had in these streams. So thank you. You guys are the best. Alright, I'm not going to have an outro song because I've been going on a bit long. So I'm just going to love you and leave you. Thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.